Welcome to Anime What If 4 story of What If Deku had every girl for himself. Support the author. Is it wrong to pick up girls in a hero academy? By Lestat719. Part 3. Let's begin. Adjusting his pants and letting out a weary sigh of relief after having finally recovered from his back-to-back detention session with both Midnight Sensei and the new student Psycho Intelli, Izuku Midoriya was ready to head home and relax for the day. The boy had waited for the hungry teacher to wake up first before leaving so that they can part for today on good terms, but another part of him worried that he may have actually gotten her pregnant when considering the amount of calm he pumped into her during their romp. It was all too likely at this point that she'd willfully ignored using the contraceptive tablets Nana Shimura had passed out to everyone Izuku would likely be sleeping with. He remembered her rant about wanting to have his baby mid, and it may have just something to say in the heat of the moment, but Namiri Kiyama sounded certain she would get herself pregnant with Izuku's baby. Aside from dreading having done this with somebody other than his Nana Shimura, Izuku liked the idea of knocking older women up and found the taboo aspect of it to be really enticing. He pictured Namiri Kiyama, her full name which has been given to him mid during their round on orientation day, carrying a swollen stomach that contained their love child inside. The mere fantasy of it alone made Izuku feel ed and virile all over again. He thought about how much he wanted Nana to be the first and only woman carrying his seed, seeing as how he loved her so much, but the thought about these impulses called out to him in ways he didn't fully understand. He believed he may have just had a pregnancy fetish regarding older women, but also considered that his second quirk may have been compelling Izuku to think that way. At least, the darker part of him that was in conjunction with this all-powerful quirk he called absolute devotion anyway. He suddenly pictured how Nana Shimura would look if she was 9 months pregnant and found the fantasy to hold a special place in his heart. He did plan to marry her someday, but getting the buff and busted Japanese beauty pregnant early had also been rather enticing. He had the same kind of fantasy play out again with Mitsuki Bakuga this time around, giving him the fantasy of the ultra-frisky neighbor bearing his child to be rather appealing in a really different way. Izuku growled with want and then pictured other pro-hero women like Mount Lady and Midnight, finding himself addicted to the fetish of seeing them with swollen stomachs carrying his children. He growled briskly with Al as he thought about it some more, anxiously rubbing his legs together until he remembered that he loved Nana far too much to want to go through philandering with women with that intent. Doing what he was already doing felt like enough already in his opinion. Think only about Nana-chan going around and leaving so many pregnant would definitely not something she'd approve of, even if I am doing something like it ready already with me classmates and my sensei. Need to get some better control over this quirk pronto before it starts to get the better of me and I get carried away doing that. Izuku reasoned to himself quietly and noticed that Psycho and Midnight finally woke up. Once the hungry teacher had sat up and stretched her arms over her head, she was greeted by Izuku immediately with a deep and hungry kiss directed solely to her lips. This spontaneous action combined with the fact that he was being passionate with her made the Namiri melt instantly with love-fueled happiness. She immediately closed her eyes and brought her arms around Izuku's neck, running her hands through his broccoli-colored hair as the two of them started making out like longtime lovers. Psycho sat up and yawned as well, stretching her arms with a sigh of relief leaving her lips. She had opened up her eyes to the sight of the student and the teacher making out like it was their honeymoon. They were intensely swabbing tongues languidly within each other's mouths, continuing to out each other's breath in a salacious and passionate exchange. Psycho simply remained seated on the desk, crossing her legs as she watched in perverse amusement while feeling heavily ed by the scandalous affair playing in front of her. It made her wonder if maybe she should introduce Izuku to her entourage of fangirls that served as her personal little army who did her bidding anytime she asked. Once they were done making out, Midnight pulled back from Izuku's face and looked lovingly into his eyes with a smile, one that was filled with love rather than just blind for the teenage boy. Despite her creepier tendencies when getting turned on by being around male youth, the woman had been alone in regards to actual romance and thought that Izuku might be the one for her after all this time. She reluctantly parted back from the boy's embrace, but not before placing a kiss on his forehead simply for the hell of it and pulling back with a smile on her lips. Now that's what I call a wake-up call. Midnight giggled to herself until she looked out the window and saw that the sun was beginning to set. We'd better get going before the school gets locked up electronically and we miss whatever means we take to get back home. We'll save the rest of our private lessons for later, Midoriya-kun, but here's a card with both my address and phone number on it. I do hope that you'll stop by sometime and use it plenty whenever you have free time to pay your sensei a visit when we're not at the school. I will always answer the door for you, even do it wearing nothing too. Thanks, sensei. I definitely will. Izuku thanked, blushing hotly when picturing his teacher answering the door either naked in a loose-fitting bathrobe hanging open. He saw her phone number and address on the card as well as a flirtatious message scribbled intricately in pen at the end of it. Come see me anytime you'd like outside of class or even after school during our special little detention sessions, Midoriya-kun. Kayama. Also, please just call me Namuri when we're together, Midoriya. I really like it when you say my real name instead of referring to me as your sensei. At least when we're getting intimate with each other anyway. She added, blushing like a maiden as she held onto his face with her hands and clutched it closer to her chest, making Psycho giggle with delight for she was finally watching a lovey-dovey display of teacher-on-student action in person. Wow, she's just as devoted to me as Nana-chan, Mitsuki, and my mother is. I think I might want to take her up on that offer soon and maybe bring Mount Lady with me when I do. It looks like she even lives close to where Yu-chan's apartment is located. Izuku considered for a moment as they got up from the desk and started getting changed back into their clothes, leaving some of the messiness of calm and sweat on the floor for the robot drones to come to clean up later during their daily maintenance. Everyone walked out of the classroom shortly after, looking slovenly for the most part with their clothing in disarray and looking disheveled. Even their hair was messy with all three of them having strands sticking out all over the place as though they'd just been through a tornado. Midnight was the most noticeable since she already had a long, wily mane of dark hair that looked untamed, to begin with. Just as they were about to head down the hallway and make their way toward the exit downstairs, Midnight saw a certain someone's head peeking out from the corner of the hallway to the right to look at them before immediately pulling herself back. Midnight recognized the hair color and immediately knew it to be Recovery Girl, apparently having spied on them the entire time while she was busy giving Izuku his special class detention along with her new student. Cradling her chin in thought and smirking slyly to herself when an idea came up, Midnight decided on seeking out her longtime friend for a very special invite. You two go on without me, I just remembered I've got some last-minute teaching duties to attend to with a friend of mine. I'll see you both tomorrow, okay? Bye. She giggled playfully and tossed Izuku a flirtatious wink before making her way down the hallway to the right, eager to talk with Recovery Girl over what she had seen. I wonder what that was about. Does Namuri-chan even have teaching duties this early into the year? Izuku wondered and shrugged before making his way out. Both Psycho and himself eventually broke off at a building fork when making their way toward two different exits of the building. According to her, she had a limousine waiting for her on the other side of the school and had wanted to offer Izuku a ride back home out of kindness as well as maybe getting in some more alone time with him on the way back. Izuku declined her offer and insisted on taking the train, promising to take her up on that offer another day since he was already late to make his way home. If you insist, Midoriya-kun. The offer is always open and just so you know, the divider makes everything that happens back there soundproof. Giggles. I'll see you in class tomorrow, au revoir. She bade him goodbye and blew him a kiss before walking over to her limousine with a smile, licking her lips when thinking what to do next time she sees him again. Izuku had been waving back at her and finding himself drawn to the hyper-genius girl, wondering just how many more new students his class would receive since knowing that there were still a few slots available for capacity. When the absolute devotion quirk throbbed angrily again, Izuku decided to ignore it and focus on his breathing meditation to help better get it under control. This had been difficult to do thanks to Midnight's sudden need for a raunchy detention session involving 2 women and 1 boy, but he didn't blame her one bit for it. He felt instances like this were bound to happen the more he used this quirk and went about calming his mind for a bit until he eventually let out a deep breath. Once that was done, he started making his way over to the front entrance of the academy. When he got out of the building though, he noticed 2 very distinguishable girls from his classroom just standing there by the entrance seemingly waiting for him. Izuku recognized who they were immediately and let a sheepish smile appear on his face, remembering that he promised a certain duo of girls he'd spend time with them once he got the chance. Oh yeah, hee, I did promise I'd take care of them after making it with Erotica-chan earlier during the training exercise this afternoon. Although I didn't think they'd pick today of all days to do it. He thought to himself when he saw both Momo Yaoyorozu and Jiro turning their heads to face him. Both girls were looking completely bashful and blushing bashfully as they made their way over to him when seeing Izuku arrive. Izuku considered that he'd have to call his mom or send her a text message to let her know that he'll be running late on his way home this afternoon. Once the girls had gotten closer, he felt absolute devotion begin to throb again in response to their presence, likely furthering the effect of love bound they had for the boy already. Momo was the more ladylike of the two as she was both very wholesome in nature and mature-bodied figure. Despite her occasional prudish attitude when stating observational facts, she did have a sweet and timid side to her that Izuku found positively adorable and endearing. Despite her incredibly curvy body, she was only 15 like he was and had the largest bobas he had ever seen outside Shuko Todoroki, Itsuka Kendo, and most recently Psycho Intelli. Her very obvious love for Izuku hypothetically made Momo a strong contender to be a perfect, baby-making wife if he had decided they should get married in the future. He liked Momo's rather demure nature and earnest personality, but he also admired her ingenuity when using her creation quirk in real-time combat and tactical situations as well. Then there came Jiro, a girl who was more of a punk-style babe but with a very petite body and a more aggressive way of doing things. Ironically enough, she was as pure as the driven snow in terms of wholesomeness underneath that rough exterior. That made Izuku want to see more of that side of her, especially after they had done it in the classroom on that special day where he had fed the entire class roster of girls. Jiro was certainly meek and bashful herself, especially in regards to her femininity, but she had a talent that he noticed when going out of her way to pleasure him orally using her tentacle-like earphone jacks. Izuku still couldn't get that feeling out of his head and honestly wanted more of it since it felt both strange yet stimulating all at the same time. The musical girl may not have a body as curvy as Momo did, but Izuku could see her making up for it with passion, especially whenever she got her lips around the top of his manhood and started working him like a pro. Both Jiro and Momo had just worked so well together as a tag team duo of equally hungry partners who behaved like sisters to each other. Izuku could see himself in more three-way activities with them soon, maybe even bringing others in on their fun. "Good afternoon, Midoriya-kun." Momo greeted first, wriggling her ample hips side to side in a nervous fashion. She had wanted to come out and ask him outright for what they agreed upon earlier but was too shy in asking for it despite having lost her virginity to him already. Fortunately for her, Jiro was more forward and simply let it all out into the open after putting a hand on one of Momo's shoulders. "Yo, Midoriya-kun, we were wondering if maybe you could walk us home to Momo's place? We never did agree on what date we should pick to pick up where we left off earlier today. Momo and I were thinking of taking things over to her house under the guise of doing a study session with each other." Jiro offered with a blushing face and tossed a wink at Izuku while the girl to her left nodded in agreement while still wiggling her hips salaciously in a nervous manner. Izuku found it rather adorable just how demure and shy Momo really was about approaching him for more of their lovemaking and honestly appreciated Jiro for being more sy about wanting it. The strength of absolute devotion increased exponentially all of a sudden, making the hormones in his body begin to take over his sense of reason and compel him to obey his. Despite keeping it relatively under control, Izuku was still a teenage boy who just couldn't help himself when being around beautiful big bobed girls like Momo and girls with gutsy personalities like Jiro. I too can't help it. I know it's already been a full day today with Midnight Sensei and the others, but 3 just can't leave these 2 alone right now. I promised I'd treat them earlier and so I will. Izuku weighed in, feeling the bright pulsating throb of absolute devotion's power compelling him to obey his animal urges. Normally he'd repress them and exert some control since he was still its master, but Midoriya was weakened a bit when seeing how cute and demure Momo was behaving in front of him when asking for some affectionate attention. "Why yeah, sure thing, Momo-chan, and Jiro-chan. I'd be happy to walk you 2 over to her house together. I just hope it'll be only the 3 of us in private though, I can't make myself any later getting home than I already am." "Hee." Izuku answered, making both girls brighten up considerably as each of them started feeling their insides writhe with Yuli-charged excitement already. They knew just how good Izuku could make them feel, not to mention also being affectionate with each of them since he was the perfect lover in their eyes. Do not worry about that, Midoriya-kun. The maids and all my other servants in the house will give us as much privacy as we need when we're alone in my room. Momo explained with a blushing smile as both she and Jiro rushed over to take each of his arms into their hands, clutching their fingers romantically into his as they started walking away from the UA building. Wait a minute, she has maids and servants? Does she live in some kind of mansion or something? Maybe her family runs a hotel business. Izuku wondered until he felt Momo pushing into his right shoulder from the side, making him feel her boba smothering gingerly into it. HNGGGHHH, let's GG go to the train station then, Momo-chan. You're going to have to tell me which trains to take so we can get to your house. Hey, that won't be a problem, Midoriya-kun. Momo replied with a wink and gently kissed him on the right cheek as she started leading the way, clearly filled with excitement for a more romantic time with Izuku. Jiro, on the other hand, left her earphone jack scratch the underside of her chin when she remembered something important. She kept her fingers interwoven between Izuku's and clutched his hand fondly while they made their way down the street. Now that I think about it, wasn't my mom supposed to be having a get-together with Momo's mom today? I might be thinking of a different day when they promised to meet up at her house, but then again they have been best friends since junior high school. So maybe won't get as much privacy as we thought unless they're considerate of Momo's privacy when we go to her bedroom. Jiro reasoned before shrugging her shoulders. She felt one of Izuku's fingers reach over to brush a lock of hair from out of her eyes, making her blush feverishly as she smiled back and kissed him right on the lips with joy. By the way, try not to be too surprised when you see what kind of house Momo lives in, okay? It might make her feel insecure. Jiro cautioned sweetly with a smile before flicking a finger on his nose in a playful manner. I wonder what she means by that. Izuku wondered to himself again as they eventually arrived at the train station. He bought his ticket, booked a car with Momo and Jiro at his side, and found himself being taken to one of the higher-class residential districts in Tokyo, Japan. This is your house? It's freaking huge, Izuku blurted out comically when he stood in front of a large, 3-story mansion with an entire city block's worth of space occupied by her front lawn. The entire property was big, spacious, and nearly an entire region in itself, making Izuku feel floored as to how rich Momo's family really was. They stood at the front entrance of the gate with Izuku looking floored and making Jiro barely able to stifle herself from bursting out in laughter from the silly face he made. Momo fidgeted nervously with her fingertips prodding into each other, suddenly feeling insecure and embarrassed that she came from a wealthy family like this. Oh, I knew I should have just invited him over to one of the Starlight hotels we own instead. Now Midoriya-kun is going to think I'm some kind of pompous, elitist girl, Momo thought to herself in worry as she hugged her arms nervously in a bashful fashion. Fortunately for her, Izuku was able to pick up on this immediately and comfort the girl by offering his right hand with a reassuring smile on his face. It's a lovely place, Momo-chan. Sorry that I freaked out about it just now. It's just that I've never seen such a big house before and it threw me off. You did mention that you had maids and servants, so I kind of figured it'd be something like this anyway. Besides, it doesn't change how I see you. We've been intimate with each other enough for me to know just how kind and sweet you really are on the inside. I always see that side of you whenever you smile at me. Izuku explained in a rather soothing, reassuring manner that Momo's uneasiness went away almost instantly. She relaxed and let out a sigh of relief before reaching over to grab Izuku's arm and hug it fondly before sliding her ID keycard down the reader located next to the gate. Jiro did the same with his other hand and waited as the gates started pulling themselves open, revealing the way inside as they started walking up to the mansion just up ahead. Momo looked at Izuku fondly from the side, smiling with happiness as her heartbeat skipped a mile a minute. She was in love. Jiro did the same and hugged the boy's left arm quite fondly herself, letting her earphone jacks tickle his neck a bit in a bit of fun and humor. She bit down on her lip and blew into Izuku's left ear to make him shudder, happy that even the smallest feminine gestures really set him off. Arriving at the front door and getting to be greeted by a random butler, Izuku and the girls were offered help taking their backpacks away by a pair of maids before heading inside. He resisted the urge to look flabbergasted all over again by Momo's wealth and high-class lifestyle as the three of them removed their shoes, ready to go up the stairs and into Momo's bedroom for a bit of studying with each other. But then he heard a majestic and mature womanly voice call out to them from afar. "Ah, Yao-chan, you're finally here. I was worried you'd be late and end up missing our get-together with Mika that we had planned for today." A soothing female voice called out, causing Izuku to look in the direction of a beautiful, incredibly busty woman with a tall slender frame and short fluffy raven black hair. She wore a fashionable white dress that hardly covered up her cleavage and left little to the imagination. She had fashionable accessories like golden earrings, a golden necklace around her collarbone, and a glimmering red lipstick that just said she was a goddess made real by a supermodel fan. Izuku could still hardly believe the size of those bobas of hers. He struggled not to stare at them, but they seemed to be at least the size of an I cup, maybe even J or K. They were bigger than her head, for crying out loud. He gulped nervously and focused solely on her face with beautiful dark eyes looking in their direction. He immediately knew her to be related to Momo and assumed she was her elder sister or some other kind of relative. Before he could say anything, another woman walked up beside her. She was also a slender woman, albeit a bit shorter than the other one, but she had medium-length slick hair with a long-bladed bang dripping down over the right side of her face and glasses. She had a very demure demeanor and wore office-style clothing such as a tight-fitting hoop skirt, white button-up blouse over her modestly sized bobas, and cross-wire stockings over her legs that made Izuku growl even harder with fast-rising L. "Oh mother, I was just waiting to bring Midoriya-kun home with us is all. I apologize for being late, but as you can see I am always with Jiro-chan here," Momo introduced, bowing her head respectively to the tall, extremely beautiful older woman as they came closer to greet them. Izuku resisted the urge to get flabbergasted again, realizing that the large bobad woman was in fact Momo's mother. As she's her mother? Then that must mean the other woman. Looks at the earphone jacks dangling from her ears is Kyoka's mother too. Their moms were both best friends just like the daughters are? Izuku wondered until he felt a nudge into his waist coming from Jiro when seeing her point in the direction of her mom walking up to his face. "My oh my, it's a pleasure to meet you, Midoriya-kun. My little Kyoka has told me a lot about you and in such a flattering way too." He. Jiro's mother greeted as she shook one of Izuku's hands, feeling the woman's uncanny soft fingers squeezing his firm hand gingerly when she introduced herself. "Izuku-kun, this is my mother Mika Jiro. She and Momo's mom have been best friends forever ago," Jiro introduced, blushing madly since both she and Momo were caught hugging each of Izuku's arms like a pair of clingy girlfriends. Needless to say, the three young teenagers all became feared before the eyes of the two beautiful women. Thankfully, Momo's mother spoke up next and paid their obvious affection any mind since she was fixated on Izuku with a smile. "And I am Momo's mother, Manami Yaoyorozu. It is a pleasure to meet you, Midoriya-kun. I was hoping to meet Momo's special friend from school in person sooner than later and you appear to be quite the strapping young gentleman." Manami greeted flirtatiously. She was looking up Izuku's appearance with eyes riddled with a growing for she had not had any since her husband divorced her some time ago. Mika Jiro was much the same in that she had been single for ages as well ever since Kyoka's father left her sometime early into their marriage due to a focus on his rock career in America. Both women were feeling attracted to the strapping young, muscular boy that their daughters were actually very intimate with. They just didn't know that he had with both of them already and at the same time no less. They're both so beautiful. Gulp. I don't think Momo-chan and Jiro would like it if I tried naughty ing them next. I came here to be with them after all, right? Izuku questioned himself and felt the stirring of the dark power of absolute devotion throb once again inside of him. The sheer attractiveness of both Manami Yaoyorozu and Mika Jiro was causing him to begin pitching and standing manhood ion until he covered up his manhood with his hands, signaling to both the girls that they needed to get down to business upstairs right away. Unfortunately, both older women saw the extending bulge of his manhood from his uniform pants and became immediately snagged by his quirk, becoming full towards him and wondering if they should ask their daughters if they can join. So somebody say something right now. Izuku was mentally distressed and saw Momo stepping in front of him with a sheepish smile on her face when talking to her mother again. We're off to my bedroom now to study, mother. Midoriya-kun is just anxious to get things underway since it's already late in the afternoon. Momo excused and quickly grabbed Izuku by shoulders alongside Jiro and guided him up the stairs leading to the second floor. Mika and Manami both watched them go with lingering trance-like looks of desire remaining on their faces. The latter held the sides of her arms and shuddered blissfully with excitement and growing need. She had never felt so drawn to a young lad like Izuku before. Somehow, she could tell that he was special and extremely virile when underneath the bedsheets. He walked with the two of them and proceeded to go up one of the sets of stairs that Momo was leading him to. Izuku knew that this obviously didn't look like it was a study session in the eyes of both girls' mothers, especially since they didn't really have any credible tests or exams of skill on the first week of school. Everything set up at UA right now was just to gauge their abilities and how far they are with control of their quirks. But, seeing both Momo's and Jiro's darling faces looking happily at him made Izuku forget about school life for a moment. He knew they wanted to pick up where they left off at the training course and he truly wanted to repay them for their patience in waiting for him at the gate. He may have been a little tired from the back-to-back romps he's been having all day, starting with Erotica and continuing with Midnight Sensei, but he would always make time for his girls no matter what. He just hoped his manhood liquid count was still high and that he was not about to run out of fluids. Midoriya-kun, if you're unable to make it back home, you could just stay the night here if you like, Momo suggested, fidgeting with her fingers again while Jiro looked around for any sign of their mothers, Mika and Manami. Momo was looking positively adorable right now and Izuku couldn't help but want to kiss her. Grinning fondly, he walked over to the anxious, big-bobed girl and pulled her over by the hips, letting his mouth embrace hers in a surprise kiss. Momo was initially startled, but then slowly relaxed, bringing her hands around the back of Izuku's neck as they went on. Her right leg came up and curled around his side while her bobas pushed gently into his masculine frame, kissing him with more intensity the longer they stayed engaged at the lips. Hey no fair, I want to join in too, Jiro called out, blushing hotly as she rushed over to join in and not wait in line for her turn while Midoriya was here. The girl held each of her tendril-like earphone jacks into each other, watching with a lip-bitten look of pure anxiousness on her face. Ever since the orientation, as well as today's exercise out in the training field, she had been wanting to feel Izuku's warmth on top of hers again. Aside from music, her only other passion has been getting Izuku to notice her more when he's not around other girls. Jiro still had a complex about her lack of a curvy feminine figure at times. Plus it didn't help that her best friend simply had some of the biggest pair of boba in all of UA. Izuku could feel these sensations of doubt and lack of pride in her appearance, making him pull back from Momo's hungering lips for a moment so he could reach over to Jiro with his right hand. Yua. Midoriya-kun, she let out, startled until she was up close and personal with him now, running her hands down his chest until he cupped Jiro's chin and pulled her lips onto his own. Midoriya-kun. She closed her eyes peacefully and wrapped her hands around his neck, embracing him completely while their tongues rolled together in a gingerly and eloquent fashion. Momo watched with pride and grabbed onto Izuku's bum from the side again, causing him to squeak inside of Jiro's mouth, making herself laugh a little in the process. Izuku sobbed, feeling Jiro's jack tendrils caressing the sides of his face affectionately as he kept each other as close as possible. He swapped spit with Jiro for one moment, then pulled off with a sigh before embracing Momo again. Midoriya-kun. She sobbed into his mouth, running one hand behind his head while Jiro took to kissing up to his collarbone. She pecked and gingerly squeezed her lips around every bit of Midoriya's neck, feeling him up through his chest with her left hand while Momo carefully guided them all over to her large queen-sized bed. Being rich like she was afforded her a spacious bedroom with a large bed that could easily hold a handful of people on it. Momo never thought she'd be thankful for the size more than she was right now. She kept on lovingly making out with Izuku and Jiro in turns with her eyes closed while holding onto his face into her soft hands. Momo was loving how warm Izuku felt when pressing into her body from the side as he carefully guided them over to the bed surface. Eventually, they fell onto the bed with both girls falling with him till they were on top. Jiro was resting on his left side while Momo had his right, both girls looking enchantingly into his green orbs with love ever present on their faces. Izuku found them to be so beautiful and charming, making him glad he didn't turn down the offer to come here and make love to them again. Although, he did mentally pray he had enough stamina in his body and manhood liquid in his ass to survive another marathon of. No matter how ed he was by the two angels, he didn't want to slip into an induced coma for a day. He, look at your face, Midoriya-kun. Do we really charm you that much? I'd like to think so. Jiro breathed out and started unbumining her uniform shirt, letting more of her soft pink flesh peek out till her hands reached her modestly small chest. The girl bashfully looked away when revealing her bra-covered boba, still feeling self-conscious about her figure when comparing herself to Momo all the time. Izuku picked up on this and reached up to affectionately caress Jiro's face from the side, making her relax and smile back to him before leaning down to capture his lips into hers a second time. Midoriya-kun. She hummed into his face while tasting his lips on her tongue and felt Izuku beginning to on it while Momo began unbumining her shirt as well. The bashful, busty maiden of wealth loved that their boyfriend made Jiro feel less ashamed of her figure even though she'd told her many times she was fine the way she was. Seeing him expertly curl his lips around her tongue before pulling her into a deep embrace made her yearn to join in on another three-way lip-ing exchange. Instead, she quickly undid all her bumins and revealed her busted pair of DD cup-sized bobas in all their pendulous glory from behind a red lace bra. MNGGHHH Izuku whimpered from inside of Jiro's mouth when he saw them staring at him in the face. Momo had lifted her brasserie and let her bouncy orbs of doughy flesh bounce free of their confines, making Izuku growl with hard felt al more so than he was already feeling. Like a streak of lightning running through his system, he felt his manhood pushing out from the center of his uniform pants, making both girls shudder explicitly with excitement as they watched it rise like a monster from the sea. Jiro especially found herself getting hot and bothered despite being a girl of purity. She hastily shrugged off her shirt and took her modest bra with it, letting her cups jiggle free with just a hint of embarrassment on her face due to their size. That was when Izuku chimed in. Hey, I don't care how your body looks compared to other girls, Jiro-chan. You're beautiful and amazing the way you are regardless. Besides, you have a real talent since you know just how to work me when using those earphone jacks around my mahood. I'd say you're a natural talent in the art of tasting while using those things. I'd like to do the same for you and really make you feel special. Izuku said in a suave yet gentle manner, making the girl blush hotly before nodding her head back in appreciation. Midoriya-kun Jiro tearfully choked back and held a hand in front of her lips, blushing as she had just been proposed to. Despite her rough and brash demeanor, the girl was still very much an innocent and pure girl at heart. She smiled back to Izuku and looked at Momo when she nodded her head, knowingly communicating that it was time for their secret attack. Well, if you don't mind the size, Midoriya-kun. I'd like to try something special with you and Momo-chan here. I know I shouldn't be focused on my size, but seeing how she's got pretty much every one of our classmates beaten, you can kinda see why I have a complex about my size. Still, I guess if you don't mind them and like the way I am, then I suppose I can deal. Izuku smiled back at her and received Jiro's affection via Eskimo kiss after putting her nose closely together with his. Momo watched with pride and waited for her friend to move back, leaving her open to rub Izuku's manhood and pull down his zipper without any further wait. Zip. Izuku grunted to himself in surprise when he felt his thickened member spring out of the confines of his pants, showing the bulging monolith of manhood measuring at about 15 throbbing inches and making both girls look at him hypnotically with drooling smiles on their faces. Now let me show you just how talented I can be with these things, Midoriya-kun. She said before lowering her face down to the side of his manhood, wasting no time in unzipping his pants and letting his thick slab of Midoriya meat spring out, nearly smacking her in the face. I had forgotten how big Midoriya-kun was. Momo gushed brightly with stars and hikunis and grabbed both of her enormous boba readily into each of her soft hands. Jiro nodded her head with certainty and extended her earphone jacks. She waited for Momo to make a move first before they can really begin double-teaming the hell out of Izuku's monstrous manhood. Forgive me, Midoriya-kun, I can wait no longer. I must have it between my boba again and feel your essence flowing down my mouth. Just be sure to share? Izuku joked, receiving an excited look shared between both girls as they nodded to each other and got down onto his waist with Momo wrapping her boba firmly around his appendage, making Izuku groan loudly in ever-rising euphoria. Already gghnhh Momo-chan, they're just so soft and fluffy. Oh, it feels so good. He whimpered pleasurably and soon felt each of Jiro's skin-soft earphone jack tendrils slithering down around the top half of his member sticking out of Momo's bobas. Where one had smothered the entire lower half between her soft, incredibly doughy boba, the other coiled the rest of it in her skin-soft tendrils before taking the head into her mouth with a wide-mouth gulp. Schlup. Midoriya-kun. Jiro started hungrily ing off Izuku's mahood from the top half while using her earphone jacks to squeeze the center of his shaft, keeping them all squeezed pleasurably while Momo swiveled her boba around the rest in circles. Jiro's lips started popping and smacking loudly in loud wet kisses of saliva, tasting Izuku's meat while simultaneously stroking off his manhood with her earphone jacks. Skloop sloop skloop 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 skloop. She was pumping her face furiously between her friend's cleavage, feeling Izuku's throbbing manhood head pulsate and throb inside of her mouth while she enjoyed swirling her tongue all over its surface. Momo continued fluffing her boba vertically up the lad's shaft, keeping them squeezing around the hilt in sensual therapeutic circles while hearing Izuku sob loudly as he clutched the sheets in pleasured agony. NNGGHHHA ho ho Momo-chan Jiro-chan you two are doing an amazing job Wawa he cried out, enjoying the fluffy sensation of Momo's big and doughy boba constantly squishing themselves around the basin of the lad's shaft as she went along. Hey, why thank you, Midoriya-kun. You know we'd do pretty much anything for you. Momo giggled naughty-tively and the power of AD throbbed even more from inside of the boy's body as they both looked lovingly into his face from below his manhood. Jiro popped her lips off of his manhood momentarily and looked at him from the side with a blushing smile on her cute little face. Yeah, what she said. I mean, after all, we both love you very much they said in unison, making Izuku's heart melt a little as he reclined his head back onto a pillow, letting them continue their work as they stroked and ed his manhood together like a proper tag team duo. And I love you too, girls. He added, seeing Momo squeeze her boba together before humping them rapidly down his shaft in continuous swiping motions that gave Izuku the real feeling of a boba F. Ha 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 hey Midoriya-kun I want you to come for me oh I love you so very much Momo let out, blushing constantly as she quickly let go of one of her boba to undo the hairband keeping her dark hair up in a fluffy ponytail. Once it came off, her hair spilled down around her shoulders, making her appear more beautiful than before and really making Izuku's meat throb with excitement as they went on. Jiro started squeezing her tendrils tightly around his shaft, making sure she was doing it in the proper way that allowed her to stimulate Izuku's more sensitive areas. She put her lips back onto his mahood and started swallowing the bulbous manhood head whole, making her head bounce frenziedly onto it while headbumming Momo's cleavage gently and repetitively. MHMMHMMHMMHMMHMPPP shloop pop schlup 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 MMHM Midoriya she muffled, keeping her face wriggling between her friend's massive mammaries while they together combined their efforts into bringing Izuku off. He started sobbing loudly, unsure of what to do in case someone hears him, but the feeling of both girls pleasuring his manhood due to the best of their talents made Izuku grab the top of his head as he felt this torment of pleasure go on for several more minutes top. Until then, it was constant licking and boba fing, eventually leading into Momo and Jiro both kissing up to his shaft at the same time with tongues inevitably tangling with each other while looking at Izuku from the corner of their eyes. Together they meshed their lips into each other in a wet and sloppy lesbian exchange with his dock still in the middle acting as a buffer. Seeing each of those appendages languidly roll together while slathering his manhood in saliva made Izuku begin to feel his swelling with impending released ladion already. He was about to calm and he would do it like he were a volcano. A plethora of wet lip smacking sounds followed until Jiro could feel Izuku's shaft swelling up from inside of her earphone jacks. Momo felt it too and threw her bobas, making each of them pull off so that they could his shaft off together with both hands squeezing around his mahood like so. Izuku felt the sensation intensify, making him growl with ecstasy as he begins bucking his waist upward, making the girls hold on to him tight as he shot thick ropes of manhood liquid straight into the air with one rope going far enough to reach the very door of the room and land on whoever was standing just outside of it when she was peeking on them. Gaga here it comes I love you both Izuku growled as he launched thick blasts of manhood liquid straight into their faces, painting their cheeks and foreheads while shooting plenty into each of their open mouths. Splurt 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 splurt. Thick, long ropes of calm came firing into their mouths and painting their faces, leaving Momo and Jiro both to swallow as much of his seed as they possibly can. Together each of them received an abundance of calm, swallowing it all quickly while keeping their hands held out for me as he came for nearly a minute tops. Meanwhile, whoever had been outside of the slightly open doorway wiped the smudge of thick manhood liquid from off of her glasses with her finger and ate it clean with a love-struck look of revelation on her face. It was Mika Jiro, Kyoka's mother, having come up to check on them after detecting some rather loud noises from the room with her own earphone jacks. The bespectacled and beautiful officewoman stood there with a dumbstruck look on her face as she watched her daughter Jiro start making out with Manami's daughter Momo in an intensely UAL exchange of lip-swallowing lips and tongues rolling against tongues with manhood liquid being shared between each girl. She bucked her thighs inwardly and felt the surge of bloom inside of her loins, making her begin to breathe hotly before turning her head back down the stairs where she saw Manami there waiting with an anxious look on her face. Manami, I think we should continue watching and see if maybe they have room for one more. Jiro and Momo would not mind if we indulged ourselves with their boyfriend, would they? Mika asked, biting down on her bottom lip nervously as Manami started stepping up the stairs, looking every bit as needy as her while nodding her head. I'm sure Yao-chan won't mind, after all we're family, what's better than sharing such a stud between us lonely women, am I right? Manami said with a playful voice that was disgusting her neediness for wanting to feel Izuku's manhood wedging into her insides. They both looked back inside of the bedroom and saw both girls hastily undressed once they were finished making out. Each of them had only their school uniform skirts worn over their bodies and nothing else. Their socks were off and their bobo were fully out in the open, with each of them lifting their skirts to flash Midoriya the side of their partially fuzzy pussies. Deciding to go with Jiro first, Izuku reached over and pulled the petite girl up into his arms, making out with her passionately for a moment before pulling her off and turning her around. He slid his arms underneath each of her armpits and lifted her with Herculean strength before quickly grabbing underneath her thighs and guiding his immense into the sodden folds of the teenager's womanhood like so. Squelch. Gggghhnaha. Midoriya-kun, oh yes, Jiro cried out happily while flinging her head back and feeling Izuku's monster-sized meat burrow into her tight little womanhood from below, taking her in a full Nelson-style position while Manami and Mika watched. Both women gasped loudly before covering each other's mouths, feeling utterly taken back by the sight of such a tremendous phallus burrowing itself into Mika's daughter's womanhood like that. Jiro's legs shot straight into the air before wiggling a bit. She was being carried upright by Midoriya's arms and held firmly in place while he began bucking into her body from below. His large, smooth ass started smacking against the girl's inner thighs and buttocks repeatedly while Momo got down on her knees and started licking them off. It was truly an erotic sight, and it was making the women increasingly naughty and devoted to watching things play out, unaware that AD had already claimed them upon Izuku entering their house. They peeked in rather closely and continued watching Izuku f Mika's daughter like a hulking Adonis, wishing for the girls to have their turns finished soon so that they could join. Meanwhile, back in Momo's bedroom. Oh god, Midoriya-kun, it's so intense yet it feels so good, wawa. Jiro cried out with little hearts in her eyes and held her arms behind Izuku's neck as he continued bottoming out of her while seeing Momo hungrily lap up his ass whenever he could. The thick sounds of squelching penetration erupted between the two teens as Izuku continued to bottom out of Jiro with animalistic, feeling his mahood churn directly through the girl's tight spongy insides like so. Having her earphone jacks feel up his face from the side was a nice bonus of affection. Izuku found it cute how she used them, and it only made him love the girl even more. Of course, Nana and all the others still hold a special place in his heart, making him consider spending some personal time with each of them one-on-one whenever he gets the chance. Wahahahahahaha. Midoriya-kun, I'm going to lose it soon. Your mahood feels like it is splitting me apart and I love it. I love you, Jiro cried out, making Momo gush with happiness about how her friend feels over their mutual boyfriend. She watched as Izuku's manly meat disappeared swiftly into Jiro's taint, making the massive bulge appear from inside of her gut repeatedly as he continued fing her raw for the duration of 15 more minutes. Before long, the UAL intensity got to be too much and Jiro wound up calming like there was no tomorrow. Her legs straightened out, her and toes started curling tightly into each other as she came hard on Izuku's meat. Ugh, she cried out, wearing a manic expression of euphoria just before feeling Izuku grunt and pump a thick viscous load of manhood liquid directly into her. Momo watched it all happen before her eyes and knelt in awe at the sight of Izuku's manhood swelling from inside of Jiro's womanhood before filling it up with a fresh batch of calm. Guff, here it goes, have it all, Jiro-chan. Izuku was cut off when she kissed him from the side, aggressively keeping his head in place by holding on to the back of his head. Jiro poured out all her heartfelt feelings into this lip lock while feeling Izuku's manhood liquid flood directly into her womb, making her insides bloat with the stuff while gushing all over Momo's face below. Splurt 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 dot splurt 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 splurt. She whimpered loudly with eyes rolling up into their sockets as he came so much that she was glad she had been taking special birth control pills gal might gave their entire class. Jiros could fee her ing Izuku for even more until a solid minute and a half passed, leaving her thoroughly spent once they had finished calming with each other. Yoo. Hee hi your tea turn, Momo-chan. She giggled deliriously before being gently laid onto the bed spent with thick amounts of manhood liquid oozing from her freshly fed gap. To Momo's surprise, and the surprise of Mika and Manami just outside the door, they saw that Izuku was still rock solid in terms of rigidity as he stood directly above Momo with an eager smile on his face. He held out a hand and smiled warmly at her, making the busty maiden blush heavily as she felt her heart thumping a mile a minute. Your turn, Momo-chan. He said darkly with a suave and confident voice, picking the girl up and embracing her into his arms, and making out with her rather passionately as though they were longtime lovers. Manami watched this exchange with a hint of envy, wishing she had beaten her daughter to the punch when landing such a perfect boyfriend. MHA. I love you, Midoriya-ku and Jiro, and I would do anything for you, just please always hold me like this. She breathed out once she drew her lips back with a blissful smile, making Izuku fall even harder for her before they got down onto the bed together, ready to begin. I love you both too. And you don't even need to ask, Momo-chan. I'll hold you however you want when you want. He said suavely a second time, making the girl want to faint were it not for the fact that she wanted to be ravaged by Izuku even more. Momo wipes a tear from her eyes and turns around, placing herself on all fours while wriggling her bumox directly into his face. She had even reached back underneath her frame to spread open her juicy vulva readily like an invitation. Come here Midoriya-ku and make love to me, she cried out and saw Izuku smile back at her before placing himself above her nice and supple bum with his manhood firmly ready in hand. He ran his right hand all over her hips and pushed himself into the girl's, making her screech out in mild pain and ecstasy while Manami and Mika watched in fascination again. The pair of attractive mothers started tugging on parts of their clothing, feeling subconsciously drawn to the sight of Izuku Midoriya sliding himself to the hilt inside of Manami's daughter. They saw her folds stretch out and the girl flung her head back as she delivered a wailing sob of agony, but of the blissful kind and with only a mild pain due to Izuku's size. She hasn't gotten used to him yet, but boy does her mind melt into a frenzy of bliss whenever feeling him sheath his mahout inside. Squelch. Oiawahi you too haven't gotten used to it yet, but please don't hold back, Midoriya-kun, she cried out with a smile stretching onto her lips as she feels him pushing open his way into her womanhood and arriving in her womb. Izuku clenched his teeth and grabbed hold of both Momo's hips as he started bucking his pelvis into her plump, making her cheeks wiggle salaciously once he started to F her. In and out Mika and Manami watched his manhood slide into the teenagers, making her folds constantly gush noisily as the round of UAL frenzy continued with Momo and Izuku. Oh yes I love you, Midoriya-kun, she screamed out with hearts in her eyes, feeling her body slam back and pull forth in an endless repetition of rutting movements. The repeated sounds of bodies slapping together in continued coitus gradually became faster as Izuku bottomed out of Momo's tight womanhood for all it was worth in a doggy-style position. He loved seeing her long mane of shimmering black hair shake about from the side of her shoulders, making it seem like he was plowing a supermodel beauty while making her cry out for him non-stop. The feeling of her soft skin, as well as her dowie, smashing into his waist compelled Izuku to F her even harder to where Momo started hit ing forward on her arms. Yung hung Momo-chan you feel so perfectly soft and snug on the inside. GGGNHHH I love FING you this way, but I'd love it even more if I got to squeeze those boba of yours while doing it. Izuku hinted with a mischievous smirk on his lips as he saw Momo looking back at him with a sultry smile on her face. She rose a bit and held on to one of her large doughy bobas, squeezing it gingerly between her fingers suggestively while he continued running into her from behind. Go ahead, they're all yours, Midoriya-kun, and they always will be. Please play with them as much as you like, but kiss me while you do. She cooed in an alluring voice, driving Izuku's through the roof and making AD even stronger because of it. Without a word, he bent down and lowered his face onto hers, wrapping his lips hungrily around Momo's as they started making out passionately like longtime lovers. One of his hands had crept around and grabbed onto her right boba, squeezing him softly and making sure his fingers prodded all the sensitive areas around her boba. Momo ended up screaming into Izuku's mouth just before his tongue slid down her throat to silence her. Together they fed rampantly with his hips jutting against her buttocks, making her hop repeatedly with the two of them passionately making out in the middle. Schlup. Oh, Midoriya. Momo breathed out while feeling Izuku's fingers prodding even deeper into her bobas, making her insides light up while she continued to feel his manhood hammering into the surface of her womb like so. Nanami and Mika saw the phallus-shaped mass underneath her stomach as he continued to bottom out of the former's daughter in an upright doggy-style position. By this point, the woman felt her insides throb achingly for what her daughter was experiencing right at this point, and Mika simply unbuttoned her office top entirely and let it hang off her shoulders. She knew what she wanted to do and hoped Nanami had the courage to do the same. Both women yearned to have what their daughters are having right now, but more than that, they just wanted to serve Izuku Midoriya and let him ravish them all he likes. They were feeling just that wet not to care about anything else, plus, neither of them had husbands to speak of, so it was all fair game anyway. Just wait for a tour moment will come, Nanami-san. I can barely stand straight myself after seeing what he did to Kyoka just now. Mika whispered with a lip-bitten expression on her face as they continued to watch Izuku f Momo raw until they shifted their positions to where he was spooning her from the side, keeping one of her legs held up while he continued fing her from behind. The girl hung her head back and sobbed constantly in non-stop euphoria, feeling her womanhood reshape itself to adapt to Izuku's mighty mahood. She loved the way it feels, loved the way her insides churned whenever he plowed straight through to her womb, and most importantly of all, loved Izuku enough to want to marry if she ever decided to forego the pills and get herself pregnant with his baby. Ahahahaha. Izuku Imi, I think I'm getting close, she sang, breathing heavily while making her boba jiggle non-stop. Momo had propped herself up a bit on one of her elbows, allowing Izuku to grab onto her right boba again, but this time he occupied his mouth by latching his lips on her left from over her shoulder. Shoop. Feeling the dual sensation of having one boba being interfere-ed to having his lips hungrily on the other like he was a baby, drove Momo crazy with, making her insides twist tightly around his length as he continued fing her for what seemed like 18 minutes tops. Nanami and Mika couldn't wait any longer and started to push open the door when the apex of Momo and Izuku's copulation had been reached. The boy had rampantly bottomed out of his girlfriend like a wild animal, keeping her left boba ed into his mouth while he was feeling her insides squirming around his length constantly until Momo came. Midoriya, she cried out, tossing back her head and meeting Izuku's lips in a deeply passionate embrace just as he held onto both of her boba with his hands. Momo quickly closed her eyes and basked in the warmth of her lover, kissing him fiercely as their tongues swirled around each other followed by their mutually achieved intense excitement. Izuku groaned loudly into the girl's throat, tasting her saliva and feeling her happily swallowing his tongue as he felt his swell with eruption. They bloated noticeably and his shaft engorged inside of Momo's teenage womb, leading to him pumping a thick flood of manhood liquid directly into it while her legs tensed tightly into the air. Splurt. Momo's eyes were starting to get dizzy and lose focus once she started feeling Izuku's manhood liquid flood her baby maker. She could feel her womanhood clutching hard on his manhood, the boy for every last drop of he could give her as they stayed like that for about a minute before they collapsed. Pop. Her lips came off of his face as she fell back onto her side, spent and wearing a delirious, dreamy smile while Izuku simply remained standing manhood post-coitus. Tat was every bit as ultra as the first time in class, Midoriya-kun. Part of me wants to avoid taking the pills if it means I become pregnant with your BA, notices her mother and Mika walking by. Momo trailed off and stared blankly at the pair of women walking in, one of them having become partially undressed with her office hoop skirt sliding down around her knees. Izuku sat up when he noticed them too, feeling stricken with alarm at first until he felt the link is established between them and absolute devotion, meaning they had been watching this whole time and got incredibly turned on to the point they wanted to join. Mother? Momo shrieked in surprise until Nanami gently pressed a finger to her lips in reassurance before looking in Izuku's direction. There, young Momo, we're not here to intrude and wreck the party. Mika and I simply want to enjoy what you girls have apparently been enjoying already. I mean, he's just such a stud, your boyfriend. I cannot go without any longer now that I've seen him utterly decimate you too. Nanami explained, licking her lips as she tugged open the straps of her lavish dress, letting her J-cup-sized bobas spill out nakedly before Izuku's eyes. Momo was apprehensive at first but was also caught up in the intoxicating thrill of AD as well as the post-bliss to really care about excluding her. If anything, inviting her mother and Mika Jiro to experience Midoriya's UAL prowess excited the girl even further. Ooh, what? What's happening? Jiro asked dizzily as she woke up from her post-coma and noticed her mother Mika being topless as she sat down onto the bed while putting her hands around Izuku's broad shoulders with a smile. Whoa, why are our mothers here? Don't tell me you both want. Mika and Nanami nodded instantly. Okay then, never mind. I don't mind you giving my mom a taste, Midoriya-kun. She's been without it for a while since she didn't date and my father walked out on us a lifetime ago to pursue his rock career. Jiro said while Momo sat up and nodded her head as well, indicating it was a similar story with her own family. Both older women sat beside Izuku topless with Nanami running her hands sensually over his chest while Mika rubbed his shoulders, letting her earphone jacks wriggle around his earlobes naughty-tively with a bashful smile on her face. So, what will you do with us, Midoriya-kun? Will you please these two old ladies the same way you pleased their daughters? I am hoping you'll say yes. Nanami cooed naughty-tively as she started sliding down her dress until all he could see was a dark lace thong around her womanhood before taking that off as well. Well? How about it, Midoriya-kun? We promise we can deliver just as good as our daughters, maybe even better since we're experienced. Mika added while nibbling on his right earlobe with her hands reaching down to fondle his length. Her soft hands began gingerly stroking him, feeling his shaft twitch and throb back to life while AD burned brightly from inside of him. Izuku was definitely feeling sore and more than a little drained from so much back-to-back, but his spirit was still going strong. Nanami was an epitome of healthy, fertile beauty herself with those large naked boba now pushing against the side of his face. Those things are absolutely huge, Izuku mentally cried out as he was beginning to feel his libido rage again, compelling his right hand to reach up and fondle one of Manami's boisterous boba between his fingers. I am very sensitive there, you know, Nanami let out, making an adorable face as she started breathing harshly when L made its way through her entire system already. Mika saw what he was doing and decided she didn't want to be left out either. The lovely glasses-wearing mom sat up on her kneecaps and placed one of her ample, modestly sized boba against Izuku's face, telling him to on her bobas as well while he was giving attention to Nanami. Her earphone jack slithered down and affectionately curled around his neck, pulling him into her bosom and sparking the animal-like inside of Izuku all over again as he caved into his desires. Yes, I'll do it just between the two of you right here and now, he let out, becoming mesmerized by Manami's and Mika's dual pair of plump, squishy boba being pushed so close to his face. He latched his lips onto one of Mika's while squeezing another at the same time, making the bookish office woman cry out in ecstasy already. She had wrapped her hands behind his head and pulled him into her boba, feeling him hungrily on one of them while still fondling Manami's right boba. The irony here was that it'd make more sense for Izuku to switch targets with what he was doing, but he didn't want to leave either of the Jiro women out of boba-favored action. He knew how sensitive Kyoka could be about her figure when standing next to Momo. Schlup shloop 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 shklop. MNNGGHHHM Mika-chan. Izuku let out in Mika's chest, squeezing her right hungrily and ing on it like he expected to come out, leaving her to wail loudly as she held on to face with a delirious smile. Thank you, Midoriya-kun, thank you so much. I can see why Kyoka loves you so. No one's ever paid much attention to my bobas before. Don't stop until you're ready to F me, Mika let out, making her glasses begin to spill off her face just before seeing Manami pull out of Izuku's grasp with both hands as she crept over to kneel before his length. Midoriya-kun, let me show you the true extent of Yaoyorozu family cleavage. Yao-mo, pay attention to what I'll be doing. If, or rather, when you marry this boy you're going to want to learn how to do this properly. But that's if I don't indulge myself with him so much that you won't have to. Foo-foo. Manami giggled playfully as she grabbed each of her J-cup-sized boba and wrapped them around the sides of Izuku's throbbing shaft like so. MMGGNHHMM Manami-chan, he cried out, feeling a world of doughy pleasure in the form of her gigantic boba squishing against these sides of his manhood like two doughy treasures. Each one swiveled affectionately around in circles and doing so in a slow, methodical manner that brought Izuku to no end of pleasure as he continued hungrily feeding off Mika's boba. Manami loved the face he was making and smirked, keeping them smothering the remaining 2/3 of his manhood while the top third stuck out from between her cleavage, ready to be ed on. She brought her cherry-red lips down upon the exposed glands that were stained in both manhood liquid and her daughter's juices and gently ed into her mouth. Schlep. Midoriya-kun. Schloop skloop skloop shloop. Schlup papaya Midoriya-kun, are you enjoying my bobas? Manami asked while giggling happily as she continued pumping them both up and down the boy's shaft in a fast-growing frenzy. She was moving them faster and faster, squeezing each mass of doughy flesh over Izuku's length and feeling him throb noticeably from between her boba. It felt like a warm, powerful, beefy slab of meat that yearned for Manami's touch. She kept on feverishly working her boba on him while Mika occupied herself by riding one of Izuku's fingers when he slipped them between her quaking womanhood. He was still alternating between each of her modest bobas, one then feeding on the other in tandem while finger-banging Jiro's mom like so. The woman loved the way Izuku worked his magic on their bodies, it was making them both breathe hotly with white hot the more this playfulness went on. Momo and Jiro watched their mothers both from the side of the bed with warm, self-approving smiles on their faces. They knew both women were lonely and had been starved for affection for so very long now, but had been too busy to ever put in the time looking for the right man. Each of their divorces was messy and it left a bad taste in their mouths till they met the boyfriend their daughters talked so fondly about. After witnessing him breeding them raw right inside Momo's bedroom, both women knew that they must have a taste of Izuku Midoriya. And as of right now, neither was regretting the decision to naughty him. HMMP.MHMPPMHMPMHMPMHMPP schlup.s.schlup Manami sobbed loudly, keeping her massive boba suffocating Izuku's throbbing manhood, making the boy growl heavily with as he pulled himself off Mika's boba with a slightly depraved smile. And no more foreplay, I need it right now from the both of you, Izuku growled as she stood up on his feet, presenting himself before all four women like he was some kind of teenage Adonis ready for a day-long breeding frenzy between them. Momo and Jiro looked up at him with reverence and love in their eyes, but Manami and Mika both squealed giddily to each other before pulling back and stripping whatever remnants of clothing they both had until they were as naked as the door they were born. Come and get us, Midoriya-kun, they said in unison with Manami lying on her back with legs spread and one hand on her right boba while the other dipped down between her legs to spread her folds open. The long-denied attractive mother needed the boy's manhood first and foremost in Momo's opinion since she managed a conglomerate on her own and had been needing somebody to love her as she needed. Mika Jiro wasn't as busy, but had been just as lonely and was waiting till the day she was free to go husband hunting as she likes to call it. Now she can have her cake and eat it too after seeing Kyoka's godlike boyfriend was willing to indulge her alongside her daughter. She placed herself on all fours with her head low to the surface while her ample heart-shaped bum wriggled high into the air and shook around enticingly. AD was burning as bright as a bonfire again, making Izuku growl with animal-like as he struggled to contain its power before he suddenly became too rough and too wild on the girls in this room. With OFA powering his body and making every part of his anatomy and muscle structure reach its peak, he felt he needed to be careful when getting too passionate during lovemaking. Still, seeing Manami's quim spread out before his eyes while she lied on her back spread eagle was enough for him to choose her first. GHNGGHNHH, alright, I'll choose you first, Mrs. Yaoyorozu, he answered, disappointing Mika slightly, but she was eager to see her friend's face once Izuku was done. Dropping down on his kneecaps and spreading the taller woman's legs apart, Izuku grabbed his member and guided it over into the quivering pair of juicy velvet folds that was Manami's womanhood. The bulbous head touched the outset of her labia and pushed right in with a hit, making the woman's legs shoot up into the air with toes wriggling about. Squelch. Ggghngghha Kami, it feels so good gaga, she cried out, tossing her head back and making her back arch as her bobas started shaking heavily to the intense breathing she was now doing. Seeing those beach-sized orbs start shaking about caused Izuku to grunt like an animal once again and begin slamming his waist into her body below. One push of his pelvis was enough to send jolts of pleasure running through the attractive mother's body, then came another and another until he was rhythmically bottoming out of Momo's mother like so. Manami instantly crossed her legs behind his back, not caring if he came inside of her and got her pregnant. It was a risky day for her indeed, and she didn't care for protection or contraceptives, not while feeling this frenzied with amorous towards this one special boy. Likewise, Izuku pushed his thighs against the back of Manami's legs, taking her in a mating press missionary position with his hands reaching down to grab onto a side of her hips while fondling one of her massive bobas. Mika, Kyoka, and Momo all watched the sight of raw copulation take place as the woman's body started undulating wildly to his hit ass. Yao mo, he is making me lose me mind she cried out, wearing a delirious smile on her face as she continued feeling her womanhood getting hollowed out by Izuku's manhood. It plunged in and out of her like there was no tomorrow, pushing past her womanhood with ease and bucking into her womb from above. Izuku grunted and breathed laboriously as he enjoyed plowing the attractive mother's tight wetness. It was as tight as it was slippery, and the sight of her massive bobas tickled his recently developed breeding fetish. Suddenly he didn't care about the BC pills Nana handed out to the class of girls. Thoughts about breeding Momo's beautiful mother circulated from within his mind as he continued plowing raucously into her like a monster. Manami-chan, he growled and pulled the woman up off the bed so she could sit up in his lap, keeping her ankles crossed behind his lower back and hugging his chest into her large set of bobas. They bounced into his pecs like they were beach and Izuku was enjoying the feeling too much to want to change positions a second time. Manami's perky bum constantly bounced and tapped against Izuku's waist as he continued fing her like this for minutes gone by. The woman was over the moon with euphoria right now. She had hung her head back and sobbed constantly while jiggling her boba in front of Izuku's face. He could tell she was getting closer to calming and would likely bring him to the point where he'd calm inside of her too. Thoughts on breeding her raw circulated through his mind, especially when he heard what she had said next. Breed me, Midoriya, make me your so I'll give you anything you could ever want, just please. Come inside of me and get me pregnant, I want to do this with you forever, Manami cried out as they furiously gnashed repeatedly for several more minutes till she came hard and shouted so loudly that many servants in the mansion heard it. Ha-agaga. Just like that, her womanhood and the insides of her womanhood squeezed tightly around Izuku's throbbing length, making him succumb to icy relief as he surrendered to the bliss of calming inside of the needy woman. He his pelvis upwards and made a bulge appear from inside of Manami's stomach, horrifying Mika a bit yet turning her on all the same. Gghnh, here it comes, Manami-chan, here it comes. Ahawk, he cried out and felt his ass exploded while he seeded the entirety of Manami Yaoyorozu's womb in a mad rush. Splurt. K splurt 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 splurt. Thick ropes of manhood liquid spewed out into the woman's indies, filling up her baby maker like that and making her clutch her legs around him tightly as though never wanting to let go. She could feel her insides beginning to bloat with his calm and enjoyed the sensation of her womanhood him dry the entire time. Manami rode Izuku's waist like crazy and did it shamelessly in front of her daughter, likely giving her siblings since she felt Izuku's seed drown out her uterus in almost no time at all. NgHHH. I'm crazy about you, Midoriya-kun, please never let me go without this feeling again. She cried out blissfully as they finished riding each other in post-icy euphoria. Once Manami was done riding out her intense pleasure, she fell back into Izuku's arms and was gently laid down on the surface after she uncrossed her legs from behind the boy's back. With a plop of moisture and a gulch of ing out of her quim, Izuku pulled out of Momo's mother and looked at Mika Jiro. Next, seeing that she had been using her earphone jacks to stimulate her oris while watching her friend get bred by the stud her daughter dated. Izuku was turned on by the sight of the woman using her quirks appendages to fondle her and pleasure herself until he was ready to take her next. That is a very creative way to use those. Izuku growled, breathing heavily still as he watched the lovely mother of Jiro pull them back until they were neck length again. Mika spread out her legs erotically with one of them being held up in the sky while the other remained on the surface. She reached down and spread open her vulva a second time with a coy smile on her face that begged for Izuku to give her the same thing he gave Manami. "My turn now?" she asked sheepishly and saw the boy slump down onto the bed, placing himself above with her manhood being guided into her slit without a moment's notice. Squelch. NGNGGHHHHAHO, my goodness Kyoka, how could you have endured this without passing out? Mika cried out, blissfully wailing as she felt Izuku's monster Mahood clave through her insides on their way to her womb, ready to breed another mother raw like he subconsciously wanted. Izuku felt the slick flexibility of her womanhood clutched his length quite tightly, making the transition into her womanhood all the easier to be done. Her folds were squelching around his length and her right leg remained held up in the air by one of Izuku's hands as he barreled down upon the woman with S now tapping against her. Mika could barely stay conscious as she felt him penetrate her womb, making her insides curdle and squirm as though she had just taken a human-sized arm into her womanhood. MMMGNHHH, you rang tighter than even Manami and the girls, Mrs. Jiro. I'm going to love breeding you," Izuku said darkly, letting his dark seep out with fetish foremost in mind. Momo and Jiro both weren't as bothered by hearing that as they thought they'd be. If anything, they wanted the same treatment themselves. "Hey now, Midoriya-kun. Trying to give me a little brother or sister by fing my mom? I guess you have a fetish for knocking up an older woman." Jiro snickered as she knelt by his right side, watching her mother adjust to the sensation of his manhood literally reshaping her womanhood. "Yes, Midoriya-kun. I'm betting that is why you loved ravishing Midnight Sensei so much on orientation day, although I'm sure you've already truly impregnated Mother and Mika-chan since neither of them are taking the pills like we are. Giggle still, if it wasn't for the fact that we are trying to become heroes, Jiro, and I would gladly let you do the same to us." Momo whispered naughty-tively into his left ear and her hands down Midoriya's chest as he began bucking into Kyoka's mom from above. "Aha one ahaha dot ha 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 Kami Midoriya-kun please breed me too I want your baby Mika cried out, wearing a delirious smile on her face which contrasted her normally meek and proper disposition. She was arching her back as well, making her boba swivel round amidst the intense rutting of the boy's pelvis slamming into her waist. The usual music of ES clapping together ensued and permeated the walls of the room. Nearly every servant and maid could hear the copulation going on, with some blushing beet red and others unsure of what to do outside, just plain ignoring it. The girls continued running their hands all over Midoriya's chiseled chest and muscles, watching him breed Kyoka's mom for what felt like minutes on end. The sight of his manhood cleaving into her womanhood was mesmerizing enough as is, but hearing her grunting loudly made Izuku pump into her even harder, causing Mika to feel him thumping against the back of her womb like so. Mika could feel her insides struggling to wrap around his manhood. The longer this went on, their pubic bones would meet and crash in repeated coitus, with her insides beginning to churn with coming icy relief. NNGHNGHNGHNGHNGHGNNHGNHNGHHH Mika-chan, I'm going to come real soon, Izuku announced, keeping his pelvis rutted rapidly into her quim, feeling it bringing to fasten around his manhood and pull him into another icy rush as they continued fing 15 minutes more. "You ha 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 ha, I'm coming, Midoriya-kun I'm coming," Mika cried out and clutched her right leg around Izuku's backside before pulling him into her depths with a rush of icy relief as she came. Her body thrashed about on the bed, jostling and shaking constantly in the wildest fever pitch of icy relief she had in her life. The feeling of her womanhood ing Izuku's wound deeper into her womb caused him to succumb to the sensation as well. He growled loudly and kept her leg held upright into the air before slamming his pubic bone into Mika-jiro's body, coming immediately right after breathing her womb. GGNGHHHH, here it comes, he howled, and Kyoka and Momo watched the sight of shaft pulsating inside of Mika's stomach where it showed the Mahood-shaped bulge protruding from her skin. Splurt 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 splurt. Izuku roared like an animal as he filled up his second attractive mother of the day with copious amounts of cum that was sure to get her pregnant. AD burned as bright as the sun right now with how much passion had been circulating between Izuku and his new claims. He came for as long as a minute or two in total, filling her up to the point she sported a small bulge protruding her stomach when he was finished and fell back onto the bed, promptly spent. Plop. AF of Midoriya Kuan hee hee ha. Mika giggled deliriously right before she passed out, clutching her swollen stomach and silently praying that she had gotten pregnant with his kid. The same could be said for Mamani, had she been able to stay awake from the frenzy of copulation they had both shared just now. Izuku lied back with Momo and Jiro at his side, running their hands affectionately on his chest some more while resting their heads on his shoulders. Manhood liquid still oozed out of their gap-ass like it did their mothers, but they were happy and content regardless. All four of his lovers basked in the afterglow of UAL bliss with Izuku feeling his energy tap out and on the verge of slipping into darkness of sleep with his body being dry of fluids. I'm going to need to text my mother that I'll be late and I think I'll need a literal barrel of water or whatever you have here, Momo-chan. He breathed out, struggling to stay conscious while Momo simply giggled while hugging Izuku like a big, cuddly teddy bear. We'll have one of the maids bring refreshments up, Midoriya-kun. Let's just have this to ourselves right now. She breathed out and Jiro nodded with her, both of them resting each side of his chest with blissfully content smiles on their faces. Why yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Oh thump, he was passed out and snoring gently, unaware that AD's brilliant blaze had died down after getting its fill of carnal nourishment for the day, but not before sending that fertilization had been reached and guaranteed pregnancy in the future for two women in that room. Finally on his way back and heading down the usual path to his house while it was very late into the evening, Izuku walked with one hand clutching his manhood in slight agony while gulping down a 2-liter-sized bottle of water. He was wearing his uniform in a disheveled state, looking like a mess with his hair all over the place, making it obvious to his mother what he was doing. She usually knows what I do by bonding with the other girls. I don't think she'll get mad at me for it, but being home late is another matter entirely. I'm really hoping she doesn't cut me off from sleeping in her bed and doing our usual morning and nighttime routines. Izuku thought fearfully as he reached his home and went straight to his mother's bedroom where he slept, knowing she was likely asleep after preserving dinner in a plastic wrap container in the fridge for him. Izuku felt like he had run all over the country, even with All for One making his body overpowered in terms of speed and strength. He opened the door and saw the lovely woman sleeping soundly on the bed with her scandalously skimpy nightgown hanging off her voluptuous body like always. Despite feeling ill in his groin, Izuku still felt tender pain and was too tired to consider any foreplay or spooning with the gorgeous woman. He quietly threw his backpack to the side and stepped out of his clothing until he was only wearing his boxers and crawled into the bed, but not before he heard a buzz coming from his phone. Letting curiosity get the better of him, Izuku reached over to grab it off the nightstand and saw that it was a text message from Nana Shimura along with an attached image with it. This is the 15th one today. I guess with everything I've been doing, I must have missed them. Let's see what she says. Izuku wondered as he held it over his head and swiped the screen to unlock, clicking on the message itself. BBBFFTT. He sputtered comically when he saw the image of Nana topless and showing off her meaty pair of bobas while cupping them in each hand with a sly smirk on her face. She was standing right next to the 5th-ranked pro hero Mirko, who had been bottomless and showing him the sight of her plump brown bum along with the sight of her exposed womanhood she had gleefully spread open using her fingers. Nana-chan? And Mirko too? Izuku thought with excitement running through his loins and went on to read the message. I hope you're ready for some more fun with me, Izuku-kun. I'm bringing a friend along who wants to share in the experience with the hope you'll pop a few baby bunnies into her belly. I might want the same thing. See you tomorrow. Love you lots, hun. I'll love you lots too, Nana-chan and Mirko. The Mirko is wanting me too. Aha, Izuku said to himself excitedly, feeling AD burn bright again now that he had gotten Ed with the prospect of both voluptuous pro-hero women coming to visit him tomorrow. The blazing embers of absolute devotion grew ever stronger any day it was used, and it now blossomed in strength from inside of its master's heart. Izuku Midoriya. The boy had started to have strange dreams as he tossed around in the bed he shared with his mother Inko Midoriya. She was still soundly asleep herself and wearing only a skimpy nightgown that was easy access for Izuku in case he felt the need to have a romp with her in the middle of the night. Apart from that, she was resting happily against her son's side while he tousled around in bed. The boy had the heart of a hero indeed, but the strength of his twisted quirk absolute devotion only grew stronger each time he made love to one of his girls or made a claim on a new one, whether it was another naughty teenager or a full-grown woman looking for love. Be it out of genuine love or raw, Izuku wouldn't hesitate to charm any girl that caught his eye or felt the inducing effects of AD by being within proximity of them. His latest acquisitions had been the mother of his classmate Momo, Yaoyorozu's mother Manami, and Kyoka Jiro's mother Miko. Izuku had enticed them both the very same day he first met them at the girl's house. When he had ravished them together with their daughters, a fierce glow of power started brewing inside of his body. It was a surge that was much more powerful than before, as if it somehow knew that Izuku had successfully impregnated both older women during their night of intimate passion in Momo's bedroom atop her queen-sized bed. Having finally seated two of his soon-to-be brides to the point they became his broodmares, Izuku's quirk became stronger as a result, and the dark power of naughty tie-in started twisting the boy's better nature, meshing it with his personality of a good and honest person. Perhaps part of Izuku always had a dark side inside him that he never let out before, but inheriting absolute devotion had started changing things for him for the better ever since. He got one for all, Nana Shimura's eternal love, gets to freely sleep with his attractive mother of a mother as well as any number of girls he wants, including his very own classmates and teacher. But the darkness was still there in Izuku. He wouldn't be happy until he set out to take it all. All for one Izuku Midoriya. Maybe it was years of feeling worthless by being quirkless in a society run by them, or having been constantly humiliated by his former friend Katsuki Bakuga that served as the catalyst for this dormant feeling of bitter hatred and dark anger coming full circle. Izuku was essentially a good boy at heart, but even good boys like him had a dark side to their hearts that have been tempered by years of misery and torment. He was no exception to the rule, but perhaps he was just the perfect host to bring the vile quirk to its fullest potential. The same way it grew in strength, so too would Izuku's hunger for women increase. His feelings for each new girl extended beyond love and into the more primal and possessive territory of raw, but the genuine affection was still there, and the rest was raw passion being demonstrated in bed. He already had Nana Shimura as his first true love, one who he sought to marry just as soon as he made it big as a professional hero all will admire and respect, but Izuku's mind another story. New ideas, more goals for extending beyond the boundary of Japan and into the world itself, where beautiful heroes like Nana's American rival Stars and Stripes flourished within Izuku's mind. The boy was getting various images in his dreams as he started truly becoming one with his quirk of absolute devotion. It was showing him the promising side of what his heart and his body yearned to see: all of his known women crawling towards him with hearts in their eyes and bodies naked to the letter. Inside of Izuku's dreamscape. Izuku-an. No, I should say master instead, shouldn't I? The voice of a naked Nana Shimura sung out as she appeared out of nowhere and knelt close to Izuku's in all his nakedness. She too was nude and had her robust, full-figured body on show along with Izuku's mother Inko and his neighbor Mitsuki Bakugo. All three adult women were around him from all sides, each of them being as naked as the day they were born, with Nana sporting a swollen stomach that she was affectionately cradling. She was 7 months pregnant and guided one of Izuku's hands over to touch the surface of her beach-sized stomach with a smile. He felt a heartbeat, and feeling the warmth and love coming from this beautiful woman had the boy becoming excitable and breathing rapidly. Izuku, being fully conscious inside of his dreamscape, was still confused. He looked into Nana's lovely dark eyes of hers. She let go of his hand and brought herself closer to smother her large bobas into his face with a smile, feeling Izuku whimper loudly with full excitement as the dark blaze of absolute devotion grew even more. It projected itself in the background of his subconscious while motorboating his girlfriend's boba. MHH Nana-chan, he yelled out as he pulled his face from her cleavage, distraught and rife full need for this beautiful woman. Izuku was about to grab hold of her bobas with his hands when his right was gently grabbed away by his mother Inko Midoriya's fingers and brought over to her set of boba now. Mitsuki had knelt behind him and rose high enough to lean down and smother the sides of his face with her boba the same way Nana had done. If you get me knocked up as well, Izuku-an, you can drink from these udders of mine anytime you like. She said affectionately while cradling Izuku's head with both hands. All three women were giving him the affectionate massage treatment that was making him thoroughly ed, leading to his mighty manhood sticking out from the shadows underneath. Izuku was about to loo on either his mothers, Nana's, or Mitsuki's bobas and squeeze either pair with his hands when he saw his entire class of 1A girls crawling towards him from the darkness. A gentle scarlet light dawned upon the scenery, showing the 24 or so girls all prowling towards him like a pack of hungry cougars. Izuku felt his libido grow stronger still as he saw they were all wearing only their birthday suits. Not a single one of them had clothes on, and even Midnight Sensei, as well as MT Lady, were among the mass heading towards him. Midori Iyaku and Giggles Kendo Itsuka called out to him as she, and the many other women, made their way forward to Izuku on all fours. She was next to Kashiko Sakagai and between both Ochako Erotica and Momo Yaoyorozu. They were crawling to him with those haunting smiles on their faces and eventually reached the boy's waist where many sets of hands started fondling his large mahood with smiles all around. The others that were behind them, such as Shuko Todoroki, Manami Yaoyorozu, Hyoka Jiro, Mei Hatsum, all crowded around them with hands reaching for Izuku's manhood as though it was an idol to worship. The boy shuddered visibly with pleasure as he felt their soft fingertips graze and clutch every throbbing part of his appendage. Izuku soon felt others crowding around him and wedging themselves in between the three attractive mothers, namely Midnight Sensei, Yu Shimamura the reporter, and MT Lady herself. His mind and his libido were going haywire with all this in the air, making Izuku feel distraught with a dark hunger for their flesh. His mind was overloaded with right now, and the more he was being fondled from all over, the stronger the urge to give into AD became. NNGGHHH everyone. Momo-chan, Erotica-chan and Nana-chan, you're all driving me crazy. I can't hold it back any longer, Izuku yelled out within his subconsciousness. He felt as though he was drowning in right now, and suddenly he was seeing other women coming into the picture with swollen stomachs. Namiri Kayama, his teacher Midnight, had one as well and had been stroking it affectionately with a ridden smile on her face. The reporter had one too, as did the beautiful MT Lady whose real name is Yutakiyama. They all had crowded around Izuku with bodies leaning in, many pairs of naked bobas simply showing themselves to Izuku, making the dark inside of him reach a boiling point while his manhood remained fondled by the many pairs of feminine hands. It was throbbing powerfully and becoming even more volatile by the second, ready to calm at any moment. Izuku had never known such desire in all his life, and part of him felt that he could give these girls everything they'd ask for if he just embraced the dark nature of this quirk that he had been bumming heads with all along. He couldn't see it in the distance, but it shone like a star. Izuku felt his more repressed emotions come forth, his sense of morality and justice becoming a little looser, and his craving for female flesh amplify the moment Nana Shimura cupped his chin lovingly into one of her hands. She looked at him closely with dark Japanese eyes peering into Izuku's with nothing but love inside of them. They were telling him to let go and embrace his inner self. Reaching up to cup her face in return, Izuku pressed his lips against hers and swallowed her tongue as though giving the answer that he did. MMHH popped, I love you, Nana-chan, I love all of you, why you're all SS so beautiful, so full of life, and I want to keep doing this with you for the rest of my life, Izuku let out, feeling his goal become clear as he heard a dark giggle coming out of Nana's mouth as she leaned down and wrapped her lips around his again. This time she was sliding her tongue into his mouth and making it swirl with it around in his throat, causing Izuku to sob back into the embrace with an intoxicated look of written on his face. HMMHMHHH, schlup dot schlup 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 Izukuan. Master, you'll take care of more than just us, no? I'm positive there are plenty of other women yearning for your touch just like I was before I met you. The real Yui's the boy that wants to strike out at the world, isn't it? Nana asked, making Izuku's eyes flicker with a look of realization. He frowned sourly in response and looked back to all the times he had lost hope for his dreams of becoming a hero when being diagnosed as quirkless so long ago. Sure, it wasn't the worst fate in the world that one can imagine, but Izuku's passion was in being a hero just for all the right reasons after being inspired by All Might of the past. It was unfortunate that his dream was thrown into his face so many times while growing up. From his mother apologizing to him repeatedly in tears over her supposedly failed genetics not being able to give him a quirk at all, to being bullied remorselessly by an arrogant and hateful Bakuga during all of their preschool to junior high school years. The last straw was having his father walk out on his mother and essentially leaving the two of them on their own while Izuku was treated as a second-class citizen due to quirkless being less than 20% in number in a world where everyone had an incredible superpower. He struggled to come to terms with it but also hated that such an amazing power was given to a boy that used to be his friend. He was the very same one that had bullied Izuku constantly when he just tried to help him out of the goodness of his heart. A scar like that didn't go away. Izuku simply buried it underneath it all with a false smile of normalcy until that fateful day he ran into that creepy scar-faced man. The one that gave him this power, which made him enslave Nana to his will and caused the woman to fall hopelessly in love with him, leading to their romp in his bedroom. Izuku wanted more of that, much more of that now. Not just but the feeling of domination as he made one woman after another his and only his alone. From ravishing the strongest woman in Japan to FING the beautiful flower that is his mother to naughty ING pro heroes such as Midnight and MT Lady as well as making the entire class full of girls for him daily. Izuku looked to the sky of his abyssal dark dream with a smile of revelation on his face when it became clear. The girls started crowding in closer around his manhood and began licking all over it from every angle while Nana wrapped her arms lovingly around his neck from the side. I want all of them. I will claim any female hero, student, or pro hero and make them call me master from now on. I love that feeling the day I made love to Nana-chan. That felt right, that felt like it was me finally being true to myself for once. I love Nana-chan, and I'll make everyone love me the same way as I love them. Maybe I'm going crazy. Booty love it when you all call me master, Izuku said darkly, looking up into his lover's eyes from within this dream. He saw her nod her head in acceptance and appreciation before looking around at everyone else, including his mother and Mitsuki as the quirk of absolute devotion bloomed with great power in the background. Izuku had accepted his gift in full and had decided to use it to its absolute potential. I want you all to call me master from now on, okay? You're mine and only mine, too. Won't let anybody else have you. That's a promise. He declared darkly and heard all the girls cheer out Izuku's name before every single woman and girl he's fed came at him like a horde of hungry lions, but in this case, Izuku was the king of lions and he was going to devour them all. He'd take one woman first and grab onto another, allowing them all to jump in and either observe the show or join in when he was free after FING one to completion. Sobs and screams of ecstasy filled the air, leading to a glorious wet dream of Izuku truly conquering his harem while the fire of AD burned brightly above like a dark sun. Izuku sat up with a gasp, blushing intensely as she recalled ravishing every one of his women in a very vivid dream just now. He looked down at his waist, seeing his appendage stand out from inside of the bedsheets like a blanket covering the Tokyo Tower. It was as large and full of life as it had ever been, but Izuku felt that his libido and his vitality grew even stronger after having that dream just now. A look of confidence appeared on his face, not a trace of uncertainty could be seen in his emerald green eyes as he looked out the window into the nighttime sky with a smile on his face. I'm going to call Nana-chan today and see if she wants to visit and maybe bring a friend. This starts now. No holding back. He thought to himself before bringing up his phone from the nightstand on the side. Izuku clicked on the attachment he was sent by Nana earlier on just after he got home. His nostrils would flare up with full desire when he saw the digital picture of a naked Nana Shimura standing next to a Mirko the rabbit hero flashing him her toned heart-shaped beam in full. He could feel his body growl with when seeing the two women in all their nude glory, but nothing excited his libido more than reading the message she sent to him that came with it. A dark smirk crossed Izuku's features when he glossed the words a second time and it couldn't be more clear that Nana Shimura was legitimately serious. She wanted him to impregnate Mirko the bunny hero, or, namely, pop a few buns into her womb. She's gotta be in heat, maybe because of being part rabbit. Beaut, if it's a request then who am I to ignore it, HM? He thought darkly to himself as he sat up, feeling his manhood becoming stiffer than a rock already as he fantasized Mirko naked underneath his body and at his mercy. Before he knew it, Izuku's fingers went typing back a message saying he'll be expecting them later on in the afternoon today. It was still the weekend and now that he had his new lease on life, as well as dark new hunger being awakened within him, Izuku was more than ready to go heroin hunting. And it would start with Nana and her mischievous muscle-bound friend Mirko first before all the rest. Hey, Nana-chan. I was kinda busy elsewhere, so I apologize for not responding in time. As for your request, I'll be happy to oblige Mirko-chan with her request, provided she's serious. I want to oblige you with that as well, and make you into a mother that I always pictured you to be. Come by my house as soon as you both can, I'll be waiting very eagerly. Love, Izuku-an. He clicked send and forwarded the message to his girlfriend before lying back in bed with a wistful sigh of wonder escaping his lips as felt the brimming power of AD throbbing readily inside of him before he fell back asleep to be refreshed for the rest of the day. Izuku couldn't stop smiling, nor could he avoid picturing the beautiful Japanese heroes sporting pregnant stomachs. His dark compelled him to follow through with that primal imperative at all costs. I can hardly wait, Nana-chan. He said to himself before falling back asleep. Later in the afternoon. After receiving his text and putting on her costume in case an emergency arose somewhere along the way, Nana flew by Mirko's agency to pick her up for a supposed team-up mission that served as a cover for going all the way to Izuku's house for that main event she had mentioned him giving them both. She had shown Roomie Saejima, Mirko's real name, the message and clicked on the attached image of his mega-sized manhood since he took a picture of that too when he sent it to her phone. Needless to say, Roomie was fanning flames coming out of her nostrils and felt the estrus inside of her body scorch her loins with white hot for the boy now that she saw it. She practically hopped into the sky before getting out of her agency building and made her way to the Midoriya household with Nana Shimura. The beefy woman flew patiently, smiling in a love-filled fashion that indicated how eager she was to get a little time with her protégé successor future husband now that he showed a dangerous new spark of confidence she didn't know he had. Izuku-an sure is sounding bold. I'm guessing something changed within him the time I sent that message. I know his business had to have been with one of his classmates, maybe several, but still I want to have some time with my future hubby. It's only a shame I had to bring Roomie along though, but she is desperately in need since this was her estrus period. Thank my lucky stars I'm not part animal, otherwise I'd never leave this boy's bed. I wonder how she feels about him. Nana thought, sparing a glance in Roomie's direction as she flew across another building and arrived in Izuku's neighborhood. Say Roomie-chan, are you sure about this? What are you going to do once my Izuku-an pops a baby bun in you? If that's what you're really intending to happen, that is. I know you packed a bottle of birth control pills. Mirko hopped into the air again and flashed Nana a thumbs-up gesture before coming down to land somewhere in the vicinity of the household they were heading to. Oh ho ho, I have plans all right, Nana. First of which is seeing what all the hubbub is with your big mahout protégé here. You better believe I'm eager to ride that. After all the hype done by Kayama, you're probably going to want to check in with her and see if that boy thirsty cougar did get herself pregnant with Midoriya's seed. Where will that put you on his list of women to love, HM? Planning to retire sooner than later and adopt mommyhood? Nana touched down on the ground as well, thankful there were no passers-by to see them and become starstruck fans as they started making their way to Izuku's house. The busty older woman put a finger to her chin in thought when realizing that Roomie was right. What would she do if it turned out that Kayama, of all people, would end up pregnant ahead of her? She was the first one to love Izuku after all, and she was the one who made him into the OFA wonder that had soaked many female pairs of panties during the entrance exams. Frowning at the possibility of Kayama getting ahead of her, and maybe MT Lady too, Nana Shimura clenched a fist and felt her heart racing when seeing inside herself to notice the dream of becoming pregnant with Izuku as the father. She honestly truly wanted to marry him first before doing that, but memories of their first time made her realize just how devoted she was to love him for all eternity. That magical first time we had, MMPH. I kinda wonder why I called him master so many times, but I guess that's just how Izuku's manhood makes me feel when he's FING me. I haven't had any lovers in all my career, though I know that's also true for many other career women like that American hero who got inspired by All Might to an insane level. Stars and stripes. Talk about a broken quirk that woman has. Hee. Izuku would still make her into a putty. Maybe he is needed with all us female heroes, including the Womanhood Cats team. Something to think about later. Nana thought and walked up to the door, about to knock on it when it opened to reveal Izuku's mother Inko Midoriya wearing her everyday workout clothing. The woman was still in her prime and beautiful to a T, but she never skipped a leg day if it meant staying healthy. Nana admired that about her. Ah, Inko-chan, off for a morning stroll already? Why would a fit gal like yourself need to exercise every day? Nana mused while Rum nodded in agreement before seeing the green-haired woman blush with a hand touching her cheeks in humility. Oh, he, I never miss out on a day to work out, Nana-chan. I once fell into a bad eating habit way back when and nearly became as bloated like a whale when Hisashi left me, but now I keep it going because I enjoy it very much. It was thanks to Mitsuki-chan and a sweetheart aerobics instructor as tall as a house. If you like to know good cardio, I'd suggest visiting Ipponjozai. She runs a place somewhere south of Hosa district. Inko explained, making Nana nod as she turned her attention onto Roomie now. Oh, the rabbit hero, are you here to see my son too? Giggles. You might say that I'm going to test his manly strength, Midoriya-san. I want to see if he's the talk of the town that we in the female pro-hero community made him out to be. Is he in? Mirko asked, practically boiling with UAL heat already as Inko pointed a thumb to the inside of the house and stepped aside for Nana and her friend. Of course, he had a long day yesterday, so he's taking a shower right now. I'll let him know via text message that you'll be waiting for him inside. In the meantime, I got a track to run, so try not to have too much fun without me, Mirko-san, Nana-chan. Inko bid farewell and started getting into a jogging run, making her way past them as Nana and Mirko went on inside. Gotta love that woman's spirit, huh, Roomie? Nana said wistfully with a peaceful smile on her face as she closed the door behind her. She suddenly noticed that Roomie was gone from her side and up the stairs on her way to whichever bathroom Izuku was taking a shower. Oh man, I was worried this would happen. She'll probably want to fight him first then F him afterward. Better go after her before she winds up destroying something up there. Nana quickly rushed up the stairs and saw her bunny-eared colleague rushing toward the main master bedroom further back. She could see a manic look on her face that screamed ready for battle. Her cottontail was wriggling wildly and her heart was beating rapidly with excitement. Roomie didn't know what it could be, but she was positively yearning to fight Izuku head-on before dominating him in bed. Her loins commanded her to win and maybe become bred by him. She wasn't ready to become a mother just yet, but she wouldn't mind it either way. In any case, she had a bottle of pills to take in case it felt too good to stop. Curse you, Nana, for showing me that picture of his mahood. Now I'm hyped up to find out the man owning it is a worthy successor to you, she thought with excitement as she rushed into the bedroom where she picked up the scent of a young and very virile young boy. As soon as the door burst open, Roomie was faced with a towel-wearing Izuku as he had just stepped out of the shower from his mother's bathroom. The boy looked as fit as can be with his young, teenage body being ripe with muscle, but not overly so like All Might of the Golden Age. While Roomie preferred types like Endeavor when it came to builds, she certainly liked what she was seeing and twirled a lock of silver hair around one of her fingertips when eyeing Izuku like a tiger. Hi there, know who I am, kiddo? Because I believe I showed you the picture of my womanhood aching for your man seed. Hey, you better believe Nana-san has me all hyped up after telling me how you bedded her not too long ago. Care to give the bunny hero Mirko a try? Mirko suggested rather excitedly, almost making it sound like she was gunning for a physical fight between powerhouses like the two of them are. Meanwhile, Izuku's inner fanboy kicked up as she saw the famed bunny hero Mirko standing there in his room, leaning over on her hands with her fit body showing off all of its muscular curves. She was short, yes, but she was extremely hot-blooded and very frisky for one reason or another, which Izuku liked to guess was her heat season. Rabbits in Japan usually get into estrus around this time of the year. Hey. Mirko-chan, eh? I'm a big fan of yours and just as Nana-chan said, I can give you both a good fight and a great F. Izuku said confidently as he brought his hands down around his waist, ready to pull off his towel and show her the goods in person when Nana came in through the door. Can me help you, Mirko, if you damage my Izuku's household with your craziness? I know your agency is used to paying for collateral damage here and there, but do show some restraint. I know 13 usually does when it comes to her raw power. Nana said as she casually walked in, swaying her thick hips side to side and sparking Izuku's quite a bit. He grinned darkly since it had felt like forever ago when he had f'd Nana Shimura into submission within either his bed or his mother's. I want to dominate them all and I will. I'll make them call me master and make sure they're pregnant by the end of today. Izuku thought, becoming darker with his newfound power surging like a strong bonfire inside of his body. Both Nana and Mirko felt the surge of engulfing their senses, making them even hornier than they already were while Izuku greeted his longtime lover. Nana-chan. Come here, I've missed you so much this past week. It feels like it's been forever since we got to spend time with each other. Nana softened up and smiled happily in Izuku's direction before walking over to him and placing her arms around his neck as she pulled him into a deep, passionate kiss right in front of Roomie without shame. Hey, no lovey-dovey stuff right in front of me, that's just rude. Besides, I am first in line to get a free F from this super stud teenager you and Kayama kept talking about. So how about you let me get first dibs, Nana? You don't have a heat period driving you crazy. Roomie explained, earning a soft giggle from Nana's lips as she continued hungrily swallowing Izuku's in a venerable exchange of saliva and tongue. Roomie watched as the boy held on to each of the woman's thick and muscular hips like so, letting one of her legs rise and wrap around his side while she deepened their lip lock to the point tongues were seen squirming about against each other. Izuku was concise in his movements and passionate in his embrace with his original lover. He was squeezing Nana's thick bum from behind and letting her grind herself on his waist till she started unzipping the front of her outfit. Shloop skloop skloop. Oh Izuku, it has been way too long since it's just been the two of us together, you know. I could ask Roomie to go away if you'd like our reunion to be more romantic, but she is going through a heat period where she must have an iron like Mahood to survive her insides. Trust me, those thighs can both end and save lives. Nana said as she pulled back from her boyfriend's face, letting her saliva drip from his mouth as she retracted her tongue from his mouth. Just then, Izuku looked in Roomie's direction and saw the spunky, overly excited rabbit hero turn around to sick out her bum to him. She was wriggling her cottontail excitedly while wiggling her bum around in circles with a lip-bitten look on her face. It was never in Roomie's nature to be cutesy and flirtatious, but she was over the wall with UAL heat that needed to be quelled and would rather wrestle Izuku into submission before mounting him fully. Kmun. Ain't nothing like a chocolate bunny to start your day, am I right? Pick me first, Midoriya, or simply take us both so that neither of us has to wait. I've been itching to try out that manhood. Mirko said, licking around her lips as the volume of AD was making her act tear and friskier than she initially was. The woman was a full-blown adrenaline maniac that acted less naughty-tied and more bombastic when it came to fighting and rushing into combat. MNNGHHH damn it all, Mirko the bunny hero herself of Izuku thought as he wore a confident smirk on his face, feeling this hold over each of them strengthened considerably as he pulled back from Nana's embrace. His hands went to his towel to undo it in front of them, making both women light up with excitement already as Nana continued unzipping the front of her outfit. Roomie was wriggling in her place and quickly started working on removing her as well. She started unlatching certain parts and accessories to her tight-fitting one piece when she saw Izuku's Mahood spill out. It sprung out fully standing manhood in all its massive 13-14-inch glory. Nana immediately salivated upon seeing it and pulled down the top of her costume, releasing her luscious pair of large cup-sized bobas from its confines. They were still held back by a black lace brasserie, but that was quick to be undone too as she exposed her boba with pride to Izuku's face. Izuku, it has been far too long. I know I've been busy and I should have made time for you, even though you were plenty busy yourself, but I still want to make it up to you in full. Oh, boy, do I mean full. I want you to stuff me to the brim, Izuku darling. Today's my dangerous day and well, I wouldn't necessarily mind if you managed to knock me up right off the bat. I'm going to retire eventually anyway, so why not have the child of my successor and future husband, Nana said with a sultry purr as she held each of her massive boba into her hands, flaunting them gloriously the same time Roomie stepped out of her skin-tight one-piece outfit. Don't forget about me. While I am ambivalent about having kids so early into my career, this heat period is making me crazy. I can bet it'll be like that for anyone who is part animal thanks to their quirk. So Midoriya-kun, what do you think of these? Mirko chimed in, holding on to her luscious pair of naked mocha-colored bobas measuring out to be a firm set of C-cups that made Izuku's mouth water. NNGHHH I like, very much Roomie-san. You don't mind if I call you that now, do I? Izuku asked, feeling his influence over them changing and becoming larger. The stronger he felt in terms of absolute devotion control, the more carnivorous for female flesh he became. He watched as Nana finished removing the rest of her Conversum outfit, leaving her wearing only a pair of white go-go boots with a black lace thong covering up her until she pulled that down as well. Roomie undid her leg accessories and garments, leaving the thigh-high stockings on as she peeled off of her outfit, exposing her creamy brown body in all its naked glory. She was toned and fit to the letter just like Nana, only more lithe and slender in the vein of being a very muscular gymnast. She had muscles, a firm chiseled set of hips and thighs with her long rabbit-like feet looking gracefully feminine to boot. Her fluffy white bunny ears twitched excitedly as she stood naked next to Nana. Both toned women were now just begging for Izuku to F them raw all day long without saying it. Izuku grinned slyly and pointed to his face with one hand while also pointing down at his mahood with the other. He nodded to the pair and spoke up with a manhoody glint in his eyes. I'm going to make you two call me master after today. Do you remember that, Nana-chan? The first day we made love on my bed, you called me that and I like to hear it some more. I'll make you a mother alright, the same with you, Roomie-san. You better believe I'll plow you so hard that you'll forget all about taking a contraceptive. Izuku addressed, making a confused-looking Nana exchange looks with Roomie before looking back at him. She had heard his confident side before, but it was never this domineering or bold. Part of her honestly liked how bold her young boyfriend is, but she also cherished his sweetness too despite the occasional tears he made. Regardless, Nana felt her loins light up like never before, her heart and her soul were crying out to Izuku completely as she fell even further in love with him right there on the spot. Roomie was feeling the same way, becoming enticed by his bold claims and wondering if his pointing at his mouth meant he wanted to eat one of them out. The surge of absolute devotion burned bright inside of each of them, making them subservient to its call and causing each woman to feel grandiose amounts of full need for the boy in possession of it. They would only ever be Izuku's girls and no one else's, and now their bodies knew it instinctively as they started approaching the naked boy with needful smiles on their faces. Izukun.no, I should say master from now on, huh? He, of course, master. I love you so very much, do with me and Roomie as you please. I'm sure you can convince her to keep whatever buns in the oven she'll have after today if you show her an amazing time. I believe in you. Nana cooed naughty-tively and knelt before Izuku's waist, cupping each of her bobas as she brought them up to sandwich the hilt of his smoldering manhood. Yeah, do you think you can tame me, boy? Well, alright then, challenge accepted. You get me to melt like chocolate and I'll gladly call you master all day long. Roomie exclaimed, breathing hotly as she prepared to jump onto Izuku's face with a soft leap of her legs. She hopped into the air and wrapped those toned limbs of hers around his neck, keeping her ankles crossed as she smothered the ripe peach of her mound up against his face. Izuku sputtered a bit and fell back until he managed to control his balance by channeling one for all into his limbs. Surges of cackling energy came out and surfaced all over his frame, making him able to reverse the force and remain standing. He sobbed into Mirko's muff, feeling the sweet taste of her womanhood on his lips as he grabbed onto her toned bum from behind with both hands. Hot damn. Just feeling your maw against me like this is driving me crazy already. I hope your tongue skills are as good as they say they are. Lord knows Kayama and Takayama hold you in high regard, Mirko said while panting excitedly. She felt the squeeze of Izuku's lips on her mons Venus as he started open the woman's velvet folds, letting his tongue worm into her insides in such an intricate manner. He was doing it in such a way that it stimulated all of Roomie's womanhood interior, making the woman's thighs tighten their hold around his head even more. HMMNHMMHH schlup pop MMHNNHH tasty, Roomie-chan. Izuku sobbed suavely as he continued to languidly swivel his tongue around the innermost sanctum of the rabbit hero's sensitive womanhood like so. It was spiraling around like a serpent and making her legs quiver constantly as they tightened around his neck. She was making a goofy face and held onto Izuku's skull from above with her bare hands, letting him hungrily gorge on her womanhood for all it was worth as Nana watched from below. Better be careful there, Izuku, and I mean master. Giggles, those thighs are dangerous weapons. She once ripped a large robot's head off clean with those things once she wrapped them around its neck. True story. I shudder to think about how it'd look like with human flesh. Nana gushed with excitement and started sandwiching her boba around the basin of Izuku's manhood. She felt the boy stiffen up immediately and whimper from between Rumie's legs as she wrapped them around his shaft completely. Her boba were just large enough to help her do that, but it was still a challenge since Izuku was so large. The warmth and vitality of his mighty manhood made her become increasingly ed by the second just by being near her darling Izuku this way. She pushed her fingers into each thick lump of doughy flesh that is her bobas and started rolling them around sensually in spirals, massaging the hilt of his mahood. She was an expert in pleasing Izuku since she was his first lover and knew from experience how insatiable he could be. So far she was making Izuku groan loudly from between Rumie's legs. The thick and bulbous head of his manhood was pushing out between her melons in the meantime, making her happily work it between them in an intricate manner. While Izuku slobbered hungrily on Mirko's womanhood, he was still groaning loudly when he felt Nana work his manhood like a pro by diligently sliding her bobas down his length with gusto. Mirko couldn't help sob loudly as she felt the entirety of her womanhood get tongued out by Izuku's magnificent tongue, making her clutch thighs tighter and tighter each passing second. Mmnghhhhhia, that's it, boy, take me for a ride with that wicked tongue of yours. I'll be sure to return the favor 100-fold once I mount you next. Mirko let out, feeling the mind-bending sensation of Izuku's tongue languidly worming its way through her womanhood and stimulating her insides like it was a living serpent. It was as if he somehow knew every weak point she ever had inside of her womanhood since he was prodding the innermost sensitives while squeezing her buns between his hands, turning the wild and powerful rabbit hero into a mewling mess. Izuku hummed, knowing just how well he was doing by hearing Rumie's sobs of pleasure echo throughout the walls of his master bedroom. The feeling of her pubis smothering his maw was enough to get him overly excited already, so much so that his manhood below was throbbing strongly from between Nana's boba as she had kept on smothering them around his shaft. They were just so doughy, smooth, firm, and perfect in size. Izuku imagined them growing larger with, tempting him to want to feed off Nana's boba as soon as he got her pregnant. One can bet he was incredibly determined to do that today, especially with how naughty Mirko was to have her body knocked up as well. He hummed into Rumie's thighs some more and expertly prodded a region around her left bum cheek with an index finger, making the rabbit woman suddenly mewl and shudder in ecstasy as he let out another loud sob. Ayaha, yes, oh, Midoriya-kun, this bunny rabbit is gonna go into a full-on mating frenzy if you keep on doing that. Not that I'm not already an estrus as is, but still I want you to give an amazing time with your manhood, just like how you're doing with your tongue alone. Mirko let out as she began grinding her cooch fervently all over Izuku's face as though she was humping his skull like a frisky animal. She was feeling his lips lure her womanhood lips even more, making her writhe and sob constantly as this venerable exchange between mound and tongue continued for quite some time. While losing her mind to bodily bliss, Mirko was admitting that it was impressive Izuku never fell back onto the bed as soon as she jumped onto his face. He must have been heavier than her and fully toned in muscle mass with the aid of one for all backing his body, that only made her even more excited to have him stuff her full of mahood and maybe leave her pregnant by the end of it all today. Her floppy ears started to quiver and her groin continued to hump his face voraciously while Nana Shimura continued fluffing his manhood with her lugs of meat. The two muscular powerhouse women were completely enthralled by Izuku's body, falling even further into love and with him as he had used all his skills to turn each one into jelly in his hands. Izuku continued tasting her, occasionally flicking his tongue on her while groaning into her mound at the feeling of Nana picking up the pace with her boba job below. Ha 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 dot ha 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 oh Izuku-and master. Nana sang out with a musical voice as she continued smothering her boba around his manhood, leaving them to slide back and forth in a voracious manner while feeling his veins beginning to throb powerfully within. She slowly leaned forward to where the bulbous tip of his manhood stuck out, oozing a thick dabble of pre-cum that Nana decided to taste for herself before she blew him completely. Her soft lips wrapped around the shroom and slowly she allowed it to plunge into her mouth, causing her to hum with little glowing hearts appearing within her irises. The Japanese beauty began sliding around her tongue underneath his shaft, literally stimulating her young lover's manhood with gusto as she started ing him off the same time she was squeezing her boba around the rest of his length. HMMHMHHH slop 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 dot slop slop master. She hummed once again, becoming completely submissive to Izuku now that he had mastered control over absolute devotion. Nana was a hopelessly devoted, utterly faithful, slave willing to humiliate herself for Izuku's pleasure if he wanted her to. She'd feed all of his needs, give him as many children as he'd like, and let her have her whenever he saw fit, even if it happened to be in the middle of saving people from a villain attack. Nana Shimura was just that, absolutely devoted to her lover, and hungrily swallowed the upper third of his manhood with gusto as she went on. MMHMMHHM schlup schlup pop Master Izuku, and Nana mewed happily as she slathered her tongue all over his manhood, tasting it with glee. She brought her hands together and tightly kneaded her boba onto the hilt of his manhood again, squeezing his length and stroking it gingerly in a frequent up-down motion while Mirko continued writhing on his head above. The two muscle-bound women were friskier than they have ever been before, and each one found themselves completely addicted to Midoriya's body as their exchange of mutual pleasure continued unabated for several more minutes. Izuku felt he was going to lose himself in this miasma of bliss any day now, and wanted to save all his manhood liquid for seating each one's insides. Oh hun, Nana-chan is really going all out right now, isn't she? She's squeezing those boba so tightly together too. The way she knows how to use those thick, lush bobas she has is driving me crazy. 2M getting ready to calm, Izuku announced to himself as she felt his manhood beginning to throb readily with expulsion, and flicked his tongue along Rumi's exposed one last time before making her shudder in intense excitement at the drop of a hat. With one slick flick of his tongue, as well as a soft nibbling of her, Deku's lips brought the famed rabbit hero Mirko to the brink of ecstasy. Her ears straightened out completely and curved together to form a heart shape while she rampantly humped his skull with her snatch grinding on the boy's magical pair of lips like so. She closed her eyes and felt him channeling an empowered tongue into her depths, making her lose her mind to pleasure as he went in for the killing blow on her crumbling resolve. Wawag uhi tongue me to completion. Boy, I'm getting ready to calm like a waterfall now. Gaiaag, Rumi cried out and tossed back her head, shouting in icy relief as her ankles clamped behind Izuku's muscular neck. He could feel her long yet soft and dainty rabbit-like feet touching his shoulder blades as he tongued out her womanhood some more, stimulating her nether region like a pro until she came hard at last. Hearing the scream of pleasure erupt from above, Nana looked up to see Usajiyama writhing about atop her lover's head, with the additional view of seeing her buttocks quiver voraciously around his chin. Izuku's tongue had come out and run itself all over her nether region, tasting every inch of her womanhood to her rim while she soaked his jaw in thick gushes of her womanly juices. Seeing someone just as powerful as she was, if not a little less, writhing about in intense excitement made Nana considerably more arid than she already was. She could hear Izuku ing down her juices while cleaning up her brown Okinawan womanhood for more. Rumi's body shuddered constantly as she rode out her intense excitement for a couple more minutes until she was done. With a sharp gasp for air, she pulled back off of Izuku's head, allowing her to gracefully flip down onto the ground next to Nana, breathing heavily with a frazzled smile on her face. Judging by the way her chest was heaving, she could tell that Mirko was positively dominated by Izuku's tongue alone, and both had wanted more of it to come. Oh, looks like someone got dominated by the supreme tongue of my precious Izuku-an. What say you help me pleasure his meat together then, Rumi-chan? He'll positively like it if two women please him with either their boba or their mouths at the same time, you know. Right, Master Izuku? Nana said while looking up at his face and seeing the boy clean his chin of Rumi's tasty calm while nodding his head to her question. Heh, you know it. Now then, he began when he was done lapping up Mirko's juices. He gestured to his smoldering manhood and pushed up between each woman's face, astonishing Rumi with its size and making her body surge with mating frenzy heat all over again as she leaned closer to the top. Nana kept her position stable and removed her boba from the hilt. She was eyeing it with just as much fervor and ran her tongue around her lips before grabbing onto the hilt of his member and bringing her face closer to the underside of his manhood like so. Schlup. Izuku, she hummed loudly as she started running her tongue along the underside of his shaft, tasting every inch she could while Rumi plopped her soft lips onto the shroom of his manhood head. Her mouth struggled to open up and wrapped around it entirely, taking Izuku into her throat slowly as she occupied the top half of his manhood. Together both women had begun slobbering all over his mahood in unison, with Rumi bobbing her head on the top and Nana happily running her tongue all over the bottom of his mahood, his scrotum, with gusto. The two of them wedged their heads close together, tasting Izuku at the same, with one bobbing her head while the other slathered his ass in saliva. Izuku had started growling thickly to himself in pleasure and reached behind each woman's head, pushing them closer so that they could be touching each other cheek to cheek. Nana's hands kept on stroking the hilt of his manhood, attempting to squeeze it but finding it difficult since Izuku's length was just that strong even without OFA powering its durability. Roomie kept her floppy bunny ears straightened out and made into a heart shape as she hungrily swallowed Izuku's manhood head into her mouth. She only had the top half of his mighty mahood, but the frisky rabbit wanted more as well as desired to be seated in full with his calm. HMMHMMHH slop dot slop dot slop dot slop slop dot slop MMMNGHHH Midoriya Master HMMH Roomie cried out with little hearts in her eyes, the same as Nana's as the sweltering power of AD became as strong as Izuku was powerful. The slurping noises of each woman's mouth slobbering all over his genitals continued for some time more, with both of them eventually sliding their manhoods up his length together at the same time. MMHMHHHH Sluyupm. Master oh Master Izuku, Nana sang as she curled her tongue together with Roomie's when they reached the top, swiveling each spongy appendage around the shrum of his manhood with gusto. Both of them kept a hand reach around the bottom of his shaft while they continued this dual treatment of his length, stimulating Izuku's body beyond belief as he continued to groan in euphoria. Schlup dot schlup schlup dot schloop schloop schloop. Ohna ya MNNNGHHH, I'm getting close now. Nana-chan, Roomie-chan, I want you both to take in as much as possible before I plow one of you into the bed behind. Izuku growled, grinning proudly as he felt them both hungrily roll their tongues all over the tip of his manhood while ing him at the same time. They were pumping and slurping constantly, eventually kissing each other from each side of Izuku's mahood in a languid lesbian fashion. Izuku growled upon seeing that and loved that his precious Nana-chan was open to indulging other women for his pleasure right in front of him. It certainly helped that Roomie was in the same park as she was when it came to raw strength and bodybuilding physique. They were each touted as the most inspiring female icons of the heroic age and were now slobbering all over their master's mahood without a care in the world. Izuku found a twisted and dark pleasure in this fact as he held them closer together, letting them worm their tongues all over his mahood while his shaft began to throb with expulsion a minute or two later. MMHMHHHMHH schlup schlup. Nana sobbed into Roomie's mouth while feeling Izuku's manhood head between them begin to pulsate intensely with eruption. Both women took notice of it and pulled their lips apart for a brief moment, seeing it swell and erupt like a geyser before their eyes. GNNGGHHHH, I'm calming, oh take it all, Nana-chan, Roomie-chan. Izuku growled in a dominant tone as thick ropes of calm came spurting directly into each woman's face, making them close their eyes and open their mouths wide open as they caught thick globules of manhood liquid directly onto their tongues. Splurt 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 dot splurt dot splurt splurt splurt. Ah, oh he's feed me, Midoriya Master, ha 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 ha. You could give me plenty of half-bunny children with this much thick manhood liquid, you know. Roomie let out, letting her caramel-colored face get soaked in pearlescent ooze. She was taking in as much calm into her gullet as possible with her tongue still lapping up every drop of calm that she could get. The same could be said for Nana as well. The busty and brawny Japanese beauty had latched her lips onto Izuku's mahood by herself and swallowed up every thick rope of manhood liquid that came her way. He could hear the thick gulping sounds of her esophagus drinking down his seed while he continued calming for another few minutes long. Gulp dot gulp dot gulp dot gulp. MMHMMHH gulp papaha delicious, master. Nana said once he was finished unloading inside of her throat and looked to her side to see Roomie running her tongue around her chin just before she leaned in to help her clean off the rest of the ooze with her own. Roomie embraced her fully and took turns ing off each thick drop of caking Nana's face from her cheeks to her chin as they engaged each other in yet another lesbian embrace. MMNGHHH, damn, I will never get tired of seeing that happen. Maybe I should get Midnight Sensei to do that with one of the girls again when I head back to school? Which reminds me, should pay another visit to Yu-chan again and see if she wants me to F her while she's as large as a house. There's just so much in the day and too many people to choose from. Izuku thought as they continued wrestling their tongues together in a languid embrace until they eventually pulled back with cheeks slick from their saliva. Mirko and Nana were both cleansed of his calm and looked up to see Izuku smiling smugly at the two of them, making each woman shiver with need just before he reached down to pull Roomie up to her feet first and throw her onto the bed. The short, muscle-bound rabbit-themed beauty bounced a bit and giggled with excitement as Izuku guided Nana to do the same before crawling onto the bed with them. His Mahood remained as sturdy as a horse's and as long as one too when he arrived behind Sugiyama's toned brown bumox. You're first since this is the first time you've been with me, Roomie-chan. Izuku began as he ground his manhood along the slit of her from behind, letting her stay in a relaxed bum-up head-down position with her arms hugging one of his mother's pillows with a smile. Her cheeks were so toned and smooth to the touch despite its heart-like shape, meaning she was very fertile and ready for breeding as Izuku began spreading open her womanhood with his thumbs. Once Izuku saw the moist velvet insides of her womanhood, his manhood throbbed with power as he felt AD pulsate powerfully from inside of his body. Mirko didn't need telling twice as to what position he preferred her. She simply kept her bumox wriggling in the air with tail thumping wildly with excitement as he pressed himself down upon her like so. Squelch. GNNGGHHKK Kaya Roomie had clenched her teeth together as she was feeling the thickness of his mast pushing open her completely as if it was a human arm plunging into her very body. Her legs rapidly thumped against the bed from underneath Izuku's thighs as he pressed himself upon her, sheathing one thick inch of manhood into her quim after another until he was pushing his way through her tight-fitting womanhood. Roomie wound up chewing on the pillow with her teeth while her eyes became teary. The more she felt of Izuku's manhood plunging through her insides, the more pain she felt since she had never felt like an innocent little maiden until today. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap unhit feels like it's ripping me apart from the inside and I love it. This was the kind of man I've been searching for all this time. Nana looked down at her friend with a sultry smile before going over to the side to place herself next to Izuku's ripped younger body. She brought her arms around the back of his neck, embracing him fully after he had wedged his Mahood firmly into Roomie's insides. Izuku could feel his manhood bulge out from inside of her abdominal region, pushing through her womb already while Nana smothered her boba into the side of his chest with a smile. MMNHHHH, she's really tight, Nana-chan. I think I probably broke her already. Izuku chuckled darkly as he enjoyed the slick tightness of Roomie's womanhood squeezing inwardly around him while he felt his lover's face come closer to his. Only one way to find out, master. Nana giggled playfully as he began bucking his pelvis into Roomie's iron-toned bumox, making her cheeks quiver and smack together while he repeatedly bottomed out of her womanhood with the ferocity of an animal. The squelching sensations of penetration began coming out from within the woman's womb, making her writhe and bite down on the pillow even harder until she started screaming out in ecstasy. MMNGHHHA Midoriya master yes ah ha 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 hey ah breed me she cried out with a facial expression of pure fascination. She was completely enslaved by Izuku via absolute devotion and by way of his magnificent Mahood churning her insides like a bull. Nana watched her womanhood gush constantly as some of her insides nearly came plunging out with each churning push of Izuku's Mahood. She figured that maybe Roomie might literally have her womb plunged inside out once she was stuffed with calm following Izuku's grand finish with her body. Such a thought titillated the woman greatly as she began ing on his lips and pulling him into her mouth. She was making out with him with their tongues hungrily swiveling around inside of each other's cheeks, tasting each other with gusto and with hearts full of love for one another. MMHMHHHHHMHHH sloop 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 Izuku Nana cooed happily as she was left blushing like a maiden in love all over again once she pulled back from his mouth. Izuku grinned and started hammering into Roomie's bum even harder, making her body slam into the bed to the point it was making an imprint of her short frame. Izuku was determined to wreck her and felt her insides desperately ing on his manhood as he continued bottoming out of her with unbridled passion. Master. I'm your master now, Nana-chan. You are mine forever. Izuku let out darkly, feeling the dark power of AD burn bright as it became his very core. Yes you are I love you, Master Izuku I'll be yours forever she said and felt him grab onto one of her boba, squeezing it into his hand and bringing her up on her feet so she could feed him her right when his lips latched onto it. A slick schlup sound followed and Nana started howling out in ecstasy as she felt Izuku feed off her boba while still plunging into her Roomie's. MMNGHHHMNGHMNGHMNGHHMNGHHMNGHHMNGHH The rabbit hero screamed constantly into the pillow she was biting down on, feeling her insides reshape themselves to fit Izuku's monster length as it plunged into the back of her womb every time he hit S. Her bumox quivered and her legs jostled about with brown toes wriggling constantly. She became little more than an animal in estrus now. Uahahe Mastirm, wait until you impregnate me and then I can give you some, Nana cried out as Izuku continued ing on her right like a baby, making Roomie writhe while he kept on making the bed creak with their lovemaking. Together, their bodies collided with each other constantly, making flesh-slapping music that echoed throughout the bedroom. Nana could see Roomie bucking her hips with her bumok slamming against Midoriya's waist in a constant back and forth of pure animalistic copulation. Likewise, Izuku relished the sensation of the rabbit hero's tight womanhood squeezing his length with her impressive muscle strength, attempting to squeeze him even harder as they went long. He was half tempted to channel One for All and make the woman cry out in ecstasy, but he feared he'd make her pass out. All he wanted to do was breed her thoroughly and claim dominion over everything that she is, the same way Nana was right now. She held onto his head and held Izuku's face into her bosom, sobbing loudly while he continued feeding on her bobas like a hungry monster. Slick ing noises could be heard from within her muscular bust, the hip-slapping noises of Izuku's body pressing into Rumie's bum from behind continued unabated until she eventually decided to calm. She could hold out no longer and felt her womanhood squeezing in around his length, making Izuku growl inside of Nana's bobas until he pulled his face out of them. NNNGGHHH, getting ready to calm, Roomie-chan? He questioned with a grin and heard only a whimpering yell from underneath as both he and Nana saw a delirious, somewhat goofy, face look back at him from over her right shoulder. Ahahihaha. Ohia, breed me raw, boy, make me cry out your name, Master Midoriya, Mirko let out as she dug her fingers into the mattress, trembling with the force of an earthquake as she felt her brown velvet womanhood shudder continuously with gushes of calm pouring into her womb. She too was gushing all over Izuku's waist as he kept her pinned underneath him like an animal. The boy dug his hands into her waist, injecting thick ropes of calm into her quim after he had delivered a hard into her toned brown bumox. Splurt 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 dot splurt 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 splurt. Nana had captured Izuku's lips into hers and let her tongue roll salaciously into his mouth, tasting his saliva while engaging Izuku in a thoroughly passionate embrace. Izuku growled into her lips as he enjoyed the feeling of her tongue slithering down his throat. He dominated the exchange himself quickly as he felt his swelter and tremble, ready to deliver a thick load of manhood liquid directly into Rumie's fertile womanhood. He could tell that she was ovulating somehow, and that only made Izuku growl with excitement, for he was ready to seed a baby into her womb. Izuku growled briskly from between her lips, enjoying the sight of Mirko writhing underneath him in a veritable intense excitement of mind-broken bliss. Her cottontail was thumping wildly about and her body was quivering non-stop while her legs kicked about underneath with icy excitement. HMMNGGHHHHH, Mirko hummed loudly with eyes rolling north of her sockets. She continued to feel more of Midoriya's sweltering manhood expunge more seed into her quivering, giving her the fantasy of becoming pregnant with a bundle of 9 adorable little bunny humanoid children with either sliver fluffy hair or green cotton like hair. Gug hi, I'm .gg gonna be .pp pregnant now. Heh, that's right. You are. You're mine now, Roomie-chan. I promise I'll treat you to this as many times as you want and give you as many bunnies as you want to. Izuku thought as he continued making out with Nana, happily taking her tongue in deep while seating Roomie for a staunch couple of minutes more until he was done. His mahood was still hard even after unloading such a thick and viscous amount inside of her body for just that long, but once he was done, he pulled out of her gaping womanhood and left a thick downpour of slimy manhood liquid oozing out from her gaping insides. Nana removed herself from Izuku's lips and looked down at her friend wearing a goofy yet delirious smile on her face that said she had a great time just now. AD was burning brightly as it had sizzled with raw power that burned as bright as a star. Izuku looked at Nana next before letting her roll back onto the bed, keeping her legs spread wide while beckoning to him with a sultry smile that made him fall in love with her all over again. Of course, she was his property in a way, so were all of the women that he came in contact with. Izuku wanted it all, and so too he shall have it all, starting with impregnating the very woman who saved him and gave him a purpose. He got on top of her, ready to plow another woman into baby-making submission already, but held off on engaging her in a basic missionary pose by keeping himself hunched over her wonderfully toned body. This reminded him of the America superhero Stars and Stripes, who honestly gave Izuku a muscle girl fetish alongside Nana-chan and Roomie. He wanted to breed that blonde woman next and made it a long-time goal to go to America one day and do that, or simply find some other way to entrap her. Nana held out her arms to Izuku with glowing little hearts in her eyes. He got on top of her legs and planted his feet just beyond her wide baby-bearing hips, for he had prepared to F her in a mating press-style opposition for this next round. He wanted to dominate her completely and aimed to put the beautiful Japanese attractive mother in the making into a post-coma. "Here I come, Nana-chan," Izuku growled as he barreled down upon Nana's muscular frame, guiding his turgid monolith of a manhood into her waiting womanhood with a single stroke. Squelch. "NNGGHHA, ah, oh god, master Izuku, and yes," she cried out after throttling her chest forward, making her mountainous bobas jiggle salaciously as she felt Izuku's length plunge through all the way into her womanhood like so. He felt the spongy orifice open up and allow him entry into her womb, leading to Nana embracing him with her beefy arms wrapping around his neck in desperation with a euphoric smile on her face. The woman felt her insides trembling with great need already as he had filled out the entirety of her womanhood L cavity, making a bulge appear from within her stomach while her legs darted out straight into the air. Her toes were wriggling and her body was shimmering in sweat once again. Every neuro of pleasure Nana Shimura possessed lit up like a collection of fireworks as she felt Izuku's length prodding the back of her womb in absolute domination. He pressed down into her waist, taking her in a simple missionary-style mating press, keeping her hips rolling against her own with her buttocks lifting off the surface of the bed. Nana was breathing coarsely now and was feared beyond belief as she felt absolute heaven in the form of Izuku's meat churning her womanhood in such a profound way. Her body quivered and her bobas heaved underneath his muscular chest, giving him the sign that she was ready to be thoroughly bred and made into a real mother at long last. Once she had gotten used to the sensation of his mahood wedged inside of her womanhood, Nana opened up her beautiful Japanese eyes and looked lovingly into her master's face with a hauntingly serene smile. Her arms wrapped tightly around his neck and her womanhood started quivering with need as he began rowing his pelvis into her frame slowly and methodically. MMNGHH ahaha. Yes Izuku, and please make me scream your name over and over again just like how Roomie did. MNHHHHH, your mahood even feels more powerful than last time. Are you channeling one for all right now? She asked deliriously, for she had felt the surging strength in Izuku's veins around his manhood as he held his thighs against her buttocks, keeping his pelvis rowing steadily faster against her waist. Izuku smiled slyly as he leaned in close to his girlfriend, giving her chills and keeping his muscular hands held tightly around her waist as he began to plow her steadily harder. MNGHHNNGHNNNHGNGHHHHH. Actually, Nana-chan, I'm not. That's me now. One for all is taking a liking to me, making my body stronger by default without me needing to activate it, just like how it was with All Might having that beefy body of his. I owe it all to you and you. He leaned in close and let his lips caress her own, making the open up her mouth so that she could offer him her tongue. Oh, everything you are to me. You're mine now, Nana-chan, forever. I won't hand you over to anyone and I'll make your dream of becoming a mother a reality today. Tears leaked out from the corners of her eyes as she locked her fingers together behind his neck, keeping him embraced as she began to feel the raucous force of tremors start coming out, the connection of their hips slamming together. Soon Nana's legs were wafting about in the air helplessly with toes wiggling around non-stop. She was feeling Izuku plunge straight into her diaphragm with how strong his manhood was and how much virility he had inside his teenager body. Oh highs, I love you, Izuku, and I make me a mommy, it'll make me the happiest woman in the world, more so than I already am being your lover, she cried out and felt him embrace her lips in a full-on adult kiss with a white-hot passion, letting their lips tangle with each other while their tongues dominated the inside of Nana's mouth. Hearts could be seen inside of her little irises as she felt Izu's pace increase exponentially with the force of a full-powered punch of OFA. MMNGGHHHHH slew up. Pop Nana-chan, oh Nana-chan, MMHMMMNHMNHMNHMNGHNGHH. Izuku let out once he let go of Nana's lips, letting a trickle of drool connect them to his as his hips raucously slammed against her waist like so. Loud sounds of impact flowed out with his body, becoming as strong as it would be when being powered by OFA, making the woman feel full-powered hit of his mahood stirring up her insides. It was a sensation she had never felt before in her life. No predecessor that she knew of could use an all-powerful force like OFA so effectively that they could make use of it in bed. She had stayed a pure virgin until she met Izuku and fed him the first time she became his lover, making them soul mates since she could handle such a physical strain without breaking her body. Her muscular yet voluptuous frame was now jostling about on his manhood, repeatedly bouncing underneath him. It was driving her crazy and making her boba waddle up and down like sandbags. She was feeling Izuku churn the entirety of her womanhood with every quickening of his pelvis. Nana was utterly dominated and she couldn't be happier for it. The woman was glad to be Izuku's eternally devoted lover and future mother of his babies. Wawafa ha 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 aya Izuku oa, she cried out, closing her lips and savoring the sensation of having the insides of her womb getting plunged by his manhood in an eloquent hip-bucking manner. Their toned bodies were slamming against each other, making the bed frame creak loudly each time. The struts were being strained and the mattress itself was collapsing in on itself, with Nana's muscular body making an imprint on its surface next to Mirko's. The woman's large body was constantly writhing in ecstasy and pleasure, feeling Izuku utterly dominate her as he touched one very weak point inside of her womanly frame. Her head tossed around, shifting side to side in euphoria as she let hard gasps of air escape her lips while her boba flopped around even more. GNNGHH Nana-chan, oh Nana-chan, your womanhood ang feels so tight. MMNGHH, I'm going to enjoy knocking you up, making you my wife, and doing it all over again with everyone else. Izuku let out, feeling the source of AD burn brightly as she felt Nana's control under him become complete. The woman was a gibbering mess right now as her tongue flew out of her lips, with her body constantly writhing about underneath him with every powerful scent her way. Slam after slam of flesh echoed around the room and Nana Shimura felt the need to clamp her thighs around Izuku's hips from below. She could only lock them around his lower back, making him growl in pleasure as he reached for both of her boba and grabbed them into each hand, squeezing them in unison while she teetered over the cliff with absolute pleasure. Izuku master. I'm not coming, she cried out and shuddered in ecstasy already, squeezing his length between each muscular part of her and causing Izuku to succumb to intense pleasure himself. His monolith of a manhood plunged effortlessly into the back of her womb some more, making the woman cry out loud in euphoria as she came hard with the chosen boy she loved more than anything in the world. She felt his shaft bloat and swell like a human organ, leading to Izuku grunting in pleasure as he filled the entirety of her womanhood with his manhood liquid the next second. Hufnnggghhh, here you go, get pregnant. Nana-chan. Izuku let out and grabbed a hold of her face with his right hand, letting his fingers dip into her mouth from the side as he held her steady underneath his body while he came. Their sweaty bodies rutted violently all together in coital bliss, with Izuku calming inside of Nana with the force of a fire hydrant. He was determined to seat her fertile insides and knew, from AD, that she was ovulating right now to make it happen. Splurt 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 splurt. Unhey, hee hee ha, master, oh I love you so much, my darling, Izuku. We'll make beautiful babies together. Nana cried out happily, with warm tears of joy leaving her face as she held Izuku there between her muscular legs, feeling him inject thick gallons of manhood liquid inside of her waiting uterus like so. GNNGHGHNHHGNNGHHMMMMMMNHHUHIA, Izuku cried out, enjoying the fresh feeling of released latyon inside of his mentor and future wife. The sensation of feeling Nana's overly muscular womanhood interior flex him more calm felt like heaven unto itself. He was being ed for more of his seed and watched as some of it started seeping from her womanhood en masse, making it obvious that he had knocked the woman up completely. He came for at least a few more moments, shuddering with pleasure the entire time until he eventually finished up. Nana was left in a nearly comatose state of UAL stupor with a delirious smile on her face. She was breathing hotly with her boba rising up and down, her skin sweaty, and her abdominal region looking bloated with manhood liquid despite her muscular body. Plop. His manhood came out with a squelch and left a thick gooey overflow of manhood liquid gushing out of her opening as she was left there, catching her breath with a delirious smile on her face. His manhood was still harder than a rock and brimming with raw power, which meant he had more energy, stamina, and fluids to dish out onto his lovers. Nana was panting tiredly and was about to sit up, anxious to out Izuku's calm through her mouth until she saw Roomie get up first. The mocha-skinned bunny rabbit hero had a feral look of warn on her face. She had risen onto all fours and powered over to Izuku as though she was ready to ride him like a hungry succubus. Midoriya master, I am still aching for more, she said, running her tongue across her lips with little hearts in her eyes. Prowling along on both her hands and knees gave Izuku a nice warm view of her toned bum with her cottontail thumping around excitedly. Izuku grinned with the pride of knowing he plowed two powerhouses like them into broken messes full of his manhood liquid. Good, I'm ready to give as much as you want, Roomie-chan. Izuku growled and then saw Nana sit upright as well, remaining on her keister with a bashful look of need showing on her face. Seeing such an iron maiden like her act so demure and wholesome lit the fire of AD inside of Izuku's body. He'd want to breathe them over and over again until the end of the world if he could, given how much these two pro-heroes excited him. What she said, Master Midoriya. Fufu. Ready to go again? Nana asked with a sultry voice, batting her eyelashes as she and Mirko started crawling towards them like a pair of hungry lionesses ready for the breeding season. Izuku wasn't worried nor anxious in the slightest as he sat on his kneecaps, keeping his stone-hard manhood surging with energy ready for another romp in the sheets. Like you even have to ask, Nana-chan? Roomie-chan? Izuku asked while licking his lips. He held out his muscular arms readily as the two beautiful women lunged at him to engage in yet another intense bout of passionate baby-making. He had started his next round with Roomie this time, letting her ride him in reverse cowgirl-style position with her legs hunched and her powerful leg muscles making her slam rapidly onto his hips with his mahood plunging eloquently inside of her gushing womanhood like so. Roomie was howling constantly while Nana simply ran her tongue along the side of Izuku's neck, tasting him and feeling up his chest while he got to enjoy the animalistic fing brought on by the rabbit hero Mirko for 17 minutes tops. The entire time she was riding him, he could feel her powerful womanhood muscles desperately hem for calm while her cottontail thumped rapidly with her body. Roomie was little more than a naughty animal now and she showed it especially with how much she held in pleasure while riding Izuku's mahood. He had smacked her iron like bumok several times in the process, making her mule and quiver sensationally until she felt her intense excitement wash over her body once again. The woman's powerful thighs and bumoks rampantly slammed onto Izuku's hips a few more times, causing the structure of the bed to collapse even more when feeling her insides him to intense pleasure. Izuku had grunted loudly from inside of Nana's sweet lips, here ing, and slapping Roomie's bum constantly as he filled her womanhood up with even more manhood liquid. He erupted inside of her like a volcanic mountain, letting the woman writhe in pleasure for about 5 minutes in total for passing out again. Of course, it would only be temporary, knowing her stamina, but Izuku would still need to be kept busy now that his libido was as active as AD was burning bright. Taking Nana into his lap, he allowed the woman to cross her muscle-bound legs behind his waist once again, only this time they went as high as the center of his back where Izuku felt her heels digging into his skin. Nana embraced him with the entirety of herself, putting her arms around his neck and swallowing his tongue into her mouth again while feeling his manhood penetrate the top of her manhood liquid-filled womb as he got to work fing her like a monster. He was as powerful as a minotaur when handling the brawny beauty of a woman known as Gal Might. Nana was constantly huffing and bouncing atop his lap with the folds of her manhood liquid-soaked womanhood gushing non-stop all over his manhood. The woman was in the throes of ecstasy as her boba bounced around, scraping Izuku's chest with her and her womanhood clutching his length tightly as he fed her for nearly an hour straight. Nana Shimura's powerful pelvic slams met Izuku's equally powerful waist in loud micro-impacts of raw power, causing the bed frame to destabilize even more as they went along. She would sob, breathe heavily with intoxicated whenever she wasn't tonguing out Izuku's throat with all the love in her heart. Likewise, Izuku was happy to have made Nana look like this and be completely at his mercy with a touch. Not only had he gone beyond a level of control never once thought possible with this dark quirk, but he also adored making a woman writhe in pleasure with minimal effort. Nana's sublime body rolled and tousled about in his lap, feeling his mahood rocket into the top of her manhood liquid-stuffed womb until they eventually came together in intense pleasure. He had filled her womanhood for several minutes straight, making her stomach region become increasingly stuffed to the point she looked pregnant already. Nana fell back and was left heaving terribly with loud huffs of breath, causing her boba to jiggle like oohs while she recovered. Seeing her in such a state made Izuku ed all over again and ready to indulge the two tired women in the last bout. He knew they couldn't last much longer given how powerful he was at making them calm like crazy, but this knowledge only amplified his need to collect more women to slake his. Izuku kinda liked the idea of control, but a genuine part of his core did not want to treat them merely as objects, only as a large collection of mutually treasured lovers instead. There was the dark part of his hunger that yearned to make even the most prominent and powerful female members of hero society yearn for his manhood. Ones like the famed Lady Nagant for starters, Burnin the lieutenant sidekick to the hero Endeavor, Ryukyu, any number of the female womanhood cats, or even some female villains in need of reforming. Izuku was going to collect them all and add them to his dark harem of devotion, but first things first, he was going to indulge in Japan's top hero and the 5th-ranked pro hero in one last bout for the day. He signaled for the two of them to lie side by side facing each other, making sure their bobas squished against the other woman's pair of boba while he grabbed his manhood and guided it into Mirko's once again. Squelch. GNNGGHHHH Kayag yes master yes, High Mirko cried out, making another goofy ahigo face as she felt the splitting sensation of Izuku's manhood pushing its way to the back of her womb like so. Nana saw the bulge pushing out from the inside of Rumie's abdomen, making her insanely naughty as one of Izuku's OFA-powered fingers dived straight into her from the side. Plop. Ah gageho Izuku enough master I love you, master, do anything you want to me Nana cried out next, happily in joyous celebration as she felt nirvana flowing through her body when she felt Izuku's powerful finger drill her like a jackhammer. He started pumping his waist heavily into Mirko's frame, making one of her toned legs jostle about in the air after he held it over his right shoulder. His manhood plunged effortlessly into her womanhood, making it gush and quiver non-stop even while Roomie had a bulging belly full of his calm sloshing around inside. Slaps of skin slapping flesh sounded off and Roomie Usujiyama wore nothing except a goofy ahigo face signaling her eternal devotion to Izuku's touch. He was making Nana feel the same with his left set of fingers working the woman's, making her clench and spasm repeatedly while she clung onto Rumie's shoulders. And Roomie-chan Izuku growled, feeling his manhood pushing through the massive manhood liquid inside of her womb, ready to deposit more in just a few good minutes while enjoying her bum slamming against his waist from a sideways angle. The feeling of her brown, muscular bum popping and smacking his groin like a jackhammer made Izuku feel absolute pleasure himself. He loved seeing Rumie's buttocks wriggle voraciously with every he put into his pelvis. She was at his mercy and so was Nana, but the real cherry on top would be when they both get confirmed pregnant. Aya ha 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 hey off Midoriya master I'm calming right now and I want you to pour every ounce of the baby gravy inside of me so that I can give you some adorable bunny children to enjoy knock me up Rumie cried and surrendered to her final intense excitement as she felt her walls clamping down around the thick of Izuku's length, making him buck into her a few more times before shuddering in intense pleasure himself. Nana undulated in an intense excitement of her own when she had enough of Izuku's fingers prodding her to the point she couldn't endure it any longer. She watched Roomie writhe wildly in icy spasm, seeing her womanhood folds gush and non-stop while Izuku buried his length to the hilt inside and blew a mighty load of manhood liquid into her body like so. Splurt 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 splurt. He growled with pleasure, injecting thick deluges of seed inside of the rabbit hero Mirko, making her floppy ears curve into a heart shape while she smiled happily in coital bliss. Her stomach was becoming bigger and fatter with his seed, obviously alluding to the fact her uterus was drowned and Izuku might have given her a bundle of children from the sheer volume of his calm alone. Roomie would writhe and sob loudly in the intense pleasure, professing her eternal love and devotion to the 15-year-old boy as she came for a solid minute and a half before finally passing out in a slump. Ahu hi darling. Master. He, I'm going to give birth to a lot of baby bunny children now. MMHHHHZZZZZZZZZZ Roomie was promptly passed out on the bed, leaving only Nana and Izuku alone as he plucked his member out of the woman's sopping and guided it over while he held it in his hand. He quickly signaled for her to get on all fours this time around, wanting to plow her in a doggy-style position so he could squeeze her bobas into his mighty fingers. MHMHHHHH, yes master, ha. Nana gushed, happy as a lover can be when she rolled onto her side and propped herself on all fours with her toned iron-like buttocks wriggling in front of Izuku's face. Here I go, Nana-chan. I like this position the best, you know, it lets me feel all of you at the same time I get to kiss you. I love you just so much. Izuku said honestly, feeling the impulses tell him to just rail her into a coma already as he got behind her bum he guided his manhood into her snatch, seeing her spread it open by reaching under and prying her labia apart with her fingers. Squelch. Waiahahohia take me, master breed me good, Nana cried out, tossing back her head while feeling Izuku sheath all 13 or so inches of thick and raw man meat inside of her waiting. Her womanhood lips stretched around its thickness and her insides churned like bummer as he pressed the bulbous tip directly into the edge of her womb like so. GHNNGHHHHO, I most certainly will, Nana-chan, he growled and dug his thumbs into each of her sides before moving them along to where they reached her chest. Both hands grabbed onto her pendulous bobas and squeezed them each into his fingers, making Nana mew loudly as she felt him beginning to knead them both while also beginning to his mighty waist into her bum. One loud smack of flesh followed with Izuku shoving every inch of his mahout into her slit while his pelvis attacked her buttocks like a force of nature. He could feel her cheeks quivering against his waist as he started picking up the rhythm in which he started fing his original lover. His hips were drawing back and pushing back in, repeatedly bucking into the woman from behind while he spooned her muscular backside and wrapped his lips around Nana's form the side in a passionate French kiss. She accepted it immediately and closed her eyes, letting her tongue languish in his saliva as he made out with her like so. HMHMHHHM shloop skloop shloop skloop Mo Izuku, and I love you so much too. She cooed happily between his lips, tasting his saliva again as they locked lips in a veritable entanglement of mouths trying to swallow each other from the side. Nana's large, womanly body bucked backward into his pelvis repeatedly while she was being fed from the inside out, enjoying the sensation of Izuku's grand mahout plunging her insides and making her sob loudly in mind-broken euphoria. Master. Their bodies rutted passionately together, creating small tremors of force that shook the bed structure even more to where it started to collapse slowly underneath their strength. Izuku was one powerhouse riddled with young, lean muscle augmented by the almighty power of One for All. Nana, being its previous holder, was still brimming with amazing power herself and had a killer muscular body many female bodybuilders would envy her for. Beds required to sustain their lovemaking would need steel reinforcement and shock absorbers built in. Izuku had his hands twisting both of Nana's s, visualizing them to be lactating in the future as he continued rolling his pelvis thunderously onto her buttocks with his member churning her delicate womanhood like so. She eventually broke off for his lips and tossed her head back with her mouth hanging open. She had closed her eyes and started gasping and sobbing constantly while Izuku fed her, making her lose touch with reality, for he was jabbing his length straight into the weak point of her nether body like a powerful bull overtaking a female for copulation. Oh God, Izuku and my master Izuku and she cried out, tossing her head back and shuddering with the force of an earthquake, making her womanhood clamp tightly around Izuku's one final time as she came with a howl. Her powerful womanhood muscles clamped down hard, her womanhood squeezed around his staff and ate it for dear sweet life, inevitably leading Izuku to growl as he surrendered himself to the bliss of released Ladion. He grunted loudly and slammed his waist fully into the groove of Nana's, breeding her on the spot as he let out thick ropes of manhood liquid spewing into her womb with the force of a fire hydrant. Again she couldn't stop screaming in pleasure, making just as goofy a face as Roomie did, and felt the warmth of baby-making seed flush out the entirety of her unprotected uterus. Splurt 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 splurt. GHNHH, that's it. Hi, come here. Izuku let out again and swallowed the woman's lips into his mouth, embracing her in one last tongue-lashing lip lock that made her mewl happily as they basked in post-coital copulation for about a solid 2.5 minutes tops. Her stomach wouldn't stop expanding with calm until she looked about 9 months pregnant already, making Nana mewl in happiness, for she knew that this sealed the deal with Izuku. She would be at his side until the end of the world, loving every second she spent with him, and was determined to bring other women to him out of absolute devotion. The MMNGHHHHO, yes, I'm going to be a mommy, I'm going to have my darling master's baby. Yes, maybe I should bring Pixie Bob to him next, or perhaps the other two Mandalay and Ragdoll of the womanhood cats. I know Ryukyu is looking for a good man to shack up with, maybe I can even call upon her protege, that Nijire girl. So many choices, so many girls that need to be ravished. My darling Izuku's manhood, Nana thought to herself as they winded down from their icy high together, eventually leading her to promptly pass out on the bed with a blissful smile staying on her face the entire time. Izuku groaned in post-coital relief and pulled himself up off of Nana's body, revealing his manhood had gone somewhat flaccid as it popped out of her manhood, liquid soaked with a gulch of gushing out. Just when he had sat on his bum to relax for a moment, the bed's frame crumbled completely, leaving the mattress to stay on the floor while the two women were still soundly asleep. Izuku nervously looked around at the sides, seeing that it was destroyed thanks to their intense lovemaking. This caused the young harem master in training to blush nervously with embarrassment before he got up. "I'm thirsty, time to go grab some orange juice and get refreshed. I lost a lot of fluids inside of each of them, but it was worth it." "So worth," Izuku said, flashing the sleeping women a smile as he went down the stairs, leaving the demolished bed to be dealt with later or until his mom got home. He would have to tell Nana to buy her a new one, preferably one with steel reinforcements and built-in shock absorbers. Turning her key in the lock and stepping inside of her house once more after a fresh workout at Ipponjosei's gym, Inko Midoriya walked in on the sight of seeing a naked Izuku sitting at the kitchen table with a thick pitcher of orange juice in one hand. He was sweaty too, for the obvious reasons that she already knew about, but Inko was still just happy to see her son naked, chiseled, and happy as he flashed her a suave smile. "Good afternoon, Izuku-kun." "Hehehe, did you have fun with those women that came in with you?" Inko asked, knowing full well what happened yet finding it puzzling. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck nervously. "I certainly did, but I also have great news to tell you, Mom. Looks like you're getting a new bed. On me, and Nana-chan, and Mirko-chan too, since we went at it like wild animals today." Izuku chuckled nervously, making Inko's face space out a bit before she ran up the stairs to check on the damage done to her queen-sized bed. "Diag," she squealed loudly in panic and fright, making Izuku nervously drink more of his orange juice as she came back down the stairs and flashed him a feared look on her face from above the banister. "Izuku-kun, you and your girlfriends are replacing that immediately and making it better than before. It should be able to withstand such ferocity, okay? I know I could always sleep in your bed when I want, but that was a wonderful queen-sized mattress that we made love on top of many times." Inko pressed, blushing feverishly with embarrassment despite feeling very turned on by how wild they went. "He, yes, Mom. Sorry about that." He apologized and saw the woman start lifting her sports top, flashing her naked yet sweaty pair of boba before twirling the top on her finger and sending it away. "But first, you're going to make it up to me in your bed, right now," Inko proposed, making Izuku chuckle softly to himself as he lifted the pitcher to his mouth again, ready to lose more electrolytes already, only this time with his attractive mother of a mother. "Right after I finish drinking my pitcher, Mom, I feel I'm going to need all the fluids," Izuku answered as he drank down its contents. "Ring ring. MMHMMNGH. Ring, ring-a-ling, get your foe. Click. NNGHHH, hello?" Nana Shimura's voice picked up on the other, albeit in a groggy sobbing tone as she stirred next to a naked Izuku Midoriya and slowly got herself out of bed with the sunshine beaming through the blinds to illuminate the room. Her phone was in one hand and she walked over to one of the windows, rubbing one of her eyes as she strived to wake up from her post-coital sleep. "Oh, Nana-san. Did I catch you at a bad time? It's me, David Shield, remember? I used to work with All Might before working with you some time ago." A kindly and somewhat youthful man's voice spoke out from the other end, revealing a glasses-wearing man in his late 40s with dark auburn hair sticking up in a basic spiked style and matching goatee beard around his chin. He kicked back in his office hair and held a photo frame of himself with Nana Shimura and her predecessor Toshinori Yagi All Might. A smile was brought to his face as he heard the groggy Japanese woman stir before speaking up. "Hey, David, it's been a long time now, huh? I haven't heard from you in years, not since you went to work at I-Island to develop experimental hero equipment. It's good to hear your voice and honestly, you did kinda wake me up. I'm a late sleeper now." Eyes Izuku lovingly with a smile for a lot of reasons these days. "But I don't mind, to what do I owe the pleasure? Just called to have a chat with an old sidekick and successor to Yagi like me? I have to warn you not to hit on me, I'm taken now and am very happy," Nana said, causing David to look dumbfounded as he wondered who could tame such a wild cowgirl like her romantically and survive having their pelvis shattered by her muscles. Wow, who would have thought? Whoever that lucky guy is sure must have a groin of steel, since 1 for all makes muscle mass about 1,000 times denser with stamina to last for days. Heh. David Shield thought as he looked at the picture of his blonde, beautiful young daughter Melissa and eyed the tickets to Japan lying next to the passport and papers to live there. I am happy to hear that, Nana-san. Hee, whoever that is must have the body and strength to match you in your might. But anyway, I called to ask a favor of you. You remember my daughter, Melissa, yes? Ah, that girl. She must be around Izuku's age now, isn't she? It's been forever since I've seen her and she's probably blossomed into a beautiful young woman by now. Nana thought and looked over in Izuku's direction as he had Roomie cuddling next to the right side of his body. Both of them were naked as can be, with the scent of still lingering in the air and a mess of manhood liquid oozing out of the tan-skinned rabbit woman's womanhood, just as Nana's was doing. She wondered how Melissa looked and considered giving Izuku a surprise as well as providing David with a possible future son-in-law or baby daddy for his daughter. Oh, how is young Melissa anyway? It's been years now, so I can only guess as to how big she must have gotten in that time. Trust me, she is practically a young woman now. Quirkless she may be, but Melissa has won many trophies in all fields of academics, and before she considers joining me on Island to enter the career of scientific development of technology, she wants to spend 4 years attending UA Academy rather than return to Academy. I don't know if you all have rules of quirkless students being able to join, but Melissa wants to see heroes in training up close by working in the support course and making friends over there. She only has a scant few over here, and I figured she'd start up a robust new life among heroes with you helping her as a guide to all of Japanese culture and heroics at UA. So what do you say? Will you help my daughter enroll and maybe provide her with a place to stay? If it is not too much trouble, I'll pay you for all her living expenses, obviously. Melissa Shield, huh? She was such a cute little kid when I last saw her, as ingenious as her father and eyes full of brightness and charm. She'd make a perfect girlfriend for my Izuku, not that he doesn't already have one in me, but everything he wants, my darling gets. That is absolute. Nana thought, brimming with and feeling excited already at the thought of feeding some young nubile beauty to her lover so that he has more to add to his growing nest of lovers. Of course, I will, David, anything for an old friend. I'll be able to enroll her just fine. We don't have a no quirkless rule allowed unless they intend to join the hero course. In support, her intelligence would be greatly appreciated and she'd be a star. I'll be happy to help her on her way. When is she coming anyway? She wants to leave as soon as possible, Nana-san, so by this upcoming Monday, and the private jet I provided for her should be able to take her to the airport in Tokyo. She'll be ready to begin as soon as she makes it there, and I'm hoping she'll make plenty of friends along the way. I just know you have promising students in mind and maybe a successor to the mantle, I hope. David said, feeling excited now, and located a picture of his daughter on his phone before sending it to Nana with utmost glee. Here, I'm sending you a picture of how she looks now. Thank you very much for this, Nana-san. With any luck, Melissa might even find a boyfriend there. Nana received the attachment through her phone, showing her the sight of a beautiful, blonde, bright-eyed girl with a wonderfully curvy and plump body wearing adorable academic clothing, pink and white with glasses on. Nana's eyes widened with delight, feeling her dark devotion to Izuku burn bright as she eyed a wonderfully voluptuous new target for him to claim. Melissa's smile was radiant, her hips were large, her curves were plump, and her bobas were as mature as a healthy set of D cups. Maybe even DD instead. She had a perfectly fertile body just built for breeding that Nana knew Izuku would like very much. Wow, she certainly grew all right. Izuku-an will love her very much. She thought to herself and heard David speak up on the phone again. Quite a looker she's grown into. She takes after her mother in terms of looks and sunny personality, but inherited my intelligence and drive to pursue technology development. I'll be telling her right away and giving you her phone number with the date of when the private jet will arrive at the airport. Again, can't thank you enough for this, Nana-san. I'm sure Melissa will be very happy to see you when you two meet up. No problem at all, David. It's nothing, I'm always happy to help out a longtime friend. I'll be making the arrangements at UA to enroll her here, but you gotta fax me all the important paperwork so that she can register properly and enroll in the support course. Send me her phone number in a text while I go take a shower, okay? I'll be waiting, and give Melissa my regards and tell her I'll be happy to see her again. Nana said with a smile as she turned around and watched Izuku sleep soundly, ready to go greet him a morning surprise with her lips when she heard David bid her goodbye from the other end. No problemo, thank you again, Nana-san, call me when you pick her up. Goodbye, for now. Click. David hung up and Nana started walking her naked, muscular body over to get back into the bed. She turned her phone off and crept underneath the dirty covers to where Izuku's flaccid slab of meat rested between his legs, just waiting to be pleasured by the woman's soft lips as she spread out his thighs with a smile. Thoughts on Melissa Shield were foremost in her mind and how Izuku would love to breed a young, intelligent beauty like her while amassing more into his harem from that part of the world. There were heroines such as the pro-hero women Stars and Stripes, Cow Lady, and whoever else from America that'd revel in his touch. Just the thought of the burly and brawny Lady of Gold Stars and Stripes getting mate pressed by her master sent chills down her spine. She was ed enough to begin rolling her thick boba all over the flaccid elephant's trunk that was Izuku's meat. She cupped it between each mound and began stroking it gingerly by sliding them up and down his length, stroking it feverishly in a gentle rhythmic manner that made Izuku stir in his sleep. Nana's bulbous pair of heavy-set boba were beginning to squeeze even tighter around his manhood, kneading the surface and making it stiffen up considerably in almost no time at all while Izuku stirred even more with Izuku and Melissa, just the thought of indulging my master with my so-called niece would be amazing. He would love her with that curvy, mature body of hers just ripe for breeding. Of course, that depends entirely on Izuku and Melissa if they want to go down that route and make her a teenage mother this soon into their education. Still, I can just picture it now, myself and Melissa sporting swollen bellies containing Izuku's offspring between us. It's making me sunhan hot. Nana thought to herself as she cupped her boba together into her palms, making both of those glorious orbs of doughy flesh feverishly slide faster up his length. Soon, she was panting hotly with white-hot owl and promptly lowered her face down into her cleavage to begin ing off the apple-sized tip of his manhood into her mouth like so. HMMHHH schlup.mmhmpp.mmhmpp.mmhmpp.mmhmpp schlup. She sobbed happily, swallowing his manhood head into her mouth and letting her tongue languidly roll all over its surface. The slick mahood ing suction of her lips increased considerably with Nana bobbing her head between her bobo while still squeezing them together as Izuku stirred awake. HMNNHGHH good morning, Nana-chan. Greeting me with a wake-up call like mom always does? He asked sleepily, noticing that Roomie stirred awake as well and watched the ing side of Nana Shimura voraciously working her boba up and down their master's manhood. The glow of absolute devotion was burning strong inside of them both now that Izuku had fully accepted its dark nature and became one with his secretly aggressive instincts to breed them as he collects more. He felt one of Roomie's brown hands affectionately stroking his chest as he watched Nana hungrily roll her tongue all over the top half of his length before popping off. Pop. Ah, of course, Master Izuku-an. He. Every morning this will be our greeting call, you know. Do you like it so far? Are my bobas making it worthwhile? Nana asked for validation like a good and loyal love slave forever hooked on Izuku. She was hoping, alongside Namiri Kiyama and Roomie, that they were all pregnant with his seed after how much Izuku made love to them all without contraception. Hey, let me join in too, Shimura. You can't be the only serving Master Izuku-an's member, after all. Not if we both have to share him with other women and younger girls somewhere down the line, right? Honey bunny? Roomie cooed naughty-tively and crawled closer to his manhood from the side, running her tongue all over the upper half of his length while Nana still had her bobas sandwiching the bottom half with her lips occupying the tip with gusto. Shlew up. MMHMMHHH sloop skloop MMHH tastier than any carrot and stuffed with that might have given me a bundle of cute little bunny-eared babies after all you stuffed so much of it into me last night. If they come out all girls and grow into teenage brats with attitudes, their father better discipline them properly along with their hungry mother. Roomie said, exciting Izuku's loins already as he reached down with his hands to hold both women's heads closer to his manhood. NNGHHH yes. That kind of talk is making me very frisky right now, you too. Keep on tasting me and make me blow all over your faces. I might need the charge up for the weekend now that it is here, since I still have plenty of other pro hero women to visit before school again on Monday. Start ing me off and be ready to share between each other when it all comes out. Izuku commanded, exciting Nana and Roomie completely as the former let go of her thick bobas to allow them both more room to worship his manhood. But before they got to work, Nana held up a hand and brought up her smartphone with the picture of Melissa's shield on it for Izuku's eyes. She was about to grip the middle of his shaft and begin stroking him while swallowing more of his manhood when she spoke. Oh master, first take a look at this girl right here and tell me what you think of her. She's going to be visiting Japan soon and her father wanted me to take care of her while she attends UA. I was wondering if maybe you'd like a highly breedable blonde American beauty like her in your harem. She is practically considered my niece since me and her father go way back as friends and partners in crime fighting. While you make up your mind, I'll be tasting this beautiful thing right here. Nana said, handing Izuku the phone as she got to work slathering the right side of his manhood with her tongue, goading Roomie into doing the same with her tongue as they started languidly slobbering all over his manhood together. The bunny-eared hero paid the picture no mind since she didn't care for anything outside of Izuku's happiness, as well as her own breeding full frenzy which the boy had ignited just last night. She switched from ing his S with her lips to rolling her tongue salaciously around in a circle all over his manhood from one end to the other. Nana happily did the same while squeezing the center of his massive shaft and worshipping the top half of his manhood with her tongue. A plethora of slurping noises filled the room with both women ing and licking up every inch of his massive manhood while Izuku eyed the beautiful blonde girl darkly with a smile. Shklup shlup dot shloop skloop shloop shloop skloop. MMHMHHH shlup shklup shlup pop master Izuku and honey bunny Roomie cooed as she happily rolled her tongue up from the hilt of his shaft, occasionally meeting with Nana's hand or tongue in the process while they worked together in tandem. HMMHHHH shlup shklup shlup honey, I hope you'll like her. I'd like to get intimate with you at the same time you breed her, should she your interest. Nana sobbed before languidly rolling her tongue up the side of his manhood and swallowing the bulbous tip into her mouth again, bobbing her head on it with vigor while Izuku inspected the digital picture. He could feel his dark surging bright in response to seeing this beautiful girl. Part of him honestly fell in love at first sight as he did with Ochako and a good number of female students in his class such as Momo Yaoyorozu, Shuko Todoroki, Itsuka Kendo, his teacher Namiri Kayama, and others. Izuku's heart was as vast as his libido was large, and his dark instinct to collect them and make them serve him forever grew just as strong. He was getting a similar feeling just eyeing this beautiful, blonde American girl his age. She is a cutie, that's for sure. Fully mature curves, thick baby-bearing hips, large bobas, and a bright sunny smile with glasses and blonde hair. She's everything you'd expect out of a Y teacher stereotype even though she's only a student. Of course, I'd be interested in her. In fact, there are some female pro heroes in America I'm interested in too, but they'll have to wait for later. Right now he trailed off and looked down to see Nana and Roomie rolling their tongues over each other with his manhood in the middle getting it from both women while it started to throb like a volcano. I'll just focus on enjoying this with two of Japan's strongest female heroes, both of whom just can't get enough of my manhood. HMMH oh shlup 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 Izuku Kwan master I think you're about ready to come all over us. Roomie said, tasting Nana's tongue with her mouth before receiving a kiss from her with Izuku's manhood head in the middle, being squished by spongy pink tongues that caused him to erupt. He clenched his teeth and enjoyed the moistness of both women's mouths before he felt the rush of manhood liquid come pouring out like a geyser between each set of lips. GNNGHHHH drink it all up. Ladies share with each other and start my morning for the day. Izuku let out, pumping his hips voraciously from the surface of the bed as he shot thick ropes of manhood liquid spewing out from the tip of his manhood and splattering all over each woman's face with their tongues out trying to catch it all. Izuku watched with amusement as the calm splattered face of Nana Shimura brought over Roomie's head with her hands and locked her coated lips together with hers in an erotic lesbian lip lock riddled with tongue action. Roomie, of course, closed her eyes and kissed her back while making sure Izuku had a front row seat to watch her manhood liquid-covered tongue rolling into Nana's mouth and vice versa. It was such an erotic sight since they salaciously snowed as calm between each other with Nana being the more aggressive of the two. Roomie drank down every gulp of manhood liquid and saliva she absorbed from Nana's lips, filling the boy with pride as he felt his manhood twitch and jolt wildly with excitement. He kept Nana's phone held in his right hand, eyeing the beautiful and voluptuous Melissa's shield and wondering just when she'll get here so that he could claim her as well. He wasn't going to stop for anything or anyone now. Izuku was on the warpath to collecting as many beauties as possible and making them his. All for him. HMMHMHHHH slop Miza Kunderling. Just imagine that girl, Melissa's shield, doing this with me in front of you, hey. I'm sure a healthy, fertile, intelligent girl like her would love having your seed splashing around inside of her belly and her uterus. Nana cooed, slowly pulling her tongue back from between Roomie's brown slimy lips and letting the naughty rabbit pull her share of calm back into her mouth before closing it up and gulping loudly. Gulp. Yeah, all you gotta do is meet with her, master. Make her yours and then see if Kayama-san is pregnant next week for sure. I'm positive you, aka MT lady, will want a repeat visit from you soon since she's been chatting my ear off about seeing you again. Hero work kept her busy as of late. Roomie informed and worked on rolling her tongue around her chin and her cheeks to get everything ate up into her gullet. Nana did the same and crawled over to rest beside Izuku's right shoulder with her face clean of his calm. For now. She eyed the digital photo with a proud smile, admiring how much she has grown since she last saw her. For Izuku, feeling the imbued power of absolute devotion thrive like the Olympic torch, smiled slyly and looked to Nana with a fervent nod of his head. He was eager to claim the American girl now and make her stay here in Japan a pleasant one. When is she coming here, Nana-chan? I want to meet her and really make her acquaintance soon, maybe even convince her to take it bareback without the birth control medicine you gave everybody in my class. Izuku asked darkly, cupping Nana's chin and dipping his right thumb into her lips for her to on in an erotic manner. Her eyes glow bright purple like Roomie's, the latter having crawled up on his other side to observe the photo with them while mulling over buying a pregnancy test in the morning. Soon, I'm betting. Since it's the weekend, I'm sure her father is going to ship her here by tomorrow so that everything can be set up for her to begin her classes at UA. She may be your age, but she's excelled in her years when it comes to scientific technological development like her father. I firmly believe Melissa Shield will adore being your latest conquest, just to pay a visit to some of the pro-hero women when you have time these days, okay? Kayama, you, even that nosy reporter woman Shimamura have it bad for your return, but I'm sure you know that already, right? Izuku-and darling? Nana purred and Izuku nodded again. He could feel the dark link he has to all his claims from his mother Inko to Mitsuki, the girls in his classroom, Momo, and Kyuka's parents, the reporter, and even all the pro-hero women he's f'd so far including them. Izuku could just tell when they were craving him and it made him growl like a hungry lion before handing the phone back to Nana and pulling them both in a loving three-way kiss. I promise, there won't be a woman or girl that I won't pay attention to. Come here, you two. Izuku said with a husky growl as he pulled them into a languid three-pronged embrace, tasting Nana and Roomie's lips and feeling them hum into his mouth with delight as he made out with them for some time more. Later. The weekend came by and went all the way down to Sunday in a flash. Izuku had spent the day ravishing Nana and Roomie for a bit longer after they woke up, but of course, Melissa's father, the famous David Shield, informed the woman that her private jet would be arriving shortly the following Sunday. Thus, Izuku went with a well-dressed Nana Shimura to go pick her up at the airport in Japan closest to where he lives. Nana was wearing a white pair of ankle-cut jeans with a feminine loose-fitting blouse showing off her naked shoulders and muscular forearms. Izuku loved the type of pants she wore since they showed off her hips through pocket windows designed for aesthetics, making him increasingly ed yet doing a thorough job at hiding it. When they arrived at the gate, they saw the girl already there, wearing a matching velvet-colored blazer that made her look like a young traveling scientist on the go. She had the matching cut-off vanilla-colored pants that clung tightly to her voluptuous legs with the top part of her outfit clinging tightly to the rest of her plump and curvy body. Her wavy blonde hair was down below her shoulder blades with a feathery set of wavy bangs tucked behind her ears where her glasses were. The girl was beautiful to AT and Izuku could barely wait until they were alone together so that he could ravish her into a stupor already. HM? Oh, Auntie Nana the girl squealed with delight, waving her hands at the sight of Nana approaching her with Izuku by her side, wearing his everyday casual clothing of a dark blue hoodie with light brown cargo shorts and signature red shoes. Melissa wondered who he was yet smiled in his direction, all the same, feeling an eerie sense of foreboding that drew her to him somehow. "Melissa-chan, come here and give your old aunt a great big hug, hee-hey." Nana greeted, pulling a skipping Melissa's shield into her arms and giving her a firm hug while the two of them nuzzled each other's cheeks together in a manner only family members do. She swung the girl around in the air a bit before setting her down and seeing her smile and giggle in Izuku's direction as she held out a hand to him in greeting. "Hello there, my name is Melissa Shield. Are you Auntie Nana's relative perhaps?" Melissa giggled and Izuku took her hand with glee, making the scenery shift slightly as the wave of absolute devotion made its way into the girl's system already, causing her to shudder and begin breathing hotly as she felt a fire light up inside of her soul. Suddenly the boy she was looking at was all too appealing to look away from, and she wanted to do more than simply shake his hand, but Melissa was still mostly herself and didn't understand where these thoughts were coming from. Nevertheless, they would grow stronger until they overwhelmed her body. "And no, I'm Nana-chan's protégé. She's teaching me how to control my power better while I'm attending UA, you could say we're family and more." My name is Midoriya Izuku. A pleasure to meet you, Melissa Shield." Izuku greeted formally, knowing he had AD's claim on her heart and soul already and bristling with for the curvy young girl as he let go of her hand. Nana took notice of her change immediately and placed a hand on one of her shoulders with a knowing smile. "Yeah, he's mine all right, you'll come to like him big time once you get to know Izuku-an, Melissa. For now, let's get you set up in my house. I have most of your paperwork set up so you can start UA tomorrow as a new transfer student. Will you be doing a support course in engineering and general studies? 'Cause I kinda signed you up in a hurry since those are along the paths to scientific advancement like your father." Nana explained, making Melissa brighten up and turn her head to flash her a giddy nod and a bright smile. "Yes, those were exactly what I was going to sign up for, Nana-chan. But as a quirkless myself, am I going to be in a different classroom from everyone else perhaps? I was wondering about that here since me and my dad weren't clear on UA's rules regarding quirkless students," Melissa said, subtly rubbing her thighs together without realizing it. The moisture inside of her panties, from within her, started to increase exponentially as she felt the sensation of AD grow strong in a short period of time. Izuku knew this and smiled, anticipating when he will F her and how while looking at the girl's abundance of luggage she had left close by. There were at least 5 or so large bags that she carried with her when arriving, making him wonder how many sets of clothes or tools she brought. He was reminded of Hatsum May down in engineering, giving him an idea on a 3-way event had foremost in mind when Melissa gets started. "Nah, you'll just be in classroom 1A with Izuku-an, Melissa. It's a special class that serves as the cream of the crop among students' first years at UA. You'll make lots of friends there, trust me with that. Now come on, you little science nut, let's go bring your things to my car," Nana said as she walked over to pick up all 5 duffel bags of luggage with ease before making her way out with Izuku and Melissa walking ahead of her. The entire time, the girl couldn't help but wonder just what it was about Izuku Midoriya that she found enticing. She had never been one for love, feeling inadequate among her peers since she was the only quirkless in her old school, but Melissa was definitely getting a vibe from the boy that she liked very much. Her heart even stammered and she mustered up the strength to discuss something with him while on their way to Nana Shimura's car. "So, Izuku-kun, what is UA like so far? I know the year has just started, but I'm honestly excited to see what you heroes in training go through on a daily basis." Tee-hee. Melissa chirped, making Izuku smile slyly on the inside as he took her right hand into his left and gave her a chill of foreboding towards them as they made their way out of the airport. "We go through a lot, alright, every student there is someone you'll get along with just fine, plus we do exciting things like training exercises out in the training field, fighting giant robot drones, and more. You'll love it here, Melissa-san." Izuku answered for her, watching her thick hips sway every which way as she blushed. "I think I already do," she answered softly and averted her eyes from him, not knowing that her time as a virgin was about to come to an end. Once the trio set off, Izuku assisted Nana in carrying all of Melissa's things into the pro-hero woman's suite as the American girl walked in ahead of them to take a gander at all of Nana and Izuku's training equipment. Izuku may have been going to school and still living at his own house right now, barring the plan to live in Nana's suite when his harem plan truly starts, but the boy was practically living here as often due to the many times he spent fing the woman on her bed like an animal. After everything was put into the house and Melissa had taken up one of Nana's guest rooms for her living residence, the trio had ordered out some food and stayed in, allowing Melissa and Nana to catch up on all the ongoings in managing Island. Melissa had gotten comfortable by taking off her shoes and removing her Velvet Academy jacket, leaving her wearing the clothes they saw in her picture, which highlighted how boisterous her bobas really were when up close. After listening to Melissa go on about some of the American female pro-heroes Nana mentioned earlier, such as Cow Lady, Stars and Stripes, and others he had never heard about, Izuku continued watching the way Melissa's bobas shake from within her tight-fitting outfit. Seeing a girl with rouse blonde hair such as hers was rare in Japan, plus her eye color of a wonderfully bright ocean blue was something that captivated Izuku completely. This made for a comfortable yet slightly awkward dinner as they had continued eating together at Nana's table, eventually wrapping up and leading to Izuku seemingly being on his way out the door when Melissa decided to get ready for bed. That was the time he chose to strike and had Nana's aid in wanting to do it, since she was right here, at her convenience, for whenever he decides to take another girl close to her long-time career of superheroing under All Might. Alright, here's my number. Teehee. I can't wait to start UA tomorrow, Midoriya-kun. Hope those Class 1A students go easy on the quirkless foreigner. She joked, receiving Izuku's text message to confirm they had swapped phone numbers fully. Part of Melissa didn't want Izuku to go, and as the urge to prostrate herself before him grew ever stronger with each passing second, so too did her feelings of longing that had yet to seal the deal on her heart. Well, at least until Izuku plants the first kiss and makes it so that she'll be his forever. Like a domino effect involving his all-powerful quirk of absolute devotion. Nana had come out of her bathroom, wearing only a pair of thigh-high booty shorts with a tight-fitting tank top. Her boisterous bobas and feminine muscle could barely be contained by when she watched Melissa pull her phone away from Izuku with a blush. Alright, Melissa, say bye to Izuku for now. He'll meet you bright and early in the morning at UA, he'll be here first to take you there and show you around, since I'll be on patrol duty around that time. Nana said, smirking slyly as she watched her longtime niece obey her and skip away to the bathroom of the guest room to get changed. Izuku looked at her and nodded eagerly before putting his phone away and beginning to pull off his hoodie as well as his cargo shorts, looking eager to see the American blonde beauty in only her skivvies when he'd naughty her. The fire of absolute devotion burned bright once again, causing Melissa, who had been wearing only a high-riding pair of pink pajama shorts around her bottom with a thin white t-shirt over her chest, to shudder suddenly while she was brushing her teeth. The blonde girl had placed her glasses to the side and prepared to wash up her face when she felt a powerful presence coming in from behind her, making her legs quiver and quake as she felt her insides moisten with need. All she could think of right now was Izuku Midoriya, over and over again from within her mind as she grabbed her. Melissa finished washing up and wiped down her face, but when she grabbed her glasses from the side and put them back on, she shrieked in surprise when seeing Izuku right there behind her in nothing but his boxers containing a massive bulge underneath. Ikam Midoriya-kun? What are you doing here? She yelped in surprise, blushing furiously since she was practically naked in her skivvies when turning around to face him. Melissa couldn't explain it exactly, but she was feeling her heart race a mile a minute with excitement right now. The longing feeling of devotion she had growing inside of her started to swell when seeing him in all his chiseled Adonis-like glory. Melissa had seen many buff superheroes in her time, especially when applying some of her prototype inventions to volunteers back at her old academy, but seeing Izuku there like some male model ripe with muscle just stirred her insides like nothing else. If that wasn't enough, there was even a dark look of suave cool and budding for her she could see in his eyes. She quickly leaned back against the railing of the bathroom sink counter, watching as he closed in on her with his right hand reaching for her chin to sensually stroke while she shuddered in hot breaths. Izuku was nearly a breath's hair away from her face and the blonde couldn't think of a reason to want to chase him off. She was positive she didn't even want to, not with how strong her attraction towards Izuku Midoriya was becoming. Surprised to see me, Melissa-chan? She nods. I just came by to give you something first, and boy do you look lovely wearing the bare essentials like this. Care to guess what it is? I know you're attracted to me. Izuku called out, making the girl stammer and bashfully avert her eyes, not wanting to be called out on her deepening attraction for this boy she just met. Alas, she knew it was all true, stemming from a small crush that exploded into something more akin to devotion and white-hot somehow. Melissa knew that she wanted to be with Izuku romantically. It was still surprising to Melissa how fast she felt this way, but the grooming scientist to be considered it destiny since they had just met. Within Izuku's body, the burning glow of absolute devotion became stronger, causing Melissa to start feeling increasingly sensitive to the point she bucked her legs inward with creamy thighs rubbing up against each other. Her mound was becoming increasingly moist too, and suddenly the girl found herself wanting this surprise moment of intensity to get UAL. Izuku cradled her chin and let the quirk do its work, enamoring the girl's body and exciting the libido inside of her with the pheromones doing their work, lowering her inhibitions. What is it, Midoriya-kun? Huff huff huff, what did you want to give me? She asked hypnotically, letting her ocean blue eye drift south of Izuku's face to see a nearly head-sized bulge resting from underneath his boxers. The girl couldn't resist mentally begging for it to be what she thought it'd be, naughty tie-in. Lucky for her, Izuku granted that wish by zeroing in on her soft lips and closing the distance between them, wrapping his around her own in a soft yet passionate kiss. This, Izuku said, pressing his warm lips against Melissa's soft ones, surprising the girl completely and making her melt in his hands as she lowered her eyes and started kissing him back without hesitation. The feel of his mouth hungrily wrapping around her own, gingerly tugging apart her lips so that he could inhale her breath and swap a little saliva with her tongue once he pushed his on inside. This was Melissa's first kiss, and it was by far the most breathtaking experience she's had to date. Midoriya-kun. She cooed softly between their lips and brought her hands around his neck, letting them rest behind his shoulder blades while Izuku pressed himself even further to her body. His right thigh came up and gently ground the area between her legs, rubbing up between her thighs and massaging her, moistening from within her sleeping shorts. Melissa bristled upon contact as she felt his sturdy leg massage her womanhood through her clothing. His right hand came up to her chest and squeezed itself around her right boba, making the girl whimper naughty tively through his tongue as he sent it spiraling into her mouth in a forward fashion. Schlup dot schlup schlup dot schlup 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 schlup. HMMMNHHMM. Melissa squealed loudly, fogging up her glasses as she felt the soothing flow of euphoria going through her body while embracing the boy of her dreams. The glow of AD began to reflect strongly from within her eyes, making a soft smile curve on her lips as she was feeling exceedingly naughty every passing minute. She arched her back and leaned a little more, allowing Izuku to grab onto her waist with his other hand and stroke her tush through her shorts before sliding it underneath the fabric so he could feel her naked bum underneath. Yes, he is too. Can't believe I'm sharing my first kiss with this darling boy. This is like a dream come true. Just met him today and it already feels like it was meant to be. Momo Izuku, this doesn't normally sound like me, but take me, I'm all yours. The glow shaped itself into littler glowing hearts in her irises as she felt Izuku become increasingly aggressive by rubbing his thigh even harder between her legs and squeezing her boba fondly before sliding his hand underneath her top. She may have been wearing a modest velvet lace bra and set of panties, but to Izuku, she may as well wear nothing since he goes right for the flesh. His fingers dipped underneath the cups of her brassiere, grabbing onto her naked boba while making her pink sleeping top slide up above her chest. Melissa was finding this all to be a little too forward for her liking, but she was caring less and less about boundaries the longer she was tasting Izuku's tongue on her mouth. Both of her boba, one still half covered by the bra, spilled out in all their DD cup-sized glory, furthering Izuku's titillation while Nana watched from just outside of the doorway secretly. The glowing mentor had started to slide up her own set of clothing, beginning from her blouse being shrugged off and unbuttoned to her lady's pants sliding down her long muscular legs. Just seeing her master Izuku claim the young, aspiring beauty that is Melissa's shield stimulated the woman very much. She was growing so wet from seeing his hand fondle the American Science girl's boba and start reaching underneath her sleeping shorts to begin stroking her mound with the touch of his fingers. With a small squelch of insertion, Izuku dipped a finger or two into Melissa's virgin snatch, making her flinch and writhe in his arms with her back curving against the edge of the bathroom counter, her mouth pulled off of his, only to squeal loudly in euphoria while her glasses started to slip off of her face. Dia mmnhhhggt, that's it. Midoriya-kun tt, take me now please, she cried out with her chest huffing salaciously after Izuku tugged down the rest of her bra, allowing both bountiful mounds of adipose flesh to spill freely while they jostled around. Melissa had a healthy set of full, naked pink boba with perfect steadily growing standing manhood due to her own rising like a volcanic eruption. This girl had never known such a world of pleasure existed, being the shy bookworm and aspiring scientist that she was. She had shied away from any dating offers that came her way, not feeling attraction to any of the boys that came to her, of which there were too few in the first place. She rested on the edge, watching Izuku stare at her with dark as he continued to finger her needy with his ring and middle finger, knowing that every touch he made on her insides caused a spasm of sensation to jolt through her system each time. Just then, the hand that he had interfered on her boba, left it so he could tug down her sleeping shorts and panties at the same time. Melissa didn't refuse him nor complain at all, being that she was ready to give herself to him entirely as her naked womanhood became fully exposed before his eyes. She had a tight-looking virgin snatch with just a tuft of golden flaxen pubic hair above her folds. Izuku promptly lifted up the girl's legs skyward and pulled down the hem of his boxers to unleash the monster within. He's taking it off? He's going to show me his. Melissa thought, quivering with needy as a overly thick slab of foot-long meat came springing out from underneath his boxers. It was Izuku's manhood in full, showing Melissa a prime specimen of male virility and health with his ass looking as bloated as oranges underneath it. The saliva in her throat dried up as she stared slack-jawed at it, marveling at it while the inside of her body grew ever quicker. She was as good as his and looked into his green eyes, seeing a charming smile on that cute boy she was now falling for. That's the idea, sit back and I'll start taking you here, then we can go to your bed and spend the rest of the night welcoming you, Melissa-chan. Izuku responded darkly, causing shivers down her spine as he brought the bulbous tip of his manhood over to the juicy folds of her quim. He had lifted one of Melissa's legs up high and allowed it to rest atop his left shoulder while the other simply lingered beyond his hips. Why yes please. Izuku-an. Oh here he is so big, and I can tell that you're as virile in UAL energy as a horse. Melissa explained in her own analytical way while readjusting her glasses to keep them on. She didn't put her contacts on yet, so she needed them to have a clear picture of everything she was about to experience. Her heart was thumping a mile a minute as he brought his manhood over to her, ready to mount her against the surface of the vanity mirror and breed her like a raging bull. I'd better introduce Melissa to the special contraceptive tablets I provided for all the girls in Izuku's classroom. I don't think David wants to be a grandfather before she graduates high school, at least not yet anyway. Nana Shimura thought to herself as she grabbed onto one of her own bobas while sliding her fingers down into her sodden folds, watching as Izuku pushed the head of his manhood into Melissa's all-American womanhood with a shove of his hips. Squelch. GHNNGGH Gaiaha, she cried out and clenched her teeth shut, for she could feel the equivalent of a small human arm pushing through her folds and stretching them out while on their way to her hymen inside. Melissa's toes started wiggling salaciously about while her naked feet jostled about in the air due to the sensation. She grabbed onto one of Izuku's shoulders as she felt the rupturing pain of feeling her virginity being taken away thanks to the boy's massive mahood plunging through it on its way inside of her womb. MNNGGHHH, congratulations, Melissa-chan, you're now a woman. Izuku responded darkly, letting the power of AD nullify the pain for the girl, allowing her to feel absolute nirvana in the form of his manhood plunging through her fresh insides on its way to her womb. Melissa stopped squeezing her eyes shut and opened them up with a wide, toothy smile on her face the next second. She was sensually rolling her groin onto his manhood as he began rowing his manhood into her freshly deflowered insides with a steady hip and buck pattern of FING repetition. Uwaha yes anthem Midoriya-kun, she cried out, bringing her hands around his neck and pulling herself closer as he began bucking into her with increasing pace. His S could be heard slapping into her thighs and nether region with his shaft squeezing into her womanhood, penetrating her teenage womb while Melissa sobbed loudly in ecstasy. Melissa's body began slamming horizontally into Izuku's waist, creating the raucous noise of Ual coitus, gradually becoming more intense as she felt him driving his manhood deeper into her womb. The girl had never felt anything like this until now, and it was positively euphoric, making her mind melt into mush and her body become overly stimulated with pleasure to the point it was becoming addictive. She kept her head tossed back and her exposed bobas jostling around feverishly into the air as Izuku pulled her off of the counter entirely, allowing her legs to stick out from beyond the sides of his hip bones. Ugh, Izukwane aha ha 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 hag, she cried out, making her lips curve into a delirious-looking smile as she felt him gradually increasing the pace, making his bloated ass smack into the nether space between her thighs. Together the two teenagers bucked into each other, with Izuku being the aggressor and Melissa being the submissive that was losing more of her mind to bliss every waking second. Nana stayed outside the bathroom wall watching from just beyond the edge of the doorway, seeing Melissa's naked feet quivering in the air while her master fed her diligently to completion. Melissa's fingers ran through the broccoli-colored locks of curly hair he had, clutching his head and wrapping her arms snugly around his backside as she tried to cling onto his frame. Her womanhood squelched ceaselessly, with sodden teenage folds clutching his manhood tight, goading the boy into railing her even faster. Before long, their pace intensified, with Izuku uttering blissful grunts and hot huffs of air as he claimed a beautiful American girl with curves for days. He decided that doing it in the bathroom wasn't going to cut it since it was cramped, so he settled on bringing her to intense excitement first and then filling her full of calm before he carried her over to the bed where Nana would be waiting. MNGNHMMNGHMMNGHMMNGHMMNGHMMNGHMMNGHH Melissa-chan and GHH, I'm going to come soon. Your womanhood must really want me to make it pregnant, eh? He joked, sparking some alarm into the girl as she looked into his eyes with the glow of AD in them, showing Izuku the beaming smile full of radiance as she became enamored with the idea on an instinctual level. GGNHHHD, do it inside. Mimi Midoriya Kun, please. See to think I'll be okay since it's my SS safe day, and not that I wouldn't mind getting knocked up, but I have SS so much left to do. But oh, your manhood, is really making me melt into putty. F me, Midoriya Kun me. Melissa cried out, bringing her hands around his face and cupping his cheeks before pulling her lips onto his for yet another passionate embrace. Melissa's glasses started sliding off of her brow as she hungrily worked her tongue down Izuku's mouth, tasting him while he ate on it back and squeezed her doughy heart-shaped bum tight within his hands. The sensation of having his digits knead her sensitive rump made Melissa mew like a kitten, and Izuku plow into her pelvis even faster while she feels his manhood beginning to engorge with calm. His S were getting stiff and preparing to rise with the expulsion of manhood liquid directly into her fertile teenage system. Melissa managed to bring her legs around his waist, crossing them behind his backside with heel rubbing against his buttocks as he prepared to F her to intense excitement against the bathroom sink. HMMHMHHHH sloop 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 club papu huah Midoriya kun. See calm inside of me, let out everything you have, I want it all, and I am see calm mine gyaha, Melissa cried out, shuddering in intense excitement as she felt her insides clutching and tugging Izuku's meat to where he could no longer resist the temptation to give in. His S stiffened and a groan could be heard escaping from his lips as he shoved every inch of his manhood inside of Melissa's all-American teenage womb before howling like a beast and calming like a horse inside her womanhood. HNGNGHHHH, here you go, ugh, he stiffly announced, enjoying the ing her snatch was doing as he felt Melissa shudder blissfully between his body and the bathroom sink. A glowing little heart appeared in each of her irises. She felt the molten warmth of his manhood liquid come cascading into her like a natural disaster, flooding her insides. Splurt 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 splurt. Melissa's body quivered salaciously in his grasp while all four of her limbs remained wrapped tightly around his frame, shuddering constantly in a mutually sustained intense excitement occurring explosively between the two for a solid minute and a half. Izuku had pumped nearly a tankard's worth or more of calm into her womanhood, feeling the girl go limp in his arms before he carried her over to the bedroom to let her fall onto the bed. With a wistful sigh of relief and a grandiose feeling of achievement now that he claimed yet another beautiful young girl with his charm, Izuku gently let Melissa slide off of his waist and collapsed gently onto the bed surface with a splotch of moisture and calm dripping off of his manhood when she dismounted it. She was still in the recovery phase with her chest heaving tiredly and a faraway smile on her face. Calm was oozing out of her quim like a broken bottle of thick, gooey substance, making a mess on the guest bed. Izuku was still hard as a rock when he signaled Nana to come out of hiding and walk over to place herself in front of him with all of her clothes discarded on the floor. The two Japanese heroes looked in her direction and saw her slowly regain awareness when she saw her Aunt Nana prostrate herself before Izuku's meat. "Auntie Nana? You too?" she asked innocently while still in the claim of absolute devotion as well as her absolute love of Izuku Midoriya. Somehow and for some reason, she didn't necessarily mind Nana being there, naked and about to obviously worship Izuku's manhood with her tongue. It was as if Melissa had an instinctual feeling of camaraderie with her already, and it caused the American academic's womanhood to throb strongly with Al, especially when seeing Nana roll her tongue up the underside of Izuku's turgid manhood. It was still messy with manhood liquid as well as her own calm, but seeing the Japanese pro-hero legend sensually lick all that up while looking at her, made the girl writhe with Al. "Shluyu pop. Mfam, that's right, Melissa-chan. Your Auntie Nana is happily with Izuku as his lover, well, one of many lovers now. Hehehe, I'm sure you feel it in your soul at this point, but we are a harem of women devoted solely to Izuku, my darling here. I'm probably pregnant with his baby, even as we speak, since I wanted him to make me a mommy and marry me once he gets his license following his graduation. Mirko, aka Roomie-chan, is also the same way, and I suspect Midnight is too. He has an entourage of female lovers in his all-girls class at Classroom 1A at UA Academy, of which you're now a part of," she revealed, stunning Melissa yet making her gush with excitement as she looked hungrily at Izuku's manhood when Nana started stroking his ass with her naked hand. "So what do you say, honey? Want to come over and lick his manhood up with me? If you want Izuku to, he can make you into a young mother as well, although I wouldn't recommend making David a grandfather just yet though. Hey, here I come, Nana-chan and Midoriya-kun." Melissa began as she crawled over to the edge of the bed, feeling Izuku's right hand reach for her chin and affectionately stroked it between his fingers as he lifted her onto his lips once again. She could just feel the absolute loyalty and devotion burning inside of her with all the fiery passion in her soul, telling her it was love when she looked into his eyes. Melissa had her heart beating loudly as she caressed Izuku's face, drawing herself closer to it with her lips parting open and a tongue outstretched. "I want this. I love you, Izuku-kun." He. Izuku smirked slyly as he pulled the soft pink lips of the girl on his the same time Nana had swallowed up the bulbous tip of his manhood into her mouth with a swift movement of her head hit ing forth onto his manhood area. Her mouth swallowed up the top half almost completely despite its enormous overall size, making Izuku whimper softly between Melissa's lips as he felt the woman's slimy warm orifice begin ing off his manhood. Schlup. Izuku-kun. Nana purred, rolling her tongue languidly around all over the surface of her lover's meat and watching as Izuku swabbed out the inside of Melissa's palate, tasting the girl and pulling her into his hands while she worked at sliding off the rest of her clothing in a hurry. Her top and bra were both now completely removed from her upper body, exposing her creamy shoulders and armpits without anything covering them at all. Her luscious bobas were soon met with both Izuku's mouth and one of his hands as he turned his attention away from her lips for a moment to worship them as any good harem owner would. Melissa whimpered with pursed lips quivering as she felt his lips ing one of her s into his mouth, feeding off of it and nibbling on her sensitive to the point her legs buckled in spasm. His right hand, while strong and firm as can be, gingerly stroked the mound of her left boba and proceeded to expertly stroke a variety of sensitive weak points Melissa's shield had in her bobas. "Aaghaya Izuku-kun, yes aaah," she cried out, cooing softly and whimpering nonstop in pleasure while proceeding forth with his foreplay of her buxom chest. Izuku grinned evilly as he swallowed up Melissa's right, letting his tongue gingerly roll around its surface to better stimulate her entire body. She was melting in his hand like chocolate thanks to his talent in pleasuring women as well as the added euphoria from the aphrodisiac effect absolute devotion was responsible for. Nana kept on bobbing her head into his lap into the meantime, hit ing her face into his pubic area with lips and throat swallowing the thick turgid slab of meat her lover had on him. She was hungry for his manhood liquid and completely deranged with romantic for her master Izuku Midoriya. Those soft Japanese lips of hers swallowed, ed, and squeezed every throbbing inch of his phallus into her mouth as she could, making a loud squelching noise fill up the air. HMMNHMNH slip 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 MMNHMNHH MMHMMHMMHMM she grunted loudly, enjoying how full Izuku's manhood made her throat feel and inciting a bit of envy and need within Melissa the longer she watched her do it from above. She was still practically hanging off the bed's edge with her panties and shorts dangling off of her legs till Izuku pulled them off and threw them away. She was now as naked as the day she was born with a thick gaggle of manhood liquid still oozing between her legs, making her wonder if she really wanted to get pregnant since it felt so good having Izuku make love to her. HMMNHMNHH schlup 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 MNNGHHHH pop want a taste of what Nana-chan is having, Melissa? I can see you're quaking with a need to try it, whenever you're not sobbing like a wildebeest when I low on your boba. Izuku asked, making the blonde American student look back at him with a bashful look on her face and bright red blush on her cheeks as she nodded fervently with desire. Yes, I want to, Midoriya-ku and Melissa immediately chirped and was let down so she could kneel next to Nana Shimura while she was busy throating nearly the entirety of his manhood. She's had practice aplenty with her lover behind closed doors, in public discreetly, or wherever she could at the school itself. So Melissa was a little more than intimidated as she began rolling her pink and spongy tongue along the bottom half of his shaft. Shlualoop. MMMMNHHH. She anxiously sobbed and saw him grin at her as he nodded his head to go on. Melissa felt encouraged and began working his manhood in tandem with Nana, slurping her tongue along the lower half of his massive manhood and occasionally squeezing one of his apple-sized s between her soft pink lips. She was still a novice in the act, but she was demonstrating plenty of flair too as she languidly slurped his genitalia with her Auntie Nana working alongside her. An eloquent chorus of slurping sounds erupted in the air with both women sobbing and slurping constantly as they slathered their saliva all over Izuku's length together. Having one buxom, full-bodied, American teenage beauty like Melissa was one thing, but Izuku also had Japan's #1 hero and full-bodied attractive mother in the making joining in. They both started picking up the effort and ing him off in sync with Nana eventually pulling his manhood out of her mouth to begin rolling her tongue down the side in which she knelt. Needless to say, Izuku was positively overwhelmed by this sensation and held the back of each woman's head, goading them in bringing him off. HNGGHHHMMNNGGHHH keep going, you two keep going me off, lick me to completion and share the rewards with each other when I blow up right between your faces he growled, remembering the morning between Nana and Roomie not too long ago and loving that she was doing it again with a far younger girl. He thought back to MT Lady and Sekigai, being reminded to pay one of them a visit again very soon after this. Shlup yes schlup schlups guys a kuan darling hee hee ha. Nana mouthed as she rolled her tongue passionately up the surface of his manhood, fluffing his S with one hand while Melissa anxiously took the bulbous tip of his manhood into her mouth, attempting to swallow a good chunk of it inside. She had trouble, obviously, and struggled to force her gullet down so that she could take at least a few more inches inside. Nana smirked from out the corner of her lips and carefully forced her niece down after pushing her head further with her right hand. With a soft shove, Melissa's head came sliding down halfway, taking Izuku's mighty manhood almost entirely into her throat and gagging her a fair bit. NNGGMBGPP MNNGGHHH slop GCKPPSLLT NNGGNGHH she sputtered a bit, yet resolved to make it work by grabbing the slickened mast of his hilt and began forcing herself on it to where Izuku's cook made her throat bulge from the inside out. With a loud squelch of oral penetration and moisture, Melissa managed to take Izuku all the way, albeit with a bit of struggle. She still impressed Nana though and started bobbing her head furiously onto his manhood while the Japanese woman took care of each of Izuku's ass in return. This is so much manhood it's almost too big but I'm in love with Izuku and very much he's mine and Auntie Nana's. I want to be able to show him I can please him as well as she can and then have his babies in the future. Melissa thought this with little hearts in her eyes, throwing her head voraciously onto his manhood with a plethora of loud slurping noises filling the air. Nana's sobs could be felt through the boy's groin as she hungrily licked up his ass with her tongue, eventually meeting Melissa's lips in the middle to where they eventually made out with his bulbous masterpiece being squeezed between them orally. Yes that's enough hi I'm going to blow soon, ladies you know what to do now Izuku growled, feeling the power of AD burning bright as he felt the spongy maelstrom of both Nana's tongue and Melissa's meeting in the middle in an eroticographic fashion. Both women were so heavily intoxicated with full energies right now that they worked perfectly in sync to eventually bring their master off. Minutes went by and soon they felt the throbbing pressure of his appendage beginning to swell, indicating his release once again and prompting both women to place their mouths directly in front of his length readily. Like a volcanic eruption, they watched Izuku growl loudly as his manhood swelled and dispersed thick spewing ropes of thick manhood liquid onto each woman's face. He held their heads close and made sure their mouths were open and within range of catching plenty of his calm with their tongues. GNNHHGGHHHH I'm calming, he announced. Splurt 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 splurt. Thick, viscous ropes of manhood liquid flew onto Melissa's face, hair, glasses, and the inside of her mouth, with Nana quickly taking shots into her gullet directly by aligning her face within the trajectory of every shot. The hungry woman gleefully hummed with delight as she felt the thick splurge of Izuku's seed flowing down her throat and saw Melissa doing the same. Both women gurgled and hummed loudly with UAL delight as they captured all the calm they could until he was finally done. Melissa's eyes widened through the mess of manhood liquid oozing all over her glasses and face when she saw that he remained as hard as a rock and with veins pulsating all over his appendage still. Whoa, Izuku-kun, he's amazingly virile, isn't he? He, I can't wait to have him inside of me again. Melissa was pulled out of her thoughts when she was pulled to the side by Nana and shown a full woman cupping her cheeks before locking her manhood liquid-covered lips with her own in an enticing display of lesbian erotica action. MHMMHHHH schlup MMHHHMM schlup 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 MMH. Nana mewed blissfully with naughty-type delight as she made out with the teenage understudy she watched grow up for years when working with David Shield. The girl was initially surprised by this raunchy act of lesbian action, being that she was never into girls herself, but saw that Izuku was watching raptly with a trickle of drool escaping his lips. He loved what he saw and it motivated her into kissing Auntie Nana back passionately. They closed their eyes and intimately swapped calm-drenched spit with each other, rolling the other's tongue inside of each other's mouths in a thoroughly enticing manner that made Izuku growl like a lion when he reached HMMHHMH Auntie Nana schlup 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 papa. Melissa cried out euphorically when they finished and ingested each other's shares of calm before looking back at Izuku sitting back at the head of the bed, patting both sides expectantly with a devilish smile on his face. That was wonderful, wasn't it, Melissa-chan? He, Master certainly enjoys seeing his women do that right in front of him, but what he enjoys more is breeding them thoroughly, outright guaranteeing them a future as one of his eternal lovers when you decide to devote yourself to him. I know I have, and will forever do, for as long as I live. Will you reaches over to cup her flat belly, want to bear his babies sometime in the future? He really likes you, you know. Nana suggested, sensually nibbling on Melissa's right earlobe and making the blonde shudder excitedly as she cupped her cheeks with a dreamy smile on her face. Yes, I want to be happy with you, Izuku-kun. I want you to make me into a mommy just like Auntie Nana-chan when I'm good and ready. Melissa announced with hearts in her eyes, receiving a nod from him as he gestured to his mahood when looking at Nana next. All I wanted to hear, Melissa-chan. I think I'll make your stay here in Japan a very exciting one indeed. Now let's get to it, starting with you, Nana-chan. I want to loo on Melissa's boba again since I didn't get to finish before having her me off with you. Izuku said, making both women gleam with joy as they started crawling over to the muscular 15-year-old boy with full looks on their faces. Izuku-kun. Nana cooed darkly as she crawled up to his waist and aligned herself with his manhood, preparing to mount him in a cowgirl-style position while Melissa placed herself on her side closest to his face. She placed her boba directly above his mouth, preparing for him to on them both when looking down into his eyes in a loving manner. Midori yakuni mean, master. I love you so much. Melissa said and received the kiss of Izuku's lips wrapping around one of her boba while squeezing the other from the side with his right hand. The blonde girl immediately shivered with intense euphoric bliss as she felt nirvana all over again when Izuku squeezed her right into his mouth. At the same time, Nana dropped her muscular goddess-like body onto the boy's turgid saliva-coated length and felt the familiar sensation of it penetrating her depths in a mind-blowing fashion. Squelch. Ai go hihia Izuku-kun master. Master uhuhuhu. Yuhu. Nana cried out, hit ing and bucking her hips down onto his manhood. She was riding him raw with hands behind her head and massive boba jostling about in the air while Izuku nibbled hungrily on Melissa's American udders back to back. Wawafago Midoriya Kuan Midoriya Kun Gnnghhh, she cried out, whimpering with a goofy smile on her face as the two women took to pleasuring their master thoroughly. Her insides were squeezing down strongly on every inch of the boy's monstrous manhood, feeling it pulsate and throb all over again as it pushed through her womanhood and into her womb over and over again. Likewise, Melissa had taken to treating Izuku with her boba by letting him gingerly fondle each doughy orb into his hands. She had straddled his muscular chest and ground her snatch all over his body while feeling him squeeze each boba fondly by squeezing them around in circles and pulling on her S in a profound and affectionate manner. The all-American sweetheart was bearing with emotion right now, for she was being stimulated inside and out with her boba being sensitive weak points Izuku was loving to exploit. His fingers squeezed each one together in tandem, gingerly fluffing them both while Melissa recoiled with sensation every other microsecond it went. Midoriya even went as far as to grab both boba and pull them close to his mouth, letting his lips loose on both of her S and squeezing them into his mouth, driving Melissa crazy with euphoria. Agahai Isa Kanano, please don't stop Hi, Melissa cried out with little hearts glowing in her eyes as she continued rolling her groin all over Izuku's chest while he ate on her boba. He had looked up from her cleavage to see her jostling about with her glasses spilling off her face once and for all this evening. The beautiful blonde girl just profoundly mesmerized Izuku as she continued sobbing in pleasure, squeezing his head between her hands as he continued ing on her S together with his tongue lashing out at them both. HMMNHMHHH schlup pop MMNHMHH Melissa Chan schlup Izuku kept on squeezing them together from the sides while tasting her S with his mouth like they were edible treats to savor. This was the first time he had a non-Japanese woman before, and it made him very interested in going to America one of these days to claim some of the beautiful blonde female heroes Melissa had mentioned earlier today. Meanwhile, Nana was simply rolling her pelvis rhythmically up and down his manhood with her large boba bouncing around in the air like beach ass. The muscular, curvy, beautiful pro-hero legend had taken to planting her feet down around Izuku's kneecaps to plant herself down on him in a voracious bouncing position that made Melissa's bed tremble like there was an earthquake going on. She wasn't trying to use any of her superhuman strength, but couldn't help channeling some of it while feeling Izuku's mahood plunge voraciously into her womb from below. Nana's toned bumox jiggled and bounced constantly atop the boy's thighs and pelvis, making rapturous slapping noises fill the air along with her sobbing. Isa kun master I'm getting close now. Fill me up like you're trying to get me pregnant all over again, although I'm pretty sure I am already. I still love the feeling of you breeding me like I'm in heat because I'm your in heat. Master, come inside of me and knock me the hell up all over again with your babies. Nana hollered loudly as she made her pace practically supersonic with how fast and hard her nether region was coming down on Izuku's waist. Her thighs and her hips were moving with the speed of making blurring afterimages appeared, and her womanhood was steadily squeezing Izuku's manhood tighter every time she sheathed it with her insides. The woman was in the frenzied heat of copulation now, and Melissa was getting a good show of her mentor ant figure mewling loudly like a sow in heat, feeling increasingly excited from it while Izuku kept ing on her boba in tandem, switching from one to the next in turns. Eloquent ing sounds filled the air along with the plethora of sobbing that came out of the two naughty and absolutely loyal women riding the body of Izuku Midoriya. Nana was shaking with ecstasy after minutes more of non-stop riding of his hips, feeling her body tremble with intense excitement after feeling Izuku's length reaching in and prodding her weak spot for the umpteenth in succession, causing her to calm while throwing her head back in euphoria. With a mighty howl, the world's greatest female pro-hero leaned back onto her lover's manhood and grabbed onto his ankles while piston slamming her onto his meat repeatedly in frenzied fashion. When she came after a few more raucous hits of her hips done diagonally, Nana Shimura slammed down one last time and shuddered violently in, taking Izuku's meat for a ride that caused him to howl into Melissa's creamy boba as he wound up squeezing them together in his hands, causing the girl to shriek in ecstasy as well and mentally envision herself lactating while in the throes of pregnancy. Kaya ag haya af afgaf of darling master Izuku, Nana Shimura cried out, shuddering in ecstasy as she felt thick gouts of manhood liquid gushing into her insides like a violent torrent of thick heavily virile syrup that filled her womb to the brim. Splurt dot splurt 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 dot splut dot splurt splurt splurt. She wrote out her intense excitement completely, shuddering and writhing here and there while seeing Melissa bucking wildly about atop Izuku's upper frame in an intense excitement of her own. The blonde, American girl was seen tilting back her head with bumox quivering non-stop, soaking Izuku's chest with her fluids till he eventually let go of her boba and allowed her to lie back onto his hips clearly spent from the ordeal. Her head plopped right into Nana's lap, giving the wonderfully smitten mentor-mother figure of the girl a wicked idea that she waited for Izuku to see. Huff huff dot huff dot huff huff. Oh, Izuku-an. Come and take a look. Nana's naughty tied voice sung, causing the boy to tilt his head upward to look at the sight of her plopping herself off of his mahood, which had still been standing manhood despite calming, and crouch over Melissa's face with manhood liquid oozing out of her folds in abundance. His manhood twitched violently with excitement for he knew what came next was reminded about his classroom of all female students that he needed to see again. Izuku was thinking about spending some quality time with Shuko Todoroki or Mina Ashido or Atsuka Kendo the next time he heads to UA to start the week. Nana Hana Melissa cooed dreamily and opened up her mouth, allowing the muscular goddess-like woman to drop down gently onto her face with her lips gingerly latching onto her manhood liquid-coated womanhood lips like so. Schlup. Gahai, that's it, go and yourself a feast, you little minx Melissa-chan. Heh hee hee. Nana purred, running her tongue around her lips as she felt the teenager beginning to hungrily gorge on her manhood liquid dripping with her cute little tongue swiveling around in the inside of her womanhood L depths with gusto. Slick slurping noises soon filled the room and Nana started to feel ecstasy rising through her loins again, making her grab onto each of her boba and run her finger all over them for Izuku's liking. Meanwhile, Izuku himself was growing increasingly ed by the sight. Watching Melissa's ma languish Nana's womanhood with manhood liquid oozing between her jaw and her lips while being led by her tongue excited him enough to want to plow her all over again. Nana knew this and winked playfully at her lover. She was sobbing between loud gasps of breath and sobs of euphoria as Melissa continued feasting on her womanhood. Schloop skloop schloop skloop skloop. Uhuhia, go on then, master. Melissa is practically begging for it right now. This little minx wants you to calm inside her again, but don't worry. I'll give her one of my all-important special birth control tablets to prevent her from getting knocked up unless that is what you want. Nana sang teasingly, knowing that the idea of fertilizing such a curvy, perfect girl like Melissa tantalized him very much. GHN and GHH, maybe I will dot later, but right now feels like it's too soon. Besides. He pulls out from underneath Melissa's body and placed himself between her legs, grabbing each of her legs and lifting them up by the ankles to rest atop his broad shoulders with his standing manhood grinding up between the pink vulva of her. I'd much rather impregnate the older women first. I just know you and Roomie-chan are probably pregnant, maybe Midnight-chan too, but it's not enough for me. Not yet. He growled, making Nana smirk as the bonfire that is absolute devotion burned ever brighter with Izuku's growing stronger by the second. I can think of a few women to introduce to you soon, Izuku-an. A few pro-heroines who need it very badly right now like Roomie-chan did, and a few non-hero types like this reporter whose brother is Detective Tsukaichi. But for now, how about you breed Melissa-chan all over again, HM? I love watching you work other women. Nana purred, making Izuku nod his head, completely on board with the idea as he aligned the tip of his manhood with Melissa's velvet cream-like folds with a smile. The girl was still slobbering all over Nana's womanhood, taking in as much of Izuku's manhood liquid as she could with plenty dripping down into her mouth for her to ingest. Slick slurping and ing noises were all that could be heard between blissful sobs until Melissa felt the massive weight of Izuku's manhood prodding open her womanhood once again. Nana sensed her curiosity and lifted her lower body just a little bit, allowing the blonde to see him guiding his manhood back into her with a devilish smile being sent her way when doing so. Izuku grunted and felt the slick cusp of Melissa's womanhood wrap around his manhood once again. Squelch. MMNNGNGGHHHH Izuku, Melissa cried out from between Nana's legs and arched her back as she felt his monstrous manhood burrowing through her silken folds all over again with a shove of his hips. The girl's legs jutted helplessly about in the air till they were restrained by Izuku's fingers while he ground his pelvis into her full stop. He pushed into the hilt with his S resting against her creamy bumox, groaning blissfully as he began fing her without hesitation right off the bat. Hi Melissa-chan MNMNNGHHH you're mine now forever. I love you so much all of you Izuku let out, enjoying the tightness of Melissa's womanhood wrapping snugly around his mahood with her legs wanting to wrap tightly around his backside once he began a steady rhythm of fing. His hips collided into her waist, sending tremors throughout the bed's surface with Nana still rolling her womanhood all over the girl's face with gusto. She had lowered her position just a bit and leaned close so she could wrap her lips around Izuku's in a fierce French kiss filled with tongue while enjoying the little niche she helped raise gorge on her womanhood with glee. MMNHMHH, schloop schloop master. Nana cried out happily, sighing between her lips in a dreamy fashion before feeling her tongue getting dominated by Izuku's again. The boy kept his masculine pelvis rutting forward into Melissa's frame from below while doing it, letting go of her legs and allowing them to wrap around his backside while ES collided for a little while longer. MMNHPPMHMMHPMMNPP.MMNPMMNPPP Midoriya Kunin breed me please Melissa yelled out in a muffled outcry of euphoria as she managed to cross her legs behind his back and clutch them ankle to ankle. This only goaded Izuku into rolling his pelvis into her even harder and faster, making loud slapping noises fill the air as they continued for some time longer throughout the night. Both he and Nana kept sharing a romantic, intimate kiss each time, both hungrily rolling their tongues together amidst this ongoing three-way of debauchery while Melissa guzzled the older woman's womanhood like so. Her tongue ran around all over the underside from labia to her standing manhood oris, tasting the flavor of her auntie's womanhood with languid fascination while manhood liquid filled her mouth like a self-serve ice cream machine filling up a cone. Izuku had come lots inside of her and now Melissa was getting her stomach full from it. Eventually letting go of Nana's lips and looking down to see Melissa's body quivering salaciously with impending, Izuku managed to drill his manhood all the way to the top of the girl's womb in a voracious manner for minutes more until he was ready to calm. U.uhuguhuhud.ughugwef.uguuagag here I come, Melissa-chan here I.come oaga Izuku let out, feeling his manhood explode in intense pleasure as he slammed into the girl's groin one last time before blowing out her womanhood insides with calm. His ass trembled and his shaft engorged and swelled repeatedly, filling the girl up with thick ropes of manhood liquid spewing directly into her womb, to the point she had a possibly drowned out uterus in the process. Melissa's eyes burst wide open with surprise while feeling Nana's buttocks gently tapping her forehead still. She felt the molten warmth of his manhood liquid come pouring into her and giving her the euphoria of having another intense excitement in the process. It happened at the same time Nana came to hers and gushed all over the girl's face like so. All three parties came together with Izuku possibly impregnated Melissa's shield, should she choose not to take a BC pill in the next 24 hours or so. Together, both women screamed out loud with Melissa's mouth still being muffled by Nana's snatch and her throat being filled with Izuku's manhood liquid, but the vibrations were there, causing Nana to cry out in euphoria as she came all over Melissa's face the same time Izuku came inside her like so. Splurt 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 splurt. MMNHHHHHH Melissa wound up crying out, enjoying the fact that she was being bred by the love of her life, and clutched him deeply with her legs, never wanting to let go. Their bodies undulated and writhed together in harmonious intense pleasure with Izuku pumping nearly a tankard's worth of calm into the American blonde beauty while Nana came all over her face. She grabbed onto him and held him intimately, letting Izuku's face rest between her thick bobas as they enjoyed an ongoing intense excitement together, one that lasted for minutes until they were done. The moment Izuku finished calming, he barely went soft and even still, remained rigid as he pulled out of Melissa's manhood liquid dripping to lie back onto the bed with Nana in tow. The blonde had to take a moment to catch her breath, looking positively disorientated and out of reality, but with a dreamy smile on her face that stayed there. She eventually sat up on her rear and crawled over to rest next to Izuku from the right while Nana had the left. That was huff amazing, Midoriya-kun I mean, master. Hee I love you so much so much, darling. I think. Huff I'll be happy here in Japan with you. Melissa confessed, receiving a hand around her backside to help scoop her in and putting her closer to Izuku's chest. She rested her head on his shoulder with a smile and Nana did the same, keeping her bobas nudging the side of his face while she affectionately stroked the other side of his cheek. Both women were full of love and stuffed full of his calm as they rested naked with him on the bed, happy to be a part of his life and forever loyal to his will. No problem, glad I could make it a memorable first-time experience for you, Melissa-chan. Hehe, I'll enjoy taking care of you while you're living here in Nana-chan's house. Along with all my other lovers, I say this anytime and any place. You all belong with me. Izuku said darkly, making both girls gush as they kissed him on the lips together and stayed there for an undetermined amount of time before falling asleep in his arms. End of chapter. To be continued. Up next, Two Fair segmented story. MT Lady rides back. In case you're wondering about the Two Fair idea, they're basically joint filler chapters reusing old girls like MT Lady today in this chapter, etc. Picture girls like Mitsuki again, the reporter Yu Shimamura, Kendo, and so on, in fun filler F segments post-chapter update. Enjoy, aiming to do more frequent updates with this story. Also most certainly including girls from the MHA movies, recent arcs in the manga like the recently revealed 13, Hagakure, etc. Enjoy, everybody, and thanks for reading. Down below are possible chapter ideas after the next, current update of the Todoroki family arc. Up next, possibly Todoroki Familia Acre Part 1 Shiko T, Fuyumi, Natsuki, Rei. Part 2 Femgitan, Burnin, other possible choices. Ideas Wing. Pink Parade and Akihabara Mina Ashido Focus, Two Fair Yu Shimamura. Double-sided tech geniuses Melissa Shield, Meihatsum 2, Two Fair Mitsuki Bakugo. Uravity's attractive mother Mom Ochako, Ochako's mom, Two Fair Manami Yayorozu's household maids. Open to ideas suggestions. Two Fair segmented story. MT Lady rides back. Omake. Izuku, where have you been all this time, eh? I've been feeling so very lonely without you, came the voice of the needy yet alluring Takayama, aka MT Lady, as she stomped after Izuku on his way over to UA Academy. She was in her large building-sized form and barely caring at all about where she stepped since she was in the middle of an empty street patrolling the crossing section of a city block when she saw her Izuku walking by. Gayu-chan, you've gotta shrink down already, you're getting closer and closer to stepping on cars in the middle of traffic, Izuku pointed out in a comical manner, making the platinum giantess halt in her footsteps and look nervously below to see a plethora of everyday civilians shouting at her in Japanese. Oh? Oh. Oopsie, think I trampled on more than a few bikes on the way here. Hehe. She chuckled nervously and backed away, shifting her hips side to side while anxiously backing away and picking a discreet spot to shrink down in. Izuku had slumped his shoulders a bit when seeing just how clumsy the gorgeous building-sized babe remained even after his night between her and Sekigaya a short while ago. She raised a hand up and bashfully gestured to an underpass where they could meet, obviously craving his touch and yearning for it by wriggling her hips side to side salaciously. Say, can we meet over there? Please. Master? Izuku quickly checked his phone for the time and felt stuck between two places at once, hating to be late for school today after rushing back home from Nana's house and getting changed before rushing back out the door in an OFA-powered hurry. He was always hungry to ravish as many lovers within the hero community, but right now he wanted to keep a solid first impression on his school's superiors by not being late and missing out on more in-class romps with his classmates. Izuku was clad in his usual UA uniform outfit and anxiously rubbing the back of his neck with a troubled look on his face. Sigh, I suppose I can't help it. I haven't got the time for this, but there's always the chance she'll stop by the school and make trouble for me over there. I doubt Namiri-chan would reject Yu-chan's offer to have me in the middle of class, but there is a curriculum to follow. And I can't exactly spend my entire school day ravishing the girls all I like. I suppose a quickie wouldn't hurt. Izuku reasoned and nodded to her before quickly channeling one for all and leaping onto one of the buildings closest to MT Lady after jumping up from the middle of an alleyway. You saw him leap up high enough to be welcomed into her arms, bringing the gushing giantess to bring Izuku into her bobas through her costume. Once again Izuku sputtered loudly as he was practically smothered by super-sized mesh covering her massive D-cup-sized bobas. But this only enraged his libido even more as he grabbed onto the surface of Yu's boba and made her squeal loudly before beginning to shrink down. Gaia Ohive missed that, Midoriya-kun. Hehe, this is how we first met, remember? She said soothingly as she returned to her original size, keeping Izuku held within each of her hands while feeling up his muscular body from all over. Izuku grinned lasciviously as he looked up into Yu's face, admiring her natural beauty and feeling absolute devotion quell with renewed carnal need just from getting smothered into her super-sized chest. I remember, Izuku said, cupping one side of her bumox and making the woman shiver considerably with excitement as she felt both of his hands grab onto her cheeks and squeeze them into his fingers. Her outfit is made skin-tight because of her quirk's ability to expand into a literal giant, but it was also very sensitive on the skin, making Izuku's bum interfere ing session rather exciting for Takayama. Izuku MMNHHH don't stop. Keep going, she whimpered pleasurably and soon felt one of his hands leave her rump and roll around to begin gingerly stroking her tights-clad mound from between her legs. He kept his other hand around her, fondling it with sadistic delight and making the adult pro-hero woman melt into bummer as per his touch. Izuku had learned many exploits and secrets when deciding to give in to the dark side of his quirk. He learned that apart from aphrodisiac-laced touch and/or influence, he also only learned how to determine a woman's weak points and exert pleasure-stimulating sensation through certain points of his fingertips. Yu was just now the latest subject outside of Nana Shimura, Roomie Usagiyama, and Melissa Shield. MT Lady was writhing while standing up on one leg, keeping him humping her curvaceous adult-sized frame while having the other leg hooking around his waist like so. The woman was shamelessly dry humping his waist and mentally begging him to F her right here and now. Unfortunately for her, Izuku let go of her bum and removed his other hand from between her legs, causing her to make a comically despairing expression in the process. Well, why did you stop? Come on, Izuku, it's been days, maybe even a week for me, and the dry spell has been driving me crazy all this time while I'm on hero duty. You have no idea how stressful this job is, and a woman like me, who needs to have a real man in her life, starts getting crazy for it the longer she's been away from the one who made her feel like a real woman. Won't you please F me right here, master? She begged, almost making Izuku laugh as she kept her pelvis grinding sensually all over his lower body, to the point his standing manhood ion started bulging out and prodding against her pubis through her costume. I will, and I would, but right now, you're going to make me late for class, Yu-chan. Besides, Izuku became dark and grabbed onto one of her bobas, making it squeeze underneath his fingers while his pleasure touch mode was going active and wreaking pleasure-inducing havoc on Yu's body. She was breathing faster and feeling hot under the collar as he looked up into her eyes with an aura of dominion before licking her lips and bringing her down a bit to where their lips were about to meet. The spice of waiting for later will only make it more enjoyable when I go to your house and ruin your body after ravishing your body in giant mode. I'll pay a visit right after school, but right now I need to go since the school year has just started. Would you mind waiting for me just a little while longer? Yu pouted her cheeks cutely and reluctantly nodded her head yes to his question, hating to have to wait for it, but glad he promised to ruin her body for life when he pays her a visit. The waves of aura coming out of Izuku were stronger than the last time they met, making the woman breathe hotly as her insides throbbed with white-hot ale and sensation with desire for his manhood. She affectionately ran her fingers down the bulge of his uniform pants before retracting her other leg, allowing Izuku freedom to move out of their embrace. Absolute devotion was burning bright alright, and Izuku's masterful control over it made Takayama into a whimpering, obedient for his touch at all times. Okay. I'll wait for you, master. He. She giggled dreamily and saw that he was starting to open up his zipper with a flick of his fingers, letting his arm-length bratwurst of a manhood pop out right in front of her face. Yu immediately shivered with excitement and started salivating when she saw that beefy appendage and instantly became hypnotized by it before looking at him for permission. That being said, I like to treat all my lovers ahead of time and equally whenever they're in the mood for it. So go ahead, me off. Yu-chan, make sure you go all in and don't spill a drop when I come, but be quick about it. I think I'm running late already. Izuku commanded, fully exerting his authority and making MT Lady smile with full excitement before wrapping her soft lips around the bulbous head of his manhood like so. Yes, Master Izuku, she let out and brought her mouth down upon it, taking the manhood tip into her mouth and sliding as much of it into her gullet as humanly possible in one loud schlop of oral moisture. Schlop. MMNHHHMM, Master Izuku, and she mouthed, resting halfway before getting down on her knees and bobbing her head on it obediently, slurping the turgid surface of his manhood with gusto. Izuku placed a hand behind her head, keeping her face aligned with his manhood as she hungrily gobbled up his manhood into her throat, blowing him with utmost intensity. He quickly kept checking the sides of the area to make sure no one was watching them out in public. Even being underneath an overpass didn't guarantee privacy, and he wanted to keep Yu's reputation intact until he knocked her up and forced her to retire. He looked down at the gorgeous woman bobbing voraciously on his mahood with loud slurping noises filling up the air and lips squeezing down on every inch of his mighty mahood as she started taking more into her gullet. Shloop 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 skloop shloop dot shloop skloop shloop. MMMMMHHMMM she sobbed, languidly swallowing every inch of his manhood into the deepest end of her throat. Yu looked up into his eyes dreamily with devotion reflected in those purple orbs, showing just how much she loved and adored him while gorging herself on his manhood. Her tongue came out and ran itself around the surface while she reaches for the hilt with her gloved hands. She was stroking off his hilt diligently, keeping her covered-up fingers squeezing every inch of his length while pumping the rest of into her mouth. HMMMHH slap MMHMMHMMHMMHMM slap 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 slap. GNNGHHH not bad, you've really improved your technique, Yu-chan. I think I'm getting ready to blow already, Izuku mouthed, enjoying how fierce the esteemed pro-hero was being as she eventually let go of his manhood with her hands and grabbed a hold of his pelvis before pulling the entirety of her face into his manhood in one grand swoop of ing motion. Schlop. Izuku actually doubled over a bit and held onto her costume's horns for proper handling. He was getting to enjoy the blonde-haired woman's entire mouth, throat, and esophagus sliding around his manhood. Every inch of his member was covered up in her warm, slimy saliva, with Yu's tongue intricately rolling around all over the underside while she repeatedly pumped her face into his pelvis. Duck keg schlup ggghkkk master she managed to mouth before feeling Izuku's hands pulling her horns back and using them as makeshift handles so that he could face FMT lady with UAL vigor, causing her lips to gush saliva and work the bottom of his manhood with mouth humming around every inch of it. She was taking every inch into the back of her throat, allowing it to bulge with his massive meat stick as it pummeled her mouth every 5 seconds like a jackhammer. You thought about how heroes like Death Arms or Kamui Woods or any of her many male fans would kill to be in this situation, but only Izuku would forever have both her body and heart. And she was proving it right now. MMNHMMHHMMHPPMMHPPMMPPMMPPMMMPPMMMPPP Izuku and MT lady mouthed again and soon felt the rumbling of his manhood beginning to engorge with his S pulsating like a pair of live hearts before feeling the flow of his molten hot calm go pouring into her mouth. Izuku kept his hold on her horns securely before pulling Yu's face, groin deep between his legs and silently howling with euphoria as he filled her mouth with calm. GNNGGHHH here, drink it all. You thirsty witch, Izuku growled, watching as Yu's cheeks bloated and retracted repeatedly as she swallowed down every ounce of his manhood liquid she could, making loud gulping sounds in the process. Thick gouts of manhood liquid came gushing out between Yu's lips as she greedily swallowed everything with little glowing hearts in her violet-colored eyes. Gulp. Gulp 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 gulp. Both of them were mewling softly amidst this exchange and coitus with several dribbles of Izuku's manhood liquid dripping onto the ground below his feet. Of course, Yu wriggled her face into his groin some more, taking in as much as she could and enjoying every ounce of his manhood liquid on her tongue as well as the inside of her stomach. He lasted for several minutes and slowly pulled his pelvis back from her face, making the beautiful pro-hero giantess wear a set of manhood liquid-coated lips, creating an air pocket bubble that popped while she looked dizzily at him. Those same lips curved into a smile as she took one last gulp of his manhood liquid, shuddering blissfully with giddiness and excitement, for she was now truly broken in as his lover. Did I do good, master? Hee. She asked, licking up her lips and her chin while he zipped his manhood back up and slung his school bag over his shoulders once more. You did great, Yu-chan, now see you later. Tonight around the late afternoon when you get off. Text me if you get off earlier and I'll be right there at your house. He instructed, and she gleefully nodded her head before getting up to her feet and hugging him into her arms in a loving embrace. Of course, master. Better watch out in case I decide to become a teacher at UA just like Kayama-san, if only to be with you more often. He. She responded, and Izuku nodded his head in understanding before channeling OFA and speeding off in a hurry to get to the UA building in time. Yu waved him off with a loving smile on her face and brought out the small diaphragm of BC pills Nana Shimura handed her once she became part of the harem. I wonder if I should bother taking these today when I see Izuku again? Having him knock me up sounds almost too appetizing to resist after all. Later that day, after an interesting return to school following an in-between hallways romp with some of the students that had fallen in love with him, as well as having plans made to meet a prestigious ice quirk-having family, Izuku Midoriya was on his way over to Utakayama's house. The semi-lavish suite where he first took Kashiko Sekai's virginity as well as made MT Lady into his personal Izuku Hungry was well remembered in mind. Despite overusing his manhood and filling several stomachs, and wombs full of his seed today, Izuku was still primed and ready to go. So he leaped through the air across the many buildings of this particular residential area of the city over to Yu's house, hoping she didn't get to stay late at work. At times, even up-and-coming pro-heroes like her tend to get stuck at the office of their agency working on filing paperwork or commission to assist other heroes in need of their help. But, much to his pleasant surprise, he found a note on the door to her suite and plucked it off before pushing his spare key into the lock and opening the door. He flipped open the note and it said only a few choice words while smelling her personal perfume, charming Izuku easily as he made his way inside. "Come inside, Master Izuku darling. Come inside of me and don't dare leave even a single drop of your essence spill out. I want it all, just as you made me into a woman, I want you to make me into a mommy now too." Izuku positively bristled at the idea as he felt his manhood bulging with already at the thought of knocking up Utakayama with her express permission to do so. He put his school bag down by the door and locked the door behind him, wondering if he should entertain the woman's wish to become pregnant already. As far as he knew, only Nana and Roomie were certifiably knocked up by him even though they haven't revealed a pregnancy test yet. He had a feeling Momo and Kyuka's mothers were too, but he had yet to hear back from them as he walked his way over the pro-hero's bedroom, finding the scent of perfume getting stronger along the way. It was a pleasant scent that stirred his nostrils quite a bit, and while he was walking toward that bedroom dimly lit with a red glow, Izuku started shedding some of his uniform clothing along the way. "Here I come, Yu-chan. I'm still on the fence right now about granting that wish, seeing as how it might be too soon and I still want to play with you like a breeding sow in heat." Izuku thought after he had opened the door onto the dimly lit candlelight scene of Yu resting atop her bed wearing transparent lingerie consisting of a curtain dripping underneath her semi-exposed boba shone through a magenta lace brassiere. Below, she was wearing a satin cloth thong that was so thin the fabric disappeared between her buttocks and nearly sunk completely between the folds of her womanhood. Izuku was smiling darkly as he felt his manhood stiffening to absolute hardness when seeing her. Not only was she wearing almost nothing at all, but she was posing for him in a large-sized version of herself topping out at 10 feet tall. She was nearly as tall as a house and almost too big for this bedroom to contain, but you made it work as she sat there on the bed with her knees spread apart and chest leaning forward in a prowling pose like a white tigress. Her eyes were dripping with bedroom and her long, platinum vanilla hair was dripping down her shoulders illy as though she was an angel from heaven coming to naughty Izuku and have his babies. As soon as the last article of clothing left the boy's manhood, revealing his manhood in all its fully hardened glory, Yu ran her tongue across her lips and slid her hands down her waist before flossing them through her hair. Izuku really liked what he saw and looked past Yu to see the support system dispenser of BC pills resting on her nightstand next to her. From all he knew, Yu had either done without them for the sake of procreating a baby with him or took one without letting him know for sure. Either way, he was naked, pent up with libido, and eager to please one of his earliest conquests, Utakayama. "Good evening, Master Izuku. I'm so glad you came." She cooed naughty-tively and crawled towards the edge of the bed, looking fully at him the entire time before gently putting her hands behind his muscular backside and pulling him onto the bed. Izuku simply let her, adoring that a grown woman like her was aggressively manhandling a teenage boy like him. His body may be in its prime right now, what with his muscular anatomy and his masculine appearance mixed with an overly large appendage, but Izuku was still very much an underage teen about to copulate with an adult pro-hero once again. Everything about what he does always titillates himself and his lovers. "Oof hee hee, someone's eager, huh, Yu-chan? Are you wanting to really get yourself pregnant with my seed today? Not that I mind since Namiri-chan probably is already, but it may be too soon for you to retire from hero work and be a mother. Not that I wouldn't take care of you somehow thanks to a certain star hero who might also be pregnant from me." Izuku said darkly, enjoying the full look of excitement written on Yu's face as she ran her hands down his chest with a sigh. I do, Izuku-and darling. I really do, but what's to say I really took one or not, HM? What's important for me right now is to have mind-blowing, risky with the lone boy in all of Japan I love. I've been crazy without you here feeding me your seed until earlier today, and work has been so stressful that I find myself in constant need of stress relief. Yu purred, gingerly rolling down her hands along his chest and feeling up his young, muscular body while sliding her lower half to the smoldering phallus of his length with a naughty Tive smile. Izuku said nothing and simply lay on his back with hands behind his head, watching as Yu slipped aside her magenta-colored panties and showed him the moistening peach of her. He could practically feel the heat coming off of it, obviously confirming how stressed out the beautiful MT lady had been lately. Her size easily dwarfed him, yet still, he wanted to sit up and caress the large woman's face in an intimate fashion before engaging in raunchy baby-making. Yu-chan, you know I'll always make time for you, all you have to do nowadays is be patient and maybe shoot me a text saying just how much you're in need. I always devote myself to my girls, and they should always devote themselves to me, he said darkly as he felt absolute devotion burn blindingly bright within his subconscious, causing Yu to shudder briskly with desire and lean down to wrap her lips around his in a most intense tongue-swathing kiss like so. Schlup. HMMHNHHH shloop shloop skloop pop of Midoriya Kuan Master, I need you, I want you, I'll love you forever and bear you as many children as you like, you proclaimed with little hearts in her eyes as she made out with Izuku intimately with utmost passion. Her tongue languidly rolled into his mouth, nearly stretching his jaw a bit since she was in a larger form. It was like a beefy Amazon as tall as a small building prowling down upon Izuku's small yet muscular frame, making his libido skyrocket since he liked dominating powerful women like Nana Shimura. Their tongues intermingled languidly in a messy, sloppy exchange wrought with love-bound passion for each other. Izuku gave as good as he got by tasting Yu's tongue rolling down into his mouth and slobbering all over his lips before ing away his breath with a loving lip lock. She sobbed, hummed, and mewed pleasantly with desire as she made out with him for some time longer, eventually letting down the scanty brasserie covering her boba so that her hefty pair of enlarged and naked DD cups spilled out like a pair of thick lumps of doughy meat. GNNGHHHH, you-chan, mount yourself on me already, I want to take you right now, but so in a way that'll let me use more of my true power to make sure you're satisfied enough to last a while, Izuku commanded, making Yu spring into action as she hastily lined up his massive manhood with her quivering gap, pressing herself down upon it with a simple shove of her enlarged hips like so. Squelch. Gag Izuku-kun, darling, Yu cried out, quivering loudly as she felt his mast burrow through her spongy insides on its way to the innermost part of her core again. Even at her enlarged C's, Izuku's manhood was still more than a match for her body. Just feeling it melt her womanhood like bummer made you fall even more in love with him as she felt her insides clutching gingerly around his manhood while she began bottoming her pelvis onto his waist in a rhythmic manner. Yes, this is what I've been missing all this time, I've wanted this for so long ago without a third party getting involved. I've missed this, Midoriya-kun. Her light-skinned body started jutting about all over his waist, smashing her entire weight down in a repetition of skin-slapping coitus that made the woman's entire bed rock like it was a spring mattress. Her massive boba jostled about in front of Izuku's face, making him latch his lips onto one of her enlarged S and squeeze it into his mouth with a loud schlup of suction filling the air, and with the added feeling of having the boy's strong lips loo on her, Yu was steadily starting to melt internally while she rode him cowgirl style. Her heart-shaped bump worked and bounced around, with her entire 10-foot-tall body undulating constantly along the surface of the bed. It shook and creaked loudly with its structure beginning to collapse the longer Izuku drove his length into Yu's tight womanhood from below. You-chan NNGHH, he growled, taking his lips off of her right band, switching to the other one before grabbing both of them to ensure his magical hands worked their stuff. One for all was powering his entire body, making his strength greater and increasing his speed and precision immensely while Yu rode him raw. Her tight, squishy womanhood repeatedly slipped down to the base, clutching every bulging inch of his manhood while he bottomed out of her womb non-stop. It was a pure, unadulterated UAL frenzy between a young man and a beautiful adult woman. Nothing was more forbidden since he was a minor and she was a pro hero, but Yu barely even cared. She planted her large hands around the area of his upper back, letting both of her boba smother his face even more while she rolled her pelvis fervently onto his manhood with increasing motion. Her entire body was undulating like a serpent and she was exerting an insane amount of energy in riding his manhood. Knock me up, seed my insides thoroughly, give it to me even when I'm carrying your baby in the near future, I want it, you cried out, wrapping her large arms around his neck as she kept on humping his waist with every bouncing motion her hips provided. You felt his mahood literally plunge into the depths of her womb, making her struggle to hold on to her sanity as she felt it give her absolute pleasure. Oh yeah, even in this size, he's too much, I want him to plow everything into me because I think my body is getting tired from trying to wring his manhood to full completion. Izuku kun darling, will you please F me from the other side? I want to feel you plowing into me from above, using that powdered form of yours, you begged, huffing hotly as she constantly worked his manhood with her squeezing tight every passing second. Izuku had been in the midst of feeding on her bobas again when he popped his head out from between her massive cleavage and nodded to you with a devilish smile on his face. Of course, anything for you, Yu-chan. You don't belong to me now, right? Want to be married as one of my wives in the future after I graduate from UA? Izuku asked, lighting up the fire inside of Yu's heart and soul as she envisioned herself wearing a wedding dress and being carried down the aisle as the wife of an all-star pro hero she knew her master could be. She could also picture Namiri in the background crying her eyes out for missing out on being the first of them to wed him, making the fantasy all the sweeter for you to enjoy as she felt her world turning upside down with Izuku shifting places. Gah Izuku-kun, she cried out joyously as her colossal frame was now on the bottom with her naked backside pressing into the bed. Her legs were now jostling about in the air with feet nearly pressed into the ceiling as a result. Izuku stayed atop Yu's body, pumping his manhood into the sodden messiness of her tight and juicy womanhood non-stop, making her croon loudly in euphoria the entire time. Gaia Agnan, why you're jabbing it even deeper now, oh Master Izuku-kun. She cried out in euphoria with glowing hearts in her eyes, seeing that confident look on Izuku's face as proceeded to jackhammer his OFA-powered hips into her large body from above. His pelvis was rocketing between her legs, filling up her womanhood completely to the brim and making you cross her legs behind his backside to lock him in. She was sure of it now. She wanted to have his babies and retire from hero duty even though she loved being in the spotlight in her journey to be famous. But right now, all she could think about was with her young master Izuku and how good he made her feel with just his touch alone. Yu-chan, I'm getting close now. If you're really ready to receive my seed then so be it, but it'll be up to me to let you know when it's okay to become pregnant when the time comes, and it may not be today. I'll knock you up a dozen times over and never stop ravishing you even after you pop out as many kids. That's how crazy I am about you. You Takayama, you'll Nibion of Mingwives Ag Hai, Izuku growled, expertly plunging his manhood deep into her and hitting the countrywoman's G-spot right on the mark. The combination of his heart-melting words as well as the sensation of having her womanhood getting tunneled out by his member made you succumb to intense excitement before long. Her large legs crossed behind his backside with her bobas literally smothering his face. She held on to him with all fours and shuddered blissfully in the icy intense pleasure. Izuku's larger-than-life meat for all it was worth while he calm inside me. Izuku-kun come lots inside of me, Master Aya, she cried out, letting her tongue spill out of her mouth as she felt the spasm of her womanhood clutching his manhood and getting Izuku to spill everything inside of her womb after delivering a final push of his waist. He grunted stiffly, although it was barely heard since he was smothered between her massive boba, but Izuku's meat was twitching and spurting wildly into her womb, filling it up to capacity with a devilish smirk on his face. Of course, that couldn't be seen either because of the giantess's bobas sandwiching the boy's head. Splurt 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 splurt. MT Lady wailed gloriously with volume high enough to reach the neighbors in her neighborhood, as well as perhaps the entire block itself. The large 10-foot-tall woman shuddered constantly in, clutching Izuku's waist between her thighs and squeezing every thick rope of manhood liquid she could from his manhood with her womanhood him non-stop. His calm was thick, virile, and likely heavily potent, giving you the fantasy of becoming pregnant and being near Izuku in sweet marital bliss. Of course, she knew she wasn't the only pro-hero woman to have this fantasy or have the opportunity to be his wife in the coming future, but still, you relished every moment she lived in the fantasy of her dream to be It was no longer about being famous anymore, although she wouldn't mind having a toy made of herself and living off royalties from otaku. Her new goal in life was simply to be one of Izuku's chief lovers and live with him forever. Haha nnhhhhhhho Master Izuku-kun Izuku-kun mmnhhhhhe, you came so much inside of me. I'm likely to be pregnant for sure now. She giggled deliriously after he had finished calming inside of her and made the woman collapse her limbs so that his head was freed from her boba, breathing a loud exhale since he was suffocating a bit. Izuku looked up into Yu's love-struck eyes and was about to crawl up to kiss her on the lips till she started shrinking down to normal size. She was now just a little under 6 feet and resting there in his lap with legs intimately wrapping around his buttocks with arms pulling him into another embrace. She never stopped looking into his eyes with a dreamy smile of hers, one that said she loved him forever and wanted to be a Miss Midoriya in the near future. Izuku, likewise, managed to bring his hands around her buttocks to cup and fondle between his fingers, making Yu whimper pleasantly before resting her head atop his. You huff still weren't ready, were you? I think you did take a BC pill just in case because you weren't sure yet you wanted to be a mother, right, Yu-chan? Izuku deducted, making Yu bashfully nod before placing her lips on his and proceeding to loo on his bottom lip in a romantic manner. Schlup, I wasn't, no. At least not yet anyway, but we can still fool around like we're trying to get me pregnant, right? Izuku honey? I'm definitely craving more attention from you now, just as long as I'm working pro-hero duty. I'm gonna need my master to help me take the edge off, that ice if you're willing to F me stupid each time. I'll give up everything for you. Everything. Yu professed, making Izuku blush and smirk as he felt AD burn bright like the sun, making it obvious he would have to pay more attention to his earlier lovers a bit more often from now on. Of course, I'll put aside time, but just remember who's boss around here, Yu-chan. If I want to tongue out your womanhood from the inside of your costume while you're as tall as Tokyo Tower, you'll let me. You blushes fiercely and want to ride out between your boba from underneath said costume too, either that or plow you publicly in the countryside while you're in one of your taller forms. I like making love to you while you're a giant and I'm pretty sure you do too. Izuku said, making Yu salivate while breathing hotly with excitement. She was nodding furiously before leaning down to wrap her arms lovingly around his shoulders, embracing Izuku with all the love in her heart while feeling his manhood harden up from inside of her womanhood, ready to go again. Yes, oh 1,000 times yes, Izuku-kun darling, please eat me whenever you feel like, hero duty or not. Oh, you've made me so happy. He. You giggled excitedly before ing Izuku's lips into her mouth to begin making out with him again, all while she felt his hands clutching her mighty bum from behind. She was very happy to have made his bum acquaintance that night they met indeed. Thanks for listening to my video. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe and comment below your favorite part. Sayonara, see you in the next video.